All right, welcome to today's second day of the Track 3B2 workshops in February. I'm Jamie Gannon, and I'm joined by my co-host here, Linan. We are going to just be presenting for our first few minutes today as Energy Division, just doing some introduction slides, and then we're going to be passing the mic over to Edison and Cftc, who will be facilitating for the remainder of the day. And so let me get started here. Next slide. I'm just going to go over a few logistics. This WebEx is being recorded and it will be posted on our RA compliance or our RA history website following or shortly after the conclusion of the workshops. For safety, we ask that you note your surroundings and emergency exits, and that you do an ergonomic check to make sure that you are thinking about your back. As in the past, all attendees have been muted, and in order to unmute yourself, you have to raise your hand, and Energy Division will be able to unmute your mic. We have panelists that have been designated as panelists throughout the day, and they do have the ability to unmute their mic and mute it. And so I know during today's presentation, we'll have a couple panelists that we'll bring in from the audience, and we'll identify them in the attendee box and then bring them in to serve as a panelist. We ask that your questions be put through the Q&A function, and that is at there's an icon there at the bottom of your screen where you can type in your question. It comes up as a little question mark next to your name when you do put in a question, but it allows us to easily see which questions haven't been identified or haven't been answered. So that we ask that, sometimes we might just read your question aloud, or if we think that we need to get more information from you, we'll unmute your mic. All right, so just some ground rules. The workshop is being structured to stimulate an honest dialogue and encourage different perspectives, so we ask that you keep your comments friendly and respectful. Please use the Q&A feature only for questions or technical issues, and we ask that you do not start any sidebar conversations in the chat. So I know that sometimes is difficult, but yesterday we went through this agenda, and so I'm just gonna flip to day 2, Linan, if you could just, yep. So today we are going to be having a presentation by Cftc and Edison on their proposal for RA structural changes. And so the first part of the day, they'll go through the mechanics of their proposal and have a Q&A, and then they'll go into, basically the evaluation on how the commission should evaluate their proposal and compare it against other proposals. Then they'll have a section on it, the compatibility with the proposal with the federal and state laws. We'll break for a stretch break, and then we'll come back, and there'll actually be a topic where they'll have a panel. Will the proposal improve reliability? And I believe the panel will include Matt Barmack from Calpine, Peter Gerkes from PG&E, and Jen from CISA. After the panel, we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back and have discuss the topic, is the proposal compatible with existing programs and policies? Nick Pappas will facilitate that stakeholder panel, and then we'll have another section after the panel on what other implementation issues require consideration. And that'll be followed by, can the proposal be implemented timely with minimum market disturbance? And that will then be followed by, does the proposal provide wholesale energy price mitigation? So lots of very interesting sections to the day. And I am very much looking forward to hearing from everybody. and being part of the discussion. Next slide. All right, and this is just an overview for day 3. Tomorrow will be our last day of workshops. We'll have a presentation from Professor Wollock in the morning. He'll be presenting on a Q&A document that will be circulated shortly. That'll be followed by an energy division bid cap proposal. It'll be a quick 30-minute proposal. And then CAISO will be presenting in the afternoon on its UCAP proposal. So that will be our last day. This is just a reminder slide of what we're discussing today. We're discussing larger structural changes in the RA program. We're not discussing any Track 3B1 proposals that were initially submitted in Track 3B. And so we're talking about, the blue sky, like how can we change the RA program structurally to evolve it to the changing times. Here's the calendar for Track 3B2. We are right now in our workshops, which are scheduled for early to mid-February. There will be an opportunity to revise proposals in February, and then we have comments and reply comments in March with a proposed decision scheduled for May. All right, so I will now hand it over to Eric. I believe you're taking the mic, and thank you.
Jamie, thank you very much. Yeah, we can kind of go straight into it here if we can move on to the next slide. So I know that you already saw this. I do want to just comment quickly that the only really hard time in here that I have is the lunch break, 12 to 1. I do not intend on going past that. I want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to take an hour and rest and relax. I do note that that very last session is listed as catch-up/wrap-up, and it's an hour and 15 minutes. There's a reason for that. Not sure that all of these are going to go exactly as scheduled because there is quite a bit of material to get through here. And of course, on the panel discussions, want to have a thorough and robust discussion about those, as well as Q&A from the audience in general. So we will, take the time that's necessary. Hopefully we won't go past 4:30, but just recognizing that, time may expand here to fill the void. So again, you've seen the schedule. We'll go through it as productively as we can and see how we move on. We can go to the next slide. All right, so this first part here is really kind of the background on what the proposal really does. And I know that we've been through this a number of times before, but just to remind everybody, as well as if there's anybody who hasn't seen this before, just to kind of walk through what this structure looks like. And I think the problem that we have seen in general has been that we've got a system that is capable of meeting peak loads, but then when the sun begins to set and the solar generation begins to go away and load still remains relatively high, we have a new problem in the net load peak. And so there's a question about how do we make sure that we have sufficient reliability during that period of time under the current structure, or do we revise the structure to be able to develop that? So what this proposal did was it took a look. We originally started off with an energy look only. And the difficulty with an energy look is that, and we'll discuss it further tomorrow, the difficulty with an energy look is that when you really get to hourly energy implementation types of issues, it becomes very, very, very difficult to get through. There's a lot of complexity associated with it. And it's hard to work your way through individual hours. So we tried to take that concept and simplify it a little bit to where it was implementable here. Decided that the net peak capacity is an important thing. Decided that the wind and solar resources are going to generate as you would expect them to based upon the availability of the sunshine and the availability of wind. And given that those were going to generate, you could then calculate what the net load was based upon that. And you could look for the net peak capacity. You could also look for energy sufficiency. Did you have enough energy within the fleet to be able to take care of the need throughout the entire month or whatever the compliance period is? Largely the MCC buckets do that today because it's based upon the idea of meeting a peak capacity need and then shaping the amount of resources you have over a load duration curve. The difficulty as we move forward with that MCC bucket is that that was really based upon contractual obligations, and those contractual obligations are becoming less and less true as we move forward with the different types of resources that we have. So we're seeing this change that necessitates this different look at things. We're also recognizing that there's going to be a lot of storage to be able to meet these needs. And that storage is going to have a test to make sure that there's a sufficient amount of energy to be able to charge those devices. The idea in this context is that if you're trying to meet a net peak and a peak load need, that the storage is really a capacity device, but it's moving energy from one period of time to a different period of time. So I may have a need for capacity at the peak net load, but I may have plenty of excess energy from wind and solar devices to be able to charge that battery to move that energy to a different period of time. The other thing that this requires is it does require LSE specific load profiles. There was a bit of discussion yesterday from Peter about top-down versus bottom-up. This is suggesting a bottom-up approach. If you recall, the top-down approach was developed largely because of simplicity. And if you remember 20 years ago, the grid was dominated by gas-fired resources. There were very few LSEs. There were very few options in how you filled out your portfolio. And everybody was basically meeting their RPS mandates in the same manner. So everybody had very, very similar types of portfolios of resources. Those similar portfolios of resources produced roughly the same impact on the grid. And so looking at things from a load ratio share and just taking the overall need and allocating that out was perfectly sufficient. As we come to today, we have a lot more load serving entities. We have a lot more options in how people can serve their load. We have a lot more people exercising those different types of options, and they all have very different impacts on the reliability needs of the grid. And because of that, we felt that now was the time to move to a bottom-up approach where we account for the impacts that each LSE individually is having to grid reliability, rather than look at it from a top-down approach, which says, here's what the ISO needs. And while that is efficient, it misses out on the fact that some entities are causing a bigger reliability concern than others based upon the choices that they make to fulfill their portfolios. So that's the basic structure. There is a lot in here about how this program balances things. So I talked about the first bullet in here about the reform that needs to be done to be able to get these things to get the deficiencies addressed. There is a need to balance the program reform and feasibility and market capability. So you can design this to be so complicated that it works absolutely perfectly in terms of providing compliance, as long as people are able to go out and procure to it, but nobody can go out and procure to it because it's simply impossible to do. So we had quite a bit of that discussion yesterday in the first session with GridWorks. And so this tries to strike a balance between those two, recognizing that simplicity is always preferred, but that you can go to where it is too simple, and that simplicity makes it a program that doesn't actually work. We also focused on whether this was going to be calibrated with additional reforms that are coming. So, for example, what about the planning reserve margin? What about the must offer requirements? What about resource counting? And by and large, we're going to see that a number of these things are still very much the same as they were before. The must offer obligation is the same. The resource counting rules are the capacity rules are basically the same. There's a new energy component to this, so that is completely new. And then planning reserve margin, I think, as was mentioned yesterday on a number of occasions, this all has to be an integrated package. We have to be able to look at the planning reserve margin and all of the other rules associated with this. And I know I've said it a number of times, but I'll say it again because it bears repeating. The entire idea of a PRM was based around the idea that we wanted to get to a certain level of reliability. And the PRM was there to address uncertainties in the methodology. Those uncertainties in the methodology were primarily load forecast error and forced outage rates. And so we had a planning reserve margin that was designed to cover those two. It was also designed to cover ancillary services, which is a certainty. You know what that is. It's a percentage of load. As we move forward, we're going to have some new uncertainties, and how we handle those uncertainties is going to help us determine how big that PRM needs to be or how small that PRM can be, and agree with the statements yesterday that we do need to get to some loss of load expectation types of studies to determine where those things fit. And then the last thing here is really taking a look at how do you mitigate the processes to reinforce and mitigate these reliability risks. So things like the IRP planning process. How do we make sure that we have resources built that can be contracted for to meet RA needs? How do we have ISO processes, markets that actually work with those resources sufficiently and get us through the reliability needs as well as an effective and efficient market? So that's from a high level what this thing does, and we'll go into a little bit more on details of how it works. But let me stop there because I do see that there is a question, and my window is really, really tiny, so I'm going to try to read this. If I can figure out how to make that window bigger, that would be nice. But the question is, does a bottom-up approach cancel some of the advantages of a kind of planning reserve sharing? So it could. There's also ways to have that not happen. And that question came from, I'm sorry, it was Eric Gamon. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, I apologize. It could. There is that potential, but I do think there are ways to address that within this proposal as well. So, for example, we talk about the idea that an entity that has both a capacity requirement and an energy requirement may end up with resources that have way more energy than what they need, but they are just compliant with their capacity. We've talked about the potential that those need to be two separate tradable products, so that if you find yourself short on capacity but long on energy, you can sell energy to somebody else and buy capacity from somebody else, remembering that this energy is not actual delivered energy. It's the capability to produce that energy. It's a compliance item. It's not actual firm energy in this case. So there is the opportunity to be able to make those types of trades to be able to ensure that we don't have the type of concern that you're mentioning here. If there's something else that you were thinking in this space, if we need, we can open up your mic to see if there's something else. Sorry, I'm just trying to search down to see if Eric has opened his mic.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, I mean, what if two LSCs have a net peak that are pretty far apart? So then from the whole system perspective, you're procuring capacity for both of those net peaks, but one resource could have served both of those net peaks. You know, how does the package of different LSCs coming together, you seem like you lose some of the advantages of being in a collective.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. It's a very good point. The issue basically that you're coming to, and we had, I forgot to talk about this when I was mentioning this, is that you've got an issue of a coincident peak versus a non-coincident peak. And the problem with the bottoms up is that you end up with a non-coincident peak. And when you sum those together, the total of those non-coincident peaks is higher than what the coincident peak is. So there needs to be a methodology, and this would be included within that calculation of PRM, to figure out how to get you back down to that amount so that we aren't ending up with wild amounts of over procurement, right? If I had two entities that their peak load was both 10,000 megawatts, but they happened, several months apart from each other, to where the coincident peak was only actually, 15,000 megawatts instead of 20,000 megawatts. If I required a 20,000 megawatt procurement, I would be way over procured for what I actually expect to have happen on the grid. So we do definitely need to account for that. And I think that is part of the process of calculating out the loss of load expectation, the planning reserve margin process, and how we deal with other uncertainties. I do see that Doug Karpa's hand is raised. Can we open Doug's line?
Yeah, hi. This is Doug. Just to add to what Eric was saying, since PCE is one of the LSEs that actually has a different peak, we are winter peaking. one of the other elements, of course, being that if you're meeting with storage, that's not necessarily over procurement, because if we have, like, say, a lot of storage resources that we're charging with, say, wind to meet our winter peak, those may or may not be useful for what the system peak is, so that it's not necessarily even additive across the two different times. But I think that at the end of the day, if everybody is procuring, like whenever system peak is, if we're procuring for whatever our load is contributing to that, if everybody adds up their capacity in that time period, it should be pretty close.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. And I will note that we are not suggesting here that we go to an annual RA program only. I think we can have debate about that. Does it stay monthly? Does it become seasonal? I think all those issues are on the table with this proposal as well as any other. So the granularity of what you're looking at helps to get you to what you were just describing. If I used only an annual, then this winter peaking versus summer peaking does indeed become that type of a problem. If I'm using monthly, then I've largely taken care of it, because the winter peaking entity has a higher RA requirement in those winter months, and the summer peaking has a higher RA requirement in the summer months. But that is all open for debate, whether we do it as a monthly or a seasonal or an annual. We can have that discussion. There's all sorts of issues associated with that need to be worked through. That also, of course, includes how we deal with resources, which was a question yesterday, particularly when you start talking about hydro, where the longer in advance that you have, the more difficult it is to know what they're going to be capable of doing. So we've got to include all those types of things. I also see that Mary Lynch has her hand up. Mary?
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I sent my question in too. What I was wondering, Eric, is, and I meant to ask this yesterday as well, but these proposals that we're discussing here, what do they do in terms of the CPE that's supposed to go into place next year? Does it replace that?
No, I don't think that it necessarily needs to. It just says that in this proposal, we contemplate that this could be adopted for local as well, because local is going to have the same issues that system is. That is, we're going to have to use less gas-fired resources even in the local areas to be able to meet the state's policy goals with respect to GHG. So given that, you're going to see the same issues with net load peak in the local areas that you do on system. So you may need to adopt the same type of program. The only change that would really make from a CPE standpoint is it says that the CPE is now buying a different product. The CPE is having to buy to meet net peak. They're having to buy to meet energy, and all those counting rules apply to the CPE as well as to an LSE for system purposes. So I don't really think that there's too much of a difference from that standpoint. It's just that the CPE really, when you think about it, is just a single load serving entity for the local area. Just as individual load serving entities are there for system needs.
Okay, thank you. So you don't see any advantage or enhancements to this program that could be had if the CPE is done away with? And I'm not saying I want it done away with. I'm just asking, is there anything about these models that make the CPE less effective?
I don't think so. Because this proposal doesn't talk about a multi-year forward requirement, which is a part of this proceeding as well. Multi-year forward requirements make CPE a bit more difficult because of the fact that when the CPE buys something for local, it's counting for system as well. So the further forward that you go on local and the further forward that you go on system, you have this issue of how do people know what the CPE has already done on their behalf, and how does that affect their system requirements? So that's an aspect, but that's there for any of the proposals if you start going multi-year forward on system requirements as well. But this proposal doesn't focus on that element. So just the basic structure here, I don't think is any different than any of the other proposals in terms of how it would affect CPE.
Okay, but could you see this model working in a multi-year framework?
It absolutely could. I don't think there's any doubt about it. You've got to do all the forecasting multi-years forward and have all the requirements set up multi-years forward. And then you have all the same problems that you have with any multi-year forward. You have the load migration issues that you have to work through to figure out how that works out, and what people are procuring and what quantities they're having to procure, et cetera. But otherwise, I don't really see this as being any different than any of the other proposals in that respect.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Mary. Do we have any other questions out there? Just looking for hands here. By the way, if you ask a question, if you wouldn't mind lowering your hand after you get off the line, that would help me out in identifying whether or not there's still remaining questions out there. So I appreciate it. Okay, it looks like the hands have gone down. Let me just look through the written questions to see if I'm missing anything. I got Mary's. Okay. Man, it would be really nice if I could make this window bigger. There we go. All right. Doug, did we answer your question about 100% renewable at all hours?
Yeah, it was actually just more of a follow-on to my earlier point. And I thought like I could either chat or I'd just throw it in there. And the point was like there's this concern about over procurement, but I think I would sort of like it's useful for people to start thinking about 100% renewable portfolios, because instead of having a system where, oh, you need to have a lot of capacity for your system peak, that's not the limiting factor anymore. What really is the limiting factor is winter, when PV generation is at its slowest. You know, that's the cheapest generation there is. And so we're going to rely on that a lot. And it's the amount of PV plus storage to meet those February evenings. That is the limiting factor. And when you build a portfolio to meet those evening hours, you're going to be way long in summer. But that's not over procurement anymore. Have a lot of capacity. System peaks over procurement, and existing of peaker plants is over procurement, because if you're using gas generation, you're way long in every other hour other than system peak. It's just instead of looking at load and like that's the right amount of capacity, what we're looking at is the greatest energy limitation. That's the limiting factor for the system. And you may have more energy everywhere else that you could potentially generate, but that's just a characteristic of the system. And so I think a lot of conversation of like, oh, is that over procurement? I think people need to start thinking about like what right size procurement actually means, because it's really, really different for 100% renewable portfolios than it is for a gas portfolio.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of choices that people can make in producing their portfolio, and the one that you mentioned is certainly one of them. A lot of renewable resources and a lot of battery storage to be able to move the energy to periods of time where it's more needed. So certainly that's there. And again, I think this proposal aims to deal with exactly that. If somebody wants to set up a portfolio this way, where they've got a lot of renewables that at their peak are generating way more than what that load needs, but they're generating enough to store it into batteries to use later, such that overall they're the right size. I absolutely agree with you. This methodology is set up to do that, and it's set up to handle a number of different types of portfolios in dealing with those issues. All right, thank you, Doug. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So this should look fairly familiar to folks. This is a net load duration curve and the load duration curve, and then the energy requirement that results from it. I do want to make sure that people understand that when you look at these graphs, keep in mind that load duration curves are ordered from the highest load to the lowest load. So the orange that you see is ranked from the highest to the lowest of the managed load. And the reason we use the term managed load there is because managed load is gross load minus behind the meter activity. So the managed load is already accounting for rooftop solar, something along those lines. The blue that you see is also rank ordered from highest to lowest. What that means is that where you see that net peak load happening in that very first interval, and you see the peak load happening in that very first interval, those are not necessarily the same day and hour of the year. They're simply taken and rank ordered that way because that's the way that we look at load duration curves. So know and understand that at any point there, if you were to look vertically on that graph and compare 2 points, they don't necessarily come from the same date and the same hour. So just keep that in mind as you look at it. But in general, what you are seeing is that the net is the amount after you take away the wind and solar for that particular hour, and that is calculated on an hour-by-hour basis. That is not done on a duration basis. So you would actually take the managed load for every single hour for whatever your compliance period is for the LSE. You would take the wind and solar resources that they are utilizing to meet that requirement, and we'll talk about what that means a little bit later. And you would net the two of them in each individual hour. So you would not take 2 o'clock in the morning and net off the load duration curve version of the amount of wind and solar that you would see. You're going to take 2 o'clock in the morning, at which point you have no solar. So we do that hour by hour to calculate that net, and then we simply rank order the net along with rank ordering the gross to come up with these curves. What you then get out of this also is not only that net load peak and the peak load needs, but you also get the energy curve, which is what's off on the right-hand side. This is the amount of energy that you need to be able to serve, and you'll notice it's just the positive portion of the difference when you get to the net load. The negative portion, of course, is excess energy that you could be using to push into a battery for use at a later period of time, as well as selling to others that need that energy for some other purpose, whether it's to put in their own battery for a different point in time or to use to meet their load needs at that point in time. So that's what these two graphics are showing. The total area underneath that curve is the energy requirement. The peak point on the net load duration curve is the net peak load requirement. And of course, we'll talk about this in a few moments here, but by virtue of meeting the net peak load, you'll meet the peak load as well. And we'll talk a bit about why that's true. So let me just look over to the side here, because I believe we've got some questions. Mary Lynch said, in terms of making this compatible with other reforms, does the CPE implementation for this? Oh, I think we already answered that. For some reason, my stuff's coming in late. I'm sorry. All right, Sergio asked a question and said, would behind-the-meter energy storage be accounted via the managed load as an RA-reducing asset? Could this be modified to have behind-the-meter storage and hybrids have actual RA value, NQC and NQE under this proposal? Sergio, the answer is yes, it could be. That is something that becomes very difficult to deal with because a behind-the-meter resource has the issues of, at times it's a retail participant and at times it's a wholesale participant, and nobody has cracked the code on exactly how to deal with that yet. If we can get to that point, and we can get to the point of making sure that it has meaningful offer obligations to make sure it's available to the ISO's market, I don't have any objection to it. It's just been something that we've been dealing with for probably about the last 5 years, trying to think through ways to make sure that you don't mix wholesale and retail environments into where they work out fairly and equitably, and haven't quite come to the answer for it yet. So if we can solve that problem, I think the answer to your question about a behind the meter becoming an RA resource is yes. The only space we've really been able to do that in so far is in demand response. And in demand response, because you're not pushing electrons to the grid, it's much, much easier. Once you start dealing with the fact that you could be a load or you could be a generator at any given moment in time, that becomes a lot harder to crack. So a tentative yes, and the tentative part is that there's other problems that have to be solved to allow behind the meter resources that are actually exporting to the grid to be utilized in that fashion, whether it's as a battery storage or whether it's an interconnected whatever device on the distribution system somewhere behind a customer meter. Any other questions on this? I'm going to try to look through and see if I've got any hands raised. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. And...
Eric, this is Jamie. It looks like Mary has her hand raised.
Oh, okay. Mary, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah, and I sent the question in too. I'm not sure whether you just want a hand raised or send them in writing, but does the energy requirement that you're showing here and the managed load, does that include energy usage to charge batteries?
No, it does not. The way that we deal with that in this proposal is that if you are using batteries in your RA showing, then not only do you need to have the amount of energy required under this curve, but you also need to have excess energy capable of charging that battery, including losses. So we've got a calculation that deals with that separately. Rather than add it back to the load, we add it as a separate element. I think it has the same basic equivalent, but because you've got the losses in there, we wanted to deal with it explicitly.
Okay, so the excess energy on the graph on the left is not necessarily leaving the system. it's not necessarily being exported. It could be energy that's being used to charge the batteries.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh. All right, I also see that Eric had a question. How do you factor in the uncertainty in RE production? Is the uncertainty for individual LSEs evaluated in terms of uncertainty of their particular portfolio? So I'm assuming that RE is renewable energy in this case, which seems fair. Yeah, so it's a great question. So again, this comes down to loss of load expectation studies, what the planning reserve margin is set at, and how you deal with various uncertainties. So when you're dealing with a forecast, and we deal with this in load forecast space, you can either be really certain about your load forecast, i.e. instead of using a 1 in 2, you could use a 1 in 5, you could use a 1 in 10, you could use a 1 in X, whatever you decide gives you the level of reliability that you're looking for. When you're dealing with the production from these renewable resources, you're going to have the same issue. It's going to be a forecast. This has to be done ahead of time to figure out what you need to meet from the non-renewable resources, whether that's a battery storage device or it's something else. You have to be able to make that calculation ahead of time. So it is going to, by necessity, be a forecast of the renewable energy. And when you deal with a forecast, you have that uncertainty. So the question is going to be, how do I deal with it? Is it the point forecast? Is it a 1 in 5? Is it a 1 in 10? Or do I simply say it's a point forecast and I'm going to use the planning reserve margin at X% to account for differences in that? That is something that as we go through it, we will have to figure out. And that's where I think that loss of load probability is important there. And then you asked, is the uncertainty for individual LSEs evaluated in terms of the uncertainty of their particular portfolio? So I guess that, again, if I'm dealing with a forecast of the renewable only, if their particular portfolio is all wind versus all solar or all solar versus all wind, then it's going to use whatever the forecasting methodology for those are, and that should account for the uncertainty. If they've got a mix of the two, that certainly helps. And then, of course, with having battery storage to be able to take up excess energy from those, that's meeting the rest of your requirement. So within your own portfolio, I think that is part of what we tried to accomplish here, is to allow you to utilize your portfolio to serve your needs, as long as that portfolio in total is going to be capable in any individual hour of meeting the load needs and the energy needs. Then you should be fine. And that's what we were trying to design out of this. So I think the answer to your question is yes. How we do it gets into some specifics, but generally we were trying to accommodate a variety of different portfolios in meeting somebody's resource adequacy requirements and allow them to design it in the manner that they want to, while still meeting the minimum reliability needs of the grid.
Eric?
Yes.
I have a question in the chat here about would there be any allowance for curtailments?
Any allowance for curtailments, i.e. if the resource is being curtailed because there is excess energy on the grid by the ISO? Is that what is being asked?
I mean, I think, I guess, yes.
Okay. So we've tried to design this very much the way that the current RA program is, and that is, what is the resource capable of doing? And if that is what is needed by the grid at any point in time, then if it's capable of doing it, the reliability of the grid will be retained. If we get into a situation where batteries are completely full, there is nothing more to store, and there's still excess energy going on, because again, if this is a forecast of the amount of renewable that you're going to get, there's going to be points in time where that's more than what the forecast is, and points in time where it's less than what the forecast is. So if we're in one of those moments where it's more than what the forecast is, and I quite simply can't use that additional energy, and it gets curtailed, that's acceptable. That's the way that the system works. This is really designed to look at, if only the RA fleet shows up, what am I capable of meeting grid reliability needs? So if I've got to curtail because I've got an excess of generation going on at that point in time, and I've already done things like filled batteries, et cetera, then yeah, curtailment is what's going to have to happen to make sure that the ISO maintains its frequency. Okay, I have another question here from Eric. Does it matter if it is your wind or your share of all wind? Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're looking at the overall portfolio mix. Again, I think this is where we get into allowing tradable products, right? So if I can trade capacity and I can trade energy separately, if my portfolio is producing in excess of wind at that point in time and somebody else has a need for it, I can do the transaction to be able to sell it to them. So there is presumably some value in that energy, and I should be able to get the value of that energy by selling it as an RA product. And the other entity who's in need of it has a value for it and should be willing to pay that. Rather than simply look at the portfolio as a whole at the ISO level and say, well, one entity is under, another entity is over. We're just going to call it even, and the one who paid more to have those resources available, and the one who paid less simply gets to use it. We're trying to make it tradable products to where each of the load-serving entities can monetize the investment that they have made to be able to meet their RA requirements. All right, a lot of great questions here. Thank you all very much. I'm not seeing any more in the chat unless I'm missing something, and I don't think I see any hands raised. So if we can go, oh, sorry, I do see a hand raised, or I did. What happened to it? Mary, do you still have a question?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'll take my hand down. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Not a problem. Okay, so going on to the next one, this was just a compliance example that we had in the original presentation. It's a simplified example of a monthly compliance for the month of August in the year 2030, based upon some assumptions. And so what you'll see here is the net load duration curve is that orange line, and then you'll see a stack of all sorts of resources to be able to meet that. And you can read through kind of what those other resources are. Just to be clear here, the market shared resources, since we just had a discussion about whether you could share resources among entities, what that's really designed to show here is that these are resources that you would anticipate buying for resource adequacy, but I can't really specify. There's something that I am buying from a merchant generator of some sort to be able to meet my portfolio needs. But it's not something that I own myself, like storage that I am installing, or hydro that I have, or existing contracts for resources or owned resources or demand response or anything along those lines. So this is was a generic placeholder for there are resources out there that I am going to procure that's going to meet part of that need. So what you can see is when I stack up when I have the net load duration curve, you can see that I've got capacity in excess of the net load peak. And then you can see how I meet my energy needs as well, is that I can fill in that area not only through the stack of resources, but I have excess energy, which is pretty much anything to the right-hand side of that net load duration curve, and this kind of shows it in how many hours it's going to produce. So, for example, the hydro resources and planned storage are not producing for every single hour. But I do have something that's in excess of my energy needs at that point in time, so I can utilize that energy to be able to push into a battery. So it's not just the wind and solar that is in excess of load, creating a negative load duration curve. It's also anything that could be producing but is not necessarily producing at that point in time to serve load. All of that could be used to produce to be able to store energy into a battery. I will note this is the area where we get into the temporal aspect, and we'll deal with that a little bit later in the presentation, so know that that has not been lost on us. We do indeed understand that by looking at that energy under the curve, that you can't take a 1 megawatt resource that's going to operate for all 720 hours of the month, call it 720 megawatt hours, and use that to fulfill the first hour. It can't produce 720 megawatt hours in 1 hour. It can produce 720 megawatt hours over 720 hours. So we get that, and we understand it, and there are some ways to deal with that we'll talk about a little bit later. But this was just another description to kind of show you how somebody is going to fill out their portfolio to meet this. Again, there's some other things that we need to deal with that temporal aspect, but generally this is a compliance example of how you would deal with this. All right, I'm not seeing any questions, so I'll just continue moving on. So there's some questions about, what are the issues that people are seeing that need to be reformed? And we do believe that the proposal that SCE and CalCCA have put together, that it is a balanced and durable type of a reform. So it really does try to look at what is the structure of the market as we go forward. And how do we make sure that we deal with that to where we don't need to get 2 years down the road and be doing more RA reforms? This is really designed to say, given what we see coming to be able to meet the 2045 goals, what do we think that market looks like? Does this element make sure that you have reliability throughout that period of time? And we believe that it does. We also think it doesn't preclude any further reforms. We can refine this mechanism. We also think that it has the promotion of economic dispatch, because the must offer obligation is still the same. It's still a bid or a self-schedule into the ISO's market to allow the market to use those limited resources. So what we've seen right now in current program, the kind of consensus on deficiencies, is the inability to meet a gross peak and a net peak, right? So when you limit your assessment to the gross peak, you can miss that net peak hour that happens just a couple hours later after the sun has set. It also doesn't look at energy sufficiency. And again, that comes down to, we historically signed contracts based around a load shape. And more we're signing contracts around the capability of what the resource can do, not necessarily around what the load shape does. And basically that this program is kind of not really well suited towards non-conventional resources because of that. When you had a resource that is capable of operating 24/7, it's just a matter of starting it and running it. That's pretty easy to deal with. But when you have resources that are becoming increasingly use limited, you need to think about those use limitations and how they're going to work. The evolution of this, again, looking at a monthly net load peak and looking at what happens in that net load period, which we've all heard has become a significant problem. I know that the ISO has mentioned it in a number of proceedings, including the emergency reliability procurement that's going on right now. We also look at an assessment of energy sufficiency to make sure that not only do you meet the net peak load needs, but you also meet all of the other needs. And then we take a look at a new and kind of unthought of way of how to deal with the renewable, which is simply to net them off of the load duration curve. They're going to tend to produce during the hours in which they're available. And if there's a need to be able to charge batteries, we can utilize that energy during that period of time, because it's an extraordinarily cost-effective way to be able to charge those batteries. So that's what goes into this proposal that we think produces this better result. And again, the final part here is this idea of calibration. We've got uncertainties. We've got to figure out how to deal with those things. We've got to figure out how we're going to incorporate that into whether it's a PRM or a mechanism to deal with load forecasts. We have to figure out how to calibrate that to ensure that we're arriving at a loss of load expectation that is meeting the reliability levels that we are asking for. So this is by necessity, and I think, quite frankly, any of the reform proposals will need to go through that study process to figure out what the loss of load expectation is and what the appropriate level of planning reserve margin and the appropriate method to deal with other uncertainties really is. I think that's inherent in any of these proposals, and we're certainly not ruling it out here. So I'm still looking. I don't see that there are questions. Just let me check for raised hands. Not seeing any. Let's go ahead and move on to the next page, please. All right, so there's been a question about is the proposal that we've put forth, is it more complex? We've certainly heard some answers of, there's a lot of problems with this thing. There's a lot of issues that need to be resolved, and I agree that there's a lot of issues that need to be resolved. But it comes to my mind that this proposal's probably been out there longer than any of the others, and as a result, and as a result of going out and doing a lot of research on it and having market participants come to meetings that were outside of PUC processes, we got quite a lot of feedback on it to be able to identify those issues. So in part, I kind of wonder if it's not that it's more complex, but simply that we've thought about it further. And do we have very similar issues associated with other proposals out there? So we've kind of listed a few here, and what you'll see is I think there's a lot of similarity. When it comes to use limitations, I think all of those proposals are going to have to figure out how to deal with use limitations. The energy hedging proposal basically says if the resource is use limited, then they're going to have to go into a contract to firm that. But we haven't really talked about what those contracts to firm look like and what types of pressures that places on the market, what that does to costs, what that does to obligations, et cetera. So I think that there's still some difficulty there. PG&E's slice of day. Yeah, okay, I've only got a must offer obligation for the slice that I'm in, but what if I'm use limited to where I can't actually provide in all of the hours of that slice? What happens at that point in time? So you still have to deal with that. The MCC plus bid caps is very much kind of what we're doing today with a revision to the MCC buckets. So we already know that use limitations are a difficult thing to deal with in that environment. Certainly the revisions to the MCC buckets that we've seen out of Energy Division staff is a step in the right direction. But how durable is that longer term? And of course, use limitations, we've already said, because we've got an NQC and an NQE, we have to understand how those use limitations affect both of those things, and we'll talk about that a little bit later today. So, in my opinion, none of the four really have a better method to deal with that at this point that is less complicated, or at least definitively less complicated. As far as agency oversight, yes, there's a lot of things going on with our proposal that you've now got an NQE, you've got LSE specific load forecasts, et cetera. But I think there's similar agency involvement in all of them. PG&E's slice of day, as they described yesterday, is a hybrid. So you are going to have LSE specific forecasts. So we're still going to have that. No, you won't have an NQE. I get that. But that complexity is still there. The Energy Division's energy hedging proposal, if you're going to hedge energy, you've got to have forecasts of every single hour. So that problem is still there. Arguably with the MCC buckets and the bid caps, it's kind of status quo, and so maybe those types of issues are significantly less there. But you do then have to ask the question of, from a durability standpoint, are we simply going to be relooking at MCC buckets every couple of years as things evolve? From a commercial aspect and trading, I think there's things that need to happen with each of these. Certainly a hedging product, we've really got to talk about what those hedges look like and what product you're buying and how you're buying it to be able to make sure that the market has it. PG&E slice of day, you are transacting for a much more granular period of time. And I thought what I heard yesterday from PG&E was not only can I buy it for just that slice or every slice that it's capable of, but different parties could buy it for different slices. And so we've got a lot of complications with how those types of transactions and trading works, as well as the agency oversight of what's being shown. Again, the MCC plus bid caps, that one's probably the least changed because it really does rely upon mostly the status quo. Again, the MCC buckets, do they need to be revised over time? Certainly the SCE Cal CCA proposal, we do have a new product. You're now trading NQC and NQE both. And how does that work out? There's certainly a question about that that we'll need to work through. So I don't really see them as being all that terribly difficult, all that terribly different in a lot of those respects. And then the last category was the durability one. And this one we did see quite a bit of difference in. The proposal that we put forth is really designed for that future grid need. We really are trying to look at what we think it's going to look like throughout the period of time to 2045. The PG&E slice of day, the timing of and the size of the slices could need to evolve. So we may have some changes that come about depending upon what you see with load shapes that could make that difficult as we move forward with additional changes. The energy hedging proposal, really looking at market suppliers to solve the energy need and make transactable products among themselves. I do like where there's incentives for the market to solve things. I still am concerned about an energy-based product without having enough assurance that the capacity is actually there to serve grid needs. So we really have to figure out how those two mesh together. and I think that that has a difficulty. And the last one, I've already said it 3 times before, so I'm not going to say it again. I will stop there. Let me just look through and see if there's any questions. I'm not seeing any in the chat, and I'm not seeing any raised hands. So if we can go ahead and go on to the next page. So this comes now to Nick, but before we go to Nick, let me just pause real quick and make sure that on the background of this, that there's thorough understanding. Are there any questions at this point in time? If there are, either raise your hand or type it into the chat. Okay, I am not seeing anything come across. Oh, give me just a moment here, because there might have been something in the chat.
Eric, it looks like I'm seeing something from Carl.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I see it now. Sorry, this is weird. Anytime a new chat message comes up, it flips me back to the first chat message rather than the most recent one, which is odd. So Carl asked, Eric, how does your proposal address local needs? Carl, it's a great question. What we have said is that we believe that local is going to have the same pressures put upon it as we're seeing for system. That is, to meet a 2045 goal for GHG, we are going to have to rely less and less upon gas-fired resources, and the local areas still have a large dominance of gas-fired resources. So as you start trying to meet reliability needs in local areas from renewable resources and energy storage, you're going to end up with the same net peak conditions and the same energy conditions that you end up with in system. So we do think that we should be looking at this proposal as a methodology that should be adopted for local as well. How exactly you do that becomes, of course, increasingly complex, because the difficulty of dealing with the local constraints of the transmission system, along with the difficulties of dealing with the capabilities of these resources, is obviously a bit more complex. But we think that we can look at this methodology for each of those. In terms of implementation, you could potentially stage this to where we do this for system first, get some experience with it, and adopt it to local later. We had the discussion earlier about the CPE being out there buying local anyhow, at least for PG&E and SCE service territory. It's not in San Diego. So I don't know that this is something that necessarily needs to be immediately implemented for local everywhere, but certainly could be looked at as an implementation either coincident with the system or at a later date and time. All right, so hopefully that addresses the questions. And with that, I will turn it over to Nick.
Eric, it looks like there might be one more question from Jim Caldwell.
Oh, okay.
And Eric, I don't know if your hand is still up or if that's a legacy hand raise.
Yeah, can we open Jim's line first, and then we'll see if Eric has a follow-up?
Yeah, Eric, I was wondering whether you view your proposal and PG&E's proposal as totally orthogonal, or whether there is some combination of elements of the two that make sense.
So I think that PG&E's proposal helps to identify some of the issues that we've been talking about. Their slice of day, I think, could help out with this issue of the temporal aspects that we've been talking about. I don't know. I haven't really thought about whether or not I could implement elements of each of them. I think that's difficult to think through because they are very different. The slice breaking things out into an individual slice versus a net peak and a load duration curve are pretty different. But I do think that there's a lot within PG&E's proposal that helps to think through the variety of issues that have been raised in the SCE Cal CCA proposal. So I think it is very informative. And if there is something that we can adopt there to help out with these, we're certainly willing to look at that. But I'm not sure that there's a combination of the two that off the top of my head, I say this makes perfect sense. I think that there's information to be gleaned from it, but beyond that, I haven't really been able to figure out if there's a natural solution there. Eric, I had seen that your hand was still up. Did you have a follow-up, or were you good?
I had a question. When I think about evaluating these proposals, I imagine a energy-only market where there was infinite supply of energy at the price cap, and every LSE was trying to manage their risk, right? And so an LSE managing its risk would be going through an exercise very similar to what you're talking about to make sure they didn't get hit by high prices, come up short at some point. But one of the things they might do that I don't see them being able to do within the context of your framework, for example, is contract with multiple durations of storage, like a duration portfolio, the way Fluence calls it. Because they want to be covered in certain hours at a higher level than in other levels. And some hedges are cheaper, some hours are cheaper the hedge than other hours. So it's these ideas of having more flex, managing my risk, that I find come up a bit short in this type of proposal. I understand there's cost benefit, but I'm just curious what your thoughts are about what am I giving up? If this was my way of managing my risk in a kind of energy only market, what would I be giving up if by following this path to doing my risk management?
Yeah, Eric, great question. I actually think that part of the beauty of this is it allows you to do exactly that. So you mentioned short duration versus long duration storage. So just suppose that I am that entity out there that has gone 100% renewable. And so, a 4-hour duration battery isn't going to get it done for me. I'm going to need something that's more like, 8, maybe even 12 hours of duration to be able to get through the night. And maybe I've got some, peakiness as the sun goes down that I need some 4-hour, and then I need some 6, and I need some 8, and I need some 12-hour. Now it's perfectly up to the market participant to decide what the most cost-effective mix is to be able to meet their needs, because they know that they've got an energy need. They know that they've got capacity needs in all of those other hours. And if the only way that they can meet that is with a battery, then they can either meet it with, if they've got a 12-hour need for battery, they can either meet it with 3 4-hour batteries, or they can meet it with 1 12-hour battery. And it's up to them to decide what the most cost-effective solution is within the market, given their desires to serve load, given their desires to hedge risk, and given their need to meet these RA requirements. So I think that the 4-hour requirement as a minimum probably remains, but it remains for a very different reason. It remains for the reason that the ISO has always had, which is their ability to predict exactly when the peak is going to happen. But if you wanted to go with longer duration because you have this energy need and you would rather buy a less expensive resource because it's cheaper to you to buy more batteries with the same number of inverter than fewer batteries with the same number of inverter, that's perfectly up to you as a load serving entity and what the market is going to bring.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, I think that got through them all. Nick, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Eric, there's still a few. Mary and Tom both have questions. Do you want to answer them now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just saw Tom's. Mary, is that a hand up?
Yeah, Mary's is a hand up.
Okay, go ahead, Mary.
Hi, I have a question about just how this proposal works. And so I don't know if it's the best time for this, but for the example of an LSE that has a resource like geothermal that can produce around the clock, but they've also got like a lot of solar. So you'd anticipate they're going to be long in those midday hours. Right. Under your proposal, you're only subtracting out the wind and solar to develop the net load. However, that geothermal could also contribute to excess energy to be able to charge batteries in that midday period, right?
Absolutely.
And you're going to want to size your batteries to that. So does this proposal account for that?
Yeah, it does. So that was the graphic that I had a little bit earlier that showed that everything to the right-hand side of your net load duration curve is something that is capable now of charging the battery. So you look at your entire portfolio and say what's capable of charging those batteries to be able to move that capacity to a different period of time. And whether that's from a geothermal resource, or that's from wind and solar, or it's from a thermal resource, or it's from hydro, all of that has the potential to be able to create energy that can be stored into a battery to move to a different point in time. So yes, absolutely. That's what it's there for.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, and then I did see that there was a chat question. Sorry, let me get back down to it again. So Tom Beach asked, could the PG&E slice of day method be a simple way to implement the temporal element of the SCE Cal CCA NQE requirement? So that's what I was talking about, Tom, exactly, is that the the PG&E proposal helps to inform certain aspects of this proposal. The temporal one is the biggest one that I was thinking of, because they break down that temporality into smaller chunks of time. And that may be one way to deal with it. And that's where I say, yeah, there is some potential there to utilize methodologies from that. I don't know that it's as simple as just saying we're going to implement this portion of their proposal within the SCE CalCCA proposal. I have to figure out how that would be done and what it would mean. But I do think that it is a way to inform that process. So yes, absolutely.
And I did, Eric, this is Jamie. I did get one question in the chat. Can you explain how your proposal accounts for the loading order, air quality, and disadvantaged community requirements? Is there a way to ensure these requirements are considered when procuring resources?
Yeah, so I view those as being constraints within all of your procurement, right? So what we're trying to do here is we are trying to meet the energy needs of customers, the GHG goals of the state, requirements that are set in law, and have all of that remain reliable. So all of these become a constrained optimization type of problem. I am presuming that people are going to continue to do procurement to meet GHG goals, to meet disadvantaged community goals, all of those types of things. And in doing so, we need to make sure that those are constrained in a manner that still produces a reliable result. So if I say, I don't want to produce anything that emits even 1 pound of GHG, and I can go buy resources to do that, but the mix of those resources does not produce a reliable outcome, then that's not really a sufficient answer, right? Similarly, if I can buy stuff that is all outside of disadvantaged communities, but it doesn't meet the reliability need, that's not a sufficient answer either. It has to be the combination of all of those things together. So certainly I hope that we can put together a system, particularly with renewable and energy storage, that isn't a detriment to disadvantaged communities, and in fact isn't a detriment to any community for which they serve. So I think that all of those things taken together produces the result that you're looking for, again, kind of constrained optimization. There's a lot of things that we're trying to accomplish all at once. How do those things fit together? And reliability is, you know, I guess depending on how you look at it, is either a constraint or it's a goal. So either way that you go about it, we still have to end up with kind of similar outcomes. But we've tried to develop this such that it accommodates a large number of resources in accordance with what they're capable of doing. And location-wise with disadvantaged communities, you know, we'll also have to throw into that really the ISO's processes of LCR and transmission planning process to make sure that the resources that are being built are capable of being delivered to load to be able to meet those reliability needs, which is also a part of the RA program with deliverability. So, sorry, that was a fairly long answer to basically say, yes, any system that we develop has to accommodate all of those. All right, Nick, I think you're on.
Great, thanks, Eric. And let me pause for a moment and do a quick time check. This panel went on a little longer than expected, which I think is a really good thing to get everybody back up to speed on the core elements. But I wanted to ask Jamie, do we want to go ahead with our stretch break now and return to the next panel, or do you have a preference on how we move forward?
I don't have a preference. I leave it up to you guys. I just, maybe we want to address, you know, maybe the timing of everything, and if lunch is going to get pushed back, we maybe need to address that, given that the panel went over.
Yeah, I would personally be happy to just sort of power through to lunch, but I don't want to make that decision unilaterally if you or Eric or others feel like we should take a break now. Hearing no objections, maybe I'll just jump into the next section and we can make up time towards lunch. Does that sound good?
That sounds good for us. Yeah.
Great. All right. Well, very good. Actually, Linon, let's pause on the title slide for just a minute. So you go back one. So this next section is going to dive into the rubric and evaluation criteria. So one of the great parts of this proceeding in this process is how many great minds we have thinking about this really challenging problem, which really is, I think, our biggest collective problem as we move into the next phase of decarbonization is how do we do it reliably? But the product of having all these great minds is that we now have a ton of great ideas and a number of great proposals that we need to think through and start distilling down and figure out how do we move forward with one clear proposal that works for everybody. I'm sure I'm not alone in saying that it's been tough over the last few months with so many proposals and so many dimensions to each proposal to keep track of all the ins and outs and ups and downs and the ways in which the different proposals do and don't work. So we put together a short evaluation criteria to talk through what that could look like for both stakeholders to think through these challenges, as well as for the commission ultimately, when it makes a determination on what direction to move in, to evaluate proposals as well. So I'll acknowledge yesterday we had a good discussion led by GridWorks thinking about a rubric. Our rubric, unfortunately, due to timing, wasn't able to be fully aligned and integrated with theirs, but we do talk about a lot of similar policy issues, which I'll talk through in a moment. So these are, by necessity, pretty high level. We're going to spend much of today talking through each of these at a deeper level of depth and talking through the comparison of our proposal relative to other proposals in the context of each of these. So given the robust discussion yesterday about GridWorks evaluation criteria, I want to pause for a moment and just talk through the differences between our lists as well as the similarities, and then more broadly, stepping back, how do we think through a series of evaluation criteria, some of which clearly have different weight than other elements of the criteria. So first, let me talk about the overlap. Both our list and GridWorks list hit some of the sort of obvious key policy areas. Does the proposal achieve reliability goals? Is it sufficiently simple to be implemented, to be transactable, to be overseen? Does it mitigate ratepayer and societal cost impacts related to achieving reliability goals? Does it support other policies such as renewable development and decarbonization? And how adaptable is it to the future of grid evolution? I think these are very common themes across, our rubrics and probably any rubric that we could use for this process. But our process also flagged a few additional screens that I don't think were clearly flagged in the GridWorks rubric that I think are important for us to consider. Some real kind of binary threshold questions of does it work, can it move forward? So an example of that is it compatible with federal and state law? That's our first and most, I think, obvious question for any regulatory process is, does it work within the statutory framework in which it's being implemented? Similarly, is it compatible with existing policies and programs? Can it be implemented in a manner that works functionally and supports other state goals? And then to what degree does it disrupt current contracts, existing contracts, ongoing efforts to develop resources, et cetera? And does it include a market power mitigation function? So we had a really interesting discussion yesterday with the GridWorks poll about which priorities were most significant for stakeholders. And I want to step back for a moment and talk through how do we think through the levels of decision making around an evaluation criteria like this one or like the GridWorks proposal. So these are really complex policy decisions. You might have a proposal that meets 5 of 6 criteria, but if it fails the reliability question, it's not really particularly useful for us in developing an RA program. So that's the first level, is the threshold question. Does it fulfill the sort of the reason the RA program exists, which is to support bulk system reliability? If it doesn't do that, what's the point? We're all here in the wrong discussion if it doesn't achieve reliability. But there are some sort of second level, similarly important threshold questions that we'll talk through today. So a couple of examples of those are as follows. Does the proposal clearly trigger Ferc oversight? If we live in a world where state policymakers sort of somewhat summarily object to Ferc oversight of our capacity programs, it's critical if we know if the proposal triggers Ferc oversight. Does the proposal potentially void tens of thousands of megawatts of long-term RA contracts held by LSEs? In a world where contracts and financing matter for resource development, that's information we really need to know and think through. Does the proposal chill new resource development in a world where we're really in need of more capacity on a fairly urgent timescale. That's a really important element for us to think through. So these are some of the screens of, can we even move forward with discussing a proposal that I think are a really important overlay, in addition to the sort of questions of policy and economic trade-offs, which formed, I think, more of the basis for the GridWorks rubric. So these, I think, are the more interesting sort of policy questions, such as, does one proposal versus another reduce the risk of a reliability incident? Does one proposal versus another better mitigate the risk of excess procurement and excess societal cost? Does one proposal versus another streamline procurement and compliance and oversight, et cetera, et cetera? So I'm not going to go particularly deep on our rubric here. Like I said, this is going to be a theme that we're going to come back to throughout the day. But why don't we jump ahead, and in our first section, and actually maybe I'll pause and just make sure there's no questions about this evaluation list. I do see a couple hands raised. Doug Carpa, do you have a question?
Doug, I've unmuted your mic.
I have to unmute myself too. Yeah, I just wanted to really emphasize, there was an allusion earlier to imagine a LSE that was going for 100% renewable in 24 hours, which is what the entire grid is going to. You don't have to imagine that, right? PCE, among others, is working actively on doing that and doing the modeling and figuring out what's involved in doing that. And this notion of, is it compatible, whether any proposal is compatible with decarbonization goals, and whether it's future-proofed, I think that's a really critical question to run any of these proposals with a 100% absolutely no fossil fuel portfolio, and to see if it gives you the right answer. And there certainly are some, like the existing methodology, that lead you into some pretty clearly wrong results in terms of what they're telling you about reliability. Now, for example, if you had a system that was entirely wind, solar, and storage, the ELCC methodology would tell you that that has zero reliability value, while at the same time you're keeping the lights on with it. I mean, clearly that's a problem, right? So I just really want to put in a plug for keeping that in mind, like how well does this work with renewables, since that's going to be an increasingly important problem.
Yeah, Doug, I appreciate that. And I think that's a really important thing for us to think through, is there's both, is this future-proof, as well as can we implement it now without fundamentally breaking all these pieces of the system that are kind of in motion, right? So we need to be thinking of this on both a near-term and long-term. And like you said, it's not that long-term, but a near-term and sort of mid-term horizon to be adaptable as we move forward. Eric Gaimon, do you have a question?
And that's been a really powerful engine at EI, because it gives us an eye as to what's going on, at the grassroots of
Eric, I'm sorry, I think we missed the first few seconds of your question. At least
back up, and I think of so many like really great philanthropic investments that say Heising Simons is.
I'm not sure if Eric's hand is up, so I'm gonna keep his mute.
Let me see. He's got a question mark symbol next to his name.
You know what? I think that was an old. I think that was an old question. I'm gonna mark that as answered. Doesn't matter if it's your wind or your share of wind. I think this was answered by Eric earlier. So I'll mark that as
right. Okay. Thanks, Jamie. Sorry for the confusion there, folks. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and move on, and Lenon, if you can move us into our next section. So this section is, I think, one of the first and most important questions, which is, do the proposals fit within federal and state law? Are there clear and obvious, or maybe less clear and less obvious legal impediments or complications that we need to think through as we make the transition? Next slide, please. So we've listed a handful of these. I'm sure that folks can think of more than what we've listed here. But first and foremost is Ferc Oversight. So Ferc Oversight, I think, has been a specter in California's reliability policies for quite a long time. I don't think that needs any introduction here. But I'll note that the line between state and federal jurisdiction power markets is not always clear. Certainly not clear to me as someone who's not a Federal Power Act attorney. But I think we can all recognize that there's pretty significant risk that activities that directly regulate wholesale markets could trigger FERC intervention, and that could include centralized capacity markets or centralized energy hedging markets, just in the way that our current ISO markets are FERC jurisdictional. The other thing we need to know about FERC is that FERC intervention or FERC oversight of capacity markets or broader oversight of California's electric sector and planning has been, at least as I understand it, a pretty significant non-starter for California policymakers, both in Sacramento and San Francisco over the last couple of decades, given the potential either in a current or in a future administration that those FERC interests might not be aligned with state policy goals. I think it's fair to say that the proposals that don't dramatically change the current RA framework structure, such as the Edison CalCCA proposal or the PG&E proposal, which change the counting rules but don't fundamentally change the sort of role of the product, probably don't have a very significant risk of triggering FERC jurisdiction. But we might have that risk if we create a new centralized forward energy hedging requirement, such as NB Division's proposal from Professor Wolak, or even some proposals that trigger price regulation in wholesale markets. And we'll talk about that more later in the deck, but I think that's one thing we should keep in mind is what is the level of risk that each of these proposals trigger in terms of FERC intervention. Second, we have CFTC Oversight. This was, I'll admit, a new one for me. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission regulates various financial products, in particular financial derivative products. It's possible that some financial hedging products could trigger CFTC oversight, as I understand it. And I understand that in the past, the exemption to that has been contingent on the CFTC giving a waiver to FERC to directly oversee those products instead of the CFTC. So as mentioned in the last bullet, that's not necessarily a great solution for California. So the third is, what is the guidance within the current Public Utilities Code section governing RA and indicating various statutorily directed objectives of the RA program? And I want to preface this and say this is more of a CalCCA issue than a joint SCE CalCCA issue, but it's a very important issue to the CCA community. Part of Section 380 establishes the objective of the RA program to maximize the ability of community choice aggregators to determine the generation resources used to serve their customers. Now, that doesn't mean that CCAs can show whatever portfolios they like and call it an RA compliance submission. You know, we have to comply with the RA rules as they exist, but it does require in the design of the RA program that we ensure CCAs are permitted to craft reliable portfolios that meet the reliability needs of their customers and the grid, while also meeting CCA governing board priorities. So similar to the prior bullets, proposals that don't dramatically alter the current framework and continue to focus procurement and planning being done by LSEs, you know, with state oversight in some fashion, probably don't dramatically change that piece. But proposals that, for example, pull the role of RA procurement away from individual LSEs and either centralize those with a CPE or shift them to suppliers, as we see with the energy hedging proposal, might not be consistent with PUC 380. So fourth and fifth, I'm going to take together because I think they have a lot of similarities. We're going to dive a little bit more into the mechanics on each of these later in the deck. But the RPS program, you know, I think it's fair to say that RPS and RA have lived somewhat separate lives over the last 10 years. And I think we've reached the point in our planning processes and the level of saturation of RPS resources that we really can't think of them as distinct policies. They need to be thought of as overlapping and somewhat integrated policies. So the RPS is currently an LSE-based compliance program that's both regulatory and statutorily driven as something that LSEs do for their own customers. Any RA program which fundamentally shifts the energy procurement role away from the LSE calls into question whether LSEs will be able to successfully comply with the RPS law and whether they'll be in a position to continue to contract directly with RPS resources to develop new RPS resources, et cetera. So thinking about how the proposal interacts with that LSE-driven role, I think is really critical as we evaluate these proposals. I think there's a pretty similar dynamic with the IRP. The IRP is, I would say it's fair to say it's generally seen as the vehicle for us for state planning writ large, and moving forward, probably the most important vehicle to drive new resource development by LSEs. We'll talk through the mechanics of this later in the deck, but I think retaining the core elements of the current RA and IRP framework, such as we propose to do with the CPUC proposal, while making some modifications to better integrate them, doesn't pose any sort of foundational or legal issues in terms of how the IRP process works today and how it's established in statute. So I'll pause and ask if anyone has questions. I think I see Ed Smiloff. Let's see. Okay, I see Ed is actually in the chat here. So Ed's question is, how do we balance the need for minimizing near-term disruption versus making the system future-proof through 2045? Ed, this is a really good question. And it's big enough that I'm having trouble thinking where to start exactly. But I think we have a very serious situation today, which is that we are at the narrowest capacity margins that we've seen in a modern era. And we have a really significant need to develop new capacity resources and arguably new energy resources in the next 2, 3, 4 years. And any reform that we have today cannot put us in a situation where LSEs and developers in the finance community cannot continue their current efforts to procure those resources and potentially, initiate new efforts resulting from the procurement track that's been teed up in the IRP to develop those resources as we lead into the Diablo Canyon retirement. So I think while we have to balance the sort of long-term need, I am, and this is maybe a function of the urgency of it, I'm very concerned about any proposals that freeze the market today and prevent LSEs and developers and financiers from coming together and saying, okay, we have some common sense of what the RA program will look like and how that will support the financing of these really critical resources. So I think that is, to me, a fairly hard constraint. Now, the second piece of that is how do we think about a proposal that does not, that can continue to adapt moving into 2045 as we get to a much, much cleaner mix of resources, a very different mix of resources. And I think as we've established it here, the net qualifying energy proposal, or the three-pronged proposal, could get us there with that continued calibration that we see as critical, given that we also have the IRP integration that's going to make sure we have the right set of resources in the ground for LSEs to show as RA. So I'm under no illusions. I think between now and 2045, we're going to learn so much new about both the challenges and the opportunities of a zero carbon grid that we're probably going to need to revisit a lot of our policy structures and do it pretty regularly. But I think this framework gives us a foundation that we can hopefully use for the next 2 to 3 decades as we make that transition. That's probably kind of a dissatisfying answer, but at least that's to me how I'm thinking about it. And Ed, I think you have thank you for that. And then let me mention your other question is, would the PG&E slice of day proposal unreasonably limit the CCA's right to self-procure? I don't want to give a really firm answer on this, but I think it's fair to say that maintaining the current construct to the extent that it's, to the extent the current program with its MCC buckets fulfills the statutory obligation to give CCAs sort of maximized right to self-procure, I think it's fair to say that the PG&E construct would similarly comply there. But I don't want to go too far out and commit on behalf of Cal CCA that that's not a concern some of our members might see. Okay, I think that's all the questions. So Eric, let me hand it back to you to talk through one of the most significant rubric elements, which is, does it meet the threshold reliability need?
No, it's not.
Thank you, Nick.
Can you
I don't.
talk in the background?
I think we might have Doug. Is that Doug? I think you're unmuted.
Curious how well the noise canceling works.
Doug, I'm hearing
Hi,
a little.
Oh, pretty well.
Lenon, are you able to mute Doug Carpenter?
Yeah, today's the CPUC proposal, so I'm kind of chiming in support and raising issues that are PCE specific. The whole notion that
I'm
so
trying to mute him. I'm having trouble. Just give me a minute.
Energy means we have a really different perspective than a lot of other folks do, and it's a little bit frustrating. On the heavy-handed side around issues of like there was a talk about, oh well, if you have everybody procuring for different peaks, you'll end up with over procurement, and you know, pointing out that we over procure, right? If you're procuring enough natural gas for
oh my God.
Hang on a second.
Lenon, I just gave you back the host role. I'm having trouble getting Doug muted.
I may have to.
Can you give me, oh wait.
I think Doug is muted. Doug, sorry,
Right.
I don't know if that was a mute on your end or on our end, but I think we're good. Eric, back to you in our regularly scheduled program.
Yeah, no problem. The downside of doing meetings by video like this. I think we can move on here. Can we, I tell you what, as I mentioned earlier, the one hard break on this is at 12. I want to give people their lunch. So at 12 o'clock, we are going to stop wherever we are. We will stop. If that means that we're having the discussion with the stakeholder panel, we'll pick it up after we get back from lunch. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is the discussion about improving reliability and how does this proposal do so. So I'm going to kind of walk through the areas that we had identified as being items for further consideration. And as I'd mentioned earlier, I think what we really need to do is figure out, are there any immovable objects here? Is there a problem so big that we cannot solve it, or are there solutions to these problems? And I think what you'll see in these is we've identified a number of ways to solve the issues that have been identified with this proposal. And I think that it is something that we can indeed move forward with. And then at the end, we'll have a discussion with the stakeholder panel to kind of, quiz them on what they see about reliability problems and how they see that this either does or does not meet that, and what further questions we need to answer. So let's move on to the next slide. All right, so the first question that I had is, if you address net peak, do you also address peak demand? And this was within the ISO's RA, or the reliability OIR that's going on right now, where they said it's not sufficient to meet just the net peak, you also have to meet the gross peak. And I understand that and agree with it. I just wanted to point out that mathematically, the way that this is designed, you do indeed meet both of those because of the fact that RA is based upon the net load peak. The net load peak is defined as the maximum over the compliance period of the managed load minus the wind minus the solar. Since wind and solar are non-negative values, RA plus wind plus solar is always going to be greater than or equal to the managed load. So you do not have a problem of, if you're trying to meet the net peak load, do you end up missing the peak load? The answer is no, it can't happen that way, not by the way these calculations are done. So just to provide some clarity on that, in case anybody was wondering about that, it's not possible to meet the net peak and then during the peak hour actually be short. So that problem solved based upon this math. The next question is about addressing load forecast variability, resource outages, and variable resource generation. So what I would say on this is that we do indeed utilize estimates of hourly loads and variable resource outputs. And again, this is something that has to be calibrated into the PRM. So it's what I was mentioning earlier. How do we deal with all of that? What level of certainty do we want in our load forecasts, in our generation forecast for renewable resources? And how much of that are we willing to put into a generic planning reserve margin to account for other unforeseen circumstances? So it does indeed, in my opinion, account for both of these. How it will account for both of these is a topic for further discussion, but certainly it can indeed be done. And then on the next slide, we'll go into the temporal aspects, which play into both of these to some extent, right? Okay, yeah, you can meet the gross peak from net plus wind and solar, but what if that amount of energy isn't available at that point in time because of other temporal aspects? And that really gets into the next slide. So if we can go on to that one. So what about the granularity of time to be able to address constraints? And we're explicitly modeling energy sufficiency within this monthly portfolio. So we are taking a look at the energy needs of each of the LSEs and their ability to meet that. We have the formation, the fundamental formation to be able to deal with that. The issue of the granularity of the resources and their ability to meet that load over all of the hours. My example earlier, 720 megawatt hours comes from 720 hours in the month, not from 720 megawatt hours in 1 hour. Yeah, we certainly do need to account for those types of things, and I'll get into a bit later some of the things that we have seen that we think help with that to be able to evaluate it. Does the proposal ensure resources participate effectively in the ISO market? And the answer is yes. We still have the same must-offer obligation. If they are going to continue to utilize RA AIM with availability assessment hours, all of that would continue to apply. If, on the other hand, we decide that we are going to go with a different measure for forced outage rates like UCAP, this methodology can adapt to that. In fact, when you think about it, if we're using an NQC and you're degrading the NQC because of forced outage rates, it makes even more sense to derate the amount of energy based upon forced outage rates. So if you're using a UCAP number to dedicate for the NQC, then if you multiply that by the number of hours run, that gives you the expected amount of energy that you would get out of that after forced outages are accounted for. So it certainly works with both of those types of mechanisms. So either direction that we decide to go as a group and within the ISO's proceedings as well, I think it accommodates either of those. And then the use limited resource issues. So this is one that we really do have to work through. And there are quite a few different ways to solve this problem. And honestly, any proposal that we have out there is going to have to figure out how to deal with use limited resources. So if we have these resources and we've got an NQC and we've got an NQE, how do we establish those things based upon the use limitations? And again, this is where things become difficult, is if you can define the use limitation in a number of hours per month, that's really easy to deal with. If you can't, that becomes much more difficult. And so I am going to tell you, this is the one area that as I think through, I have to move away from my standard statement of, if only the RA resources show up, can you reliably serve the grid? And the reason I say that is because when you start dealing with use limited resources that have use limits that are different than number of hours, things like the number of starts, you run into the problem of, if I start the resource in the first hour of the month and prices are high enough, it will operate all 720 hours of the month. So therefore the NQE is 720 times the amount of capacity available from that resource. However, if the resource starts in the first hour and shuts down in the first hour, it's only available for 1 hour for the entire month. So what is a reasonable amount of NQE to have from a resource like that? And I do think that this is an area where we need to take a look at like what the ISO did in their portfolio assessment and apply some economics to it to assess what we think those resources are going to operate at. So it's going to become a forecast of how many hours of energy operation we're going to likely get out of that type of resource. The reason I say that this is now different than the what if only the RA resources show up, well, the problem is if only the RA resources showed up, this resource would operate all 720 hours. Wouldn't be efficient in the marketplace, but that's what it would do. So now that we have to assume that these non-RA resources are going to show up and provide energy, which may have an impact on the use limitation for this resource, what is the impact on that use limitation? And that's where we have to address what's happening in the rest of the market space as well. And I think we can indeed do that. There is modeling that has been done to predict how many hours these things are going to operate. We can do that over varying conditions, whether it's really cheap energy prices, which are going to make it operate less, or really expensive energy prices that are going to make it operate more. And again, it's going to introduce another element of uncertainty that's then going to have to go into that forecast and is going to have to go into the planning reserve margin to figure out exactly what we need to do associated with those resources. But I do think that it is a solvable problem, again, as long as we're using in combination loss of load expectations based upon that modeling. And I know that the ISO has made quite a number of statements about using more stochastic modeling in the resource adequacy space within a number of different proceedings and within the after the fact analysis of the August events. And I think I largely agree with that we have to start figuring out probabilities of these events and judge based upon those probabilities rather than just a strict stacking type of methodology. I think there is room for a combination of both of those within this process. So let me pause for just a moment. I want to make sure I'm not missing any questions because I've been rambling on for quite a bit here. Yeah, Ed asks if there are other parameters beyond the number of starts that need to be accounted for in determining NQE. The answer is yes, there absolutely are other elements that are associated with that. So for example, I could have a resource that is use limited because of noise restrictions. It cannot operate between certain hours of the day, every day. And so that means instead of being available 24 hours a day, perhaps I'm available 16 or some other number. There are limitations in particular with hydro that get really interesting to deal with. It's not quite the case anymore, but when I started working for Southern California Edison, there was, for those who remember Doug Parker, who a fantastic guy, learned a lot from him, happy for him retiring, but sad for me because I lost a fantastic mentor. He would often say back then that hydroelectric produces energy, but it's the absolute last thing that it does. That the use of water is paramount in a number of other things, and the last consideration is electricity. That's changing. I think we've become more efficient about how we operate those types of resources and considering the multiple uses of them. But nonetheless, there are still other restrictions on them. The ability to utilize rivers for recreational purposes, the ability to deliver water for irrigation and drinking purposes. All of those types of things have an impact on how and when those types of resources are going to operate, and has an effect on how much energy you could expect to experience from those types of resources. So there's a host of different issues there that are going to affect NQEs. And they have different impacts. And this is where I say we really need to think about what all of those different types of impacts are and how we're going to account for them within that NQE. So Ed, hopefully that happens with your question, helps with your question. I'm just looking through to see if there are any hands up. It looks like Rhett's hand is up. Rhett, did you have a question?
Hi, thanks, Eric. Yeah, could you go back to the slide on the net, I guess, demand curve? I had a question on there. So how does the, more of a clarifying question, so how does the proposal set the load duration curve in setting that net peak requirements? Is it strictly based on the maximum net peak day? So, for example, take this, using this month, like if the maximum net peak was actually expected for tomorrow, would tomorrow set the hourly load curve for the entire month of February, or were you guys looking at an average, or sort of different methodologies you guys were exploring as far as setting that net peak curve?
No, so the net peak requirement would be based upon the maximum net peak need. So basically, it's the the managed load minus the wind and solar and whatever is the highest number out of the entire month. So I'm going to do that for all 720 hours. I'm going to take the managed load and subtract from it the amount of wind and solar. And in some hours, the amount of wind and solar may be 0. And so the net peak number is indeed the managed load number. And in other hours, it's going to be a higher managed load number with a subtraction of the amount of wind and solar out of it that comes out with a number. As soon as I get that final number, that net number, I'm going to rank order them, and the highest one of those is going to be the requirement for the net load peak.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. All right, sorry, I'm going to look through the list here real quick, see if there are any other hands up. And I'm only seeing Rets, so I'm good there. And let me just look down in the chat box to see if there are any more questions. All right. So Ed asked PMIN, ramp rates, minimum runtimes, etc. Yes, Ed, absolutely. Those are all part of what's going to help to determine NQE. All of those things have to go into that. We have to be able to respect what's going to happen with those resources. So absolutely agree with that. All of that will be part of the consideration of what the NQE from those resources are. John, and I don't have a last name for John here, but John had asked, how do emergency response RA resources work? Sorry, this thing keeps moving on me. How do emergency response RA resources work under this proposal if you have to be in a declared emergency to get the energy? So John, I assume you're talking about some of the demand response resources. If that's the case, all of the demand response resources are undergoing some review right now based upon the actions that the ISO had taken on their BPM changes that they held off on. So I think that entire evaluation is going to have to happen to be able to determine how we're going to treat demand response resources and what obligations they have and how it fits into this type of a situation. From a general standpoint, if DR is a use-limited resource, i.e. I cannot dispatch it 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, there's going to be an amount of NQE associated with it. I would also say that given that demand response is a variable energy resource, that is the amount of curtailment that I'm going to get out of load at any moment in time is going to be dependent upon how much load they're consuming at that point in time. I think that amount of energy is necessarily going to change hour by hour depending upon what their consumption looks like. So I think all of those things need to get incorporated in there. But that is a very large discussion that needs to happen on how to deal with demand response resources that is presently happening within this proceeding as well as within the ISO stakeholder processes. All right, so let's go on to the next page because I think that was all the questions at this point. So energy sufficiency on a granular enough time scale. So this is the issue of the looking at the periodicity of these resources and whether or not they're available. Sorry, we're back at the top of this page. Can we move to the next slide? All right, so this really gets into the temporal and use limitation issues. And I think that we do need to incorporate all the real world constraints. That was what we were just talking about to be able to figure out how to deal with these resources. We do indeed know that for 24/7 resources, it's pretty easy. But we do know that we have this issue about resources that aren't available 24/7. The ISO has pointed this out. I know that some of the generators have pointed this out. I know that PG&E had concerns about this as well. So how do we deal with those? And I do think it comes into the NQE calculations quite easily. Well, not quite easily, but that's the appropriate place to address it. So let's move on to the next slide. All right, so there are some ways to deal with this, and I will note that there's always been a tension of the planning nature of the RA program and the daily operation of the ISO grid, and we've seen it manifest in a number of ways, from must-offer obligations that are beyond what we expect the resource to do on the MCC bucket scale, where we're shaping load to be able to meet needs, but yet the resource ends up with an offer obligation that's not consistent with those MCC buckets. So we know about those problems. We know about the substitution requirements. We know about the complexities of master file requirements to make sure that you can depict how the resources operate. Honestly, any proposal that's out there is going to have to address these because we are going to get more and more use-limited resources. And the ability to ensure that the mix of those use-limited resources meets our needs in total is going to be increasingly important. We can go on to the next slide. So I do think that the portfolio assessment, the preliminary portfolio assessment that the ISO did is very helpful in understanding this. And I will recognize that they've only done this for 1 month so far. And I think that we probably need to do more to be able to do that. But they have indeed started on this. And what they've done is they've basically shown, if I were to look at every hour, can I meet energy needs? And they did some analysis. I think it was something along, 2,000 iterations. Using a bunch of different load profiles, 175 of them. Those included load conditions from 1 in 5, 1 in 10, 1 in 20. So they really did take a look at a variety of different potential outcomes and evaluated the portfolio of resources that were shown for RA in July of 2020 and their ability to meet those. Now, they did have to make some assumptions, and you'll notice that these assumptions are very much things that are going to have to enter into this type of an RA program. So wind and solar, what was the assessment of their hourly profiles? Again, we have to forecast this in the proposal that SCE and CalCCA have put forth. The ISO did the same thing here. Historic outage rates, what do those look like? So what do I expect of these resources in terms of performance? What does their master file say about their minimum run times, their minimum downtimes, those sorts of things? Well, hydro is capped at an NQC using a similar historic hydro year for production. So, okay, the NQC is one thing, but how much energy am I going to get out of that, particularly as we start getting through the summer months and later into the summer months? The imports were limited in this study to their limited to the intertie capability, not really based upon historic MIC. So, this is a question. This basically assumes that I'm going to be able to fill up those interties. Is that the appropriate assumption given what we, kind of discussed yesterday about what's happening in neighboring control areas? And then the DR was assumed to be available for its full NQC in all hours, and we just had a discussion about that, and I think that's something that's being investigated. These are really a variable energy resource, so the idea that they're available for their full capacity in all hours I don't think is appropriate. Sometimes it's going to be available for more than its NQC, and sometimes it's going to be available for less than its NQC. So, but those are the assumptions that they put into this, and if we can move on to the next page. They did have some conclusions of this, and they showed what the probability of, and the columns here, the first set is the megawatt shortfall, then the RA showing, so actually using the resources that were shown. And then they did one that was a thermal substitution, assume that it was only thermal resources that were shown. What are the probabilities of a shortfall of the magnitude in that first column? And then the last set of columns is swaps that around. It's the probability of an outage and how many megawatt shortfall there would be. So what you can see is that, depending upon what level of reliability you want to get to, there's either a very small shortfall or a very, very large one. And so we really need to take a look within that process to figure out, well, what is the level of reliability that we want to get to? And then based upon that level of reliability, what is the magnitude of the potential problem? And what do I need to do about that? So just as an example, if I said that the probability I wanted was no more than a 4% probability that I had a shortfall, I need 12 more megawatts. Well, that's pretty simple through a planning reserve margin to up people's planning reserve margin by a 0.1% and get 12 more megawatts. On the other hand, if I say, it's 0.01, that I really want to have, and that's 5,700 megawatts. Putting 5,700 megawatts into a planning reserve margin may be a bit much. We want to maybe look at other methodologies to figure out where the shortfalls were and to be able to assign those. So again, with this study looking at all hours, it really is looking at that shortfall potential based upon the capability of these resources to meet energy needs in all hours. And I do think that this is informative. The last part on there is a quote, and this was directly from that study and that report, where the ISO said that the proposal put forth by SCE and CalCCA shows some promise, and that there's some additional work that would need to be done to really evaluate those. And certainly I would welcome that type of an effort. If we can move on to the next page. So I think what we need to do is that the study that was done is important. I think we need to continue on that. I think that we ought to be doing those studies for all months to see what do they look like. That was a July example. What does a February example look like? What does an August example look like? So I think being able to do that for all of the months would help us out. So I think short term, that portfolio assessment. I also think the LCR would be helpful in that space because that's really looking at the local areas and whether or not we have a sufficient number of resources in those areas. And we do a somewhat a similar study looking at all hours and the dispatch that we would expect and the conditions that we would expect and whether there's a sufficient number of resources. So we do have some methodologies to be able to look at the sufficiency of the resources that are there. I think that longer term, and we have mentioned this before, that the IRP and the RA programs need to be integrated to some extent. So the IRP needs to be planning for a portfolio development that is consistent with meeting the grid's needs, including these temporal aspects. So if an IRP, we're looking out 10 years and saying, this is the types of resources that I'm going to have, we need to look at not only whether that meets the peak load, the net peak load, but that it also meets all the energy needs. And as long as we're developing a set of resources, then it's a matter of having them contracted for and available to the ISO to be able to meet the needs within any individual month through the RA program. So I do think that that's very important. Once we've conducted those types of studies and we know the probability of an outage and the magnitude of that outage, then we can discuss solutions. And I've just listed a number of them here. We could use some form of an MCC bucket to address the hours of energy needs. So it could be added to this proposal. I think it's probably a lot smaller consideration than what it is today because it's really designed just to deal with this temporal aspect. The must offer obligations could ensure that energy is provided at the points that energy is needed. So for example, storage. Right now, we know that the ISO has proposed a minimum state of charge entering the net peak load period. So for an interim period, that may be necessary and may be sufficient. As we move on and we get more of those types of resources, perhaps that type of an offer obligation is unnecessary if you've got enough megawatts of storage that it's no longer a problem. Maybe there is establishing specific hours in which energy capability has to be demonstrated. So, looking at your portfolio and demonstrating that within certain hours where the ISO is seeing that their study says that there's a shortage and this is where the probability of a failure comes in, that now the LSEs have to show for those hours that they're able to meet their own needs. So if we're able to define some specific hours that it comes into. And then the last one, as I mentioned before, factored into the planning reserve margin. So if it's a small number of megawatts, if we're talking, the 100 to maybe even 1,000 megawatts, putting that into a PRM when you're talking about over the entire market is not a huge ordeal. But if we're talking about many thousands of megawatts, then simply factoring it into PRM may not be possible. And that last bullet I really mentioned before, which is make sure that the IRP is planning for these resources as we move forward. So again, this is kind of is there an issue here? And the answer is yes, potentially. I don't know that we know how big of a problem it is yet. I do know that there are ways to address it, and those methods may be dependent upon how big and how often we find the problem. But I don't think it's unsolvable. And so this was a big issue that had been raised, and we have done some thinking about it. I do think that we can overcome it, and would appreciate others' thoughts on this as well. So if we can move to the next slide. All right, so the next steps, again, we think that there are solutions. So let's start looking at, completing more of these studies, looking at different periods of time, and looking at what is effective and practical at meeting those reliability needs. Continuing on with the ISO's study, the portfolio assessment, doing it for all 12 months, and really looking at what these things look like to get an idea. Questioning the assumptions that they used within that about how these resources are available to make sure that they're accurate, all of those types of things. And then, looking at the structure of how we treat all of these resources within this type of a proposal and the assumptions that we make about them, I think is an important part, how we deal with those uncertainties, whether it's through more conservative forecasting, whether it's through increased planning reserve margins, et cetera. But I think those are the next steps to being able to get through this problem, which was, like I say, listed as one of the more prominent ones that people had. So I think that gives you an idea of some solutions and how we might be able to move forward on it. So let me pause there and see if there are any questions. Sorry, I haven't looked at the chat box for a bit here. Give me just a moment to make sure this is where having a small screen on a laptop is not beneficial to me. Okay. So Ed asked, does the PRM become an energy reserve margin in all hours under this approach? Yes, Ed, I think that it does. So I think PRM is going to apply not only to your capacity needs, your net peak load needs, but I think the PRM likely applies to your net qualifying energy as well. And again, it's a combination of what did I do in forecasting the energy that I'm going to get from those resources? Was I ultra conservative? And if I was ultra conservative, then the planning reserve margin for NQE may be smaller. If I was not terribly conservative at all, then maybe the planning reserve margin for energy has to be higher, anticipating that, things are going to happen. Resources are going to be on outage and the energy I expected I'm not going to get. That my forecast of the amount of wind and solar may not come to fruition, and the amount of energy that I'm going to experience out of those is going to be less than what I anticipated it being. So I think that all of those need to be considered. Sergio asks, could the establishment of resource-specific MOOs akin to PG&E's proposal be applied under SCE's proposal? Would it solely apply to certain assets like storage, given VERs must have a 24/7 MOO to cover the peak load too? So it's possible. What I'll say is the same thing that I kind of asked PG&E yesterday of the optimality of doing that. I would much rather have the resources have at least a 24-hour obligation so that I can optimize those resources over the course of the day. Resources should be seeking the best opportunities to provide services, the ones that are the most beneficial to them. That's the way an energy market should indeed function. And if I go into more of a slice of system type of situation where it has an offer obligation in this set of hours, but not within others, and I know that resource is use limited, it may end up operating in a set of hours where the value to it is not as high as it would have been if it was in another period of time. I mean, honestly, before we got to this point, there were complaints that 24 hours wasn't a long enough planning horizon to really be able to do that. And now we're talking about breaking it down even further than 24 hours. And that gives me a bit of cause for concern because I am at my heart a market economist, and I want the market to be able to do what it's going to do to allocate scarce resources. And it does it effectively and efficiently as long as those resources are available in all hours to be able to make decisions. And I worry that parsing this out maybe doesn't do that. Now, if we have to do that because of transitional nature issues, as I mentioned earlier, a couple hundred megawatts of battery storage is very different than having tens of thousands of megawatts, and maybe you need to put restrictions on it, like a minimum state of charge or like a set of hours that they have to offer. Maybe okay for an interim type of solution, but I don't think long-term that that's the direction that I would like to see us go. All right, so that was all that I saw in the chat box. Let me just look through and see if there are any raised hands real quick. I am seeing Mary Neal is a hand raised. Mary, do you have a question?
Hi, yes. I'm looking at the 24-hour example you have in the proposal, and I have a question. I think it relates to this sort of temporal aspect, so I thought I'd just bring it up. So my question is, I mean, you show the net load duration and the positive net energy need, right? So you've subtracted out the wind and solar and you looked at what's left over that still needs to be met. And so then you're looking for what other resources can meet that load. But my question is, like, if you have like geothermal here in your sample of technologies, which you have 200 megawatts and then it produces 4,800 megawatt hours, assuming it's running all 24 hours, right? However, you're not going to be able to get all that 4,800 megawatts to meet that positive net energy need because some of the hours are going to be long, right? And you're going to actually need storage to be able to deliver that. So why are you setting it up like this? If that is the case.
Right, because what's going to happen is you're going to show a capacity need then to be able to meet that capacity, and that capacity is going to have to be met by something else. And that something else is going to say that it's likely storage then at that point in time. And so what the storage is doing is it's taking the energy that you would have had for a different period of time and moving it to the period of time that you do need it. So I think the combination of the capacity need and the energy need is what gets you there. But you're right. This is exactly the temporal aspect issue that's going on. I have plenty of energy. It's just not there at the right time. And that's what we need to be able to solve with this.
Okay. So then that what I've just described is the temporal issue that you're talking about. That's a fair characterization. Okay, great. That's helpful. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mary. All right, let me just take one more quick look through. I don't see anything in the chat. And let me just make sure there are no more hands raised. Nope. Can we move on to the next slide, please? All right, so this was Eric's effort to, and if others could mute their lines, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. This was Eric's attempt to depict the different types of use limitations that we see, and I am not an operator of these resources, so there's a decent chance that Eric's got something wrong, but let me describe to you what I was trying to depict here. Environmental restrictions can be a number of different types of things. So for example, thermal resources is checked here because sometimes they have air permission issues. So they may not be able to generate because of air emission issues, not necessarily GHG, but because of things like NOx and SOx. Hydro resources can have environmental restrictions. This is things like water flows necessary for recreational, for fish flow, for agricultural purposes, for drinking water purposes. So all of those fall under environmental restrictions. You'll notice that wind and solar is not checked here. I'm really looking at restrictions that are things that are more man-made. Wind and solar has environmental restrictions based upon whether or not there is the wind blowing or the sun shining. That's, to me, is not an environmental restriction. That is really an issue of the capability of the resource to produce. DR, I'm not aware of any environmental restrictions. If somebody has one, I'm more than happy to add it here, but I don't think they really face those. And storage, to my knowledge, right now does also not face environmental restrictions in that type of respect. From operational minimums, thermal usually does have something about, minimum hours of runtime, minimum hours of downtime, those types of things. My experience has been that hydro does not. Hydro, you can usually start and stop fairly quickly, so I don't know of that type of an operational minimum type of limit. Usually their limits come from runs for environmental purposes, fish flows, those sorts of things. Wind and solar, I don't believe has any. They're going to operate if the wind is blowing, the sun is shining. The inverters are really quick, so I don't think that there's any minimums there. DR typically does have operational minimums and maximums as well, because of the ability to operate those resources. They're generally contractual. You generally have customers that do not want to be shut down for a 5-minute interval and then turn back on. They don't have the facilities to be able to do that. You're not always talking about AC cycling. In some cases, you're talking about shutting down production lines within a company. And once you do that, that equipment is going to be down for a period of time before they can bring it back up. So there is a minimum runtime because of that. Storage, again, I don't really know of anything that's an operational minimum in those spaces. We do have the issues about state of charge and about cycles, et cetera. Whether that will become operational restrictions or they will become cost considerations is still being debated. When we come to energy and capacity limitations, I think that all of them, with maybe the exception of storage, have them. And let me explain what I mean here. By energy and capacity limitations, I am thinking of things like, for a thermal resource, it will have a derate because of ambient conditions. For hydro, it may have a derate because of a lack of water. For wind and solar, it may be because of a lack of wind and solar. For DR, it's because of contractual purposes. For storage, it's a bit different. It's dependent upon its ability to charge. And if we've set up the RA structure such that we're making sure that there's a requirement to have a sufficient number of other resources to charge those batteries, not sure that that really applies. The state of charge column, you can see the only one that it applies to right now is storage, because it's the only one that has a state of charge. The rest of them are using something else for a fuel. And then, of course, hours of operations. Thermal can certainly have that with restrictions based upon, as I mentioned, sound limits. Wind and solar definitely has them because there are hours where we do not have sunshine. There's hours where we do not have wind. DR has them. You can typically have loads that simply, there's not enough load at certain hours to really make sense of using that program then. And if they don't curtail at those hours, the penalties within the programs can be severe. So we have those types of restrictions. I'm not really aware of any hours of operation restrictions for storage. So again, I'm open to ideas on these if there's things that need to be checked. But this kind of gives you an idea of where the impacts may be in both the ability to meet the peak and the net peak and the ability to meet energy. And then we've got this single versus multi-aspect type of evaluation. So a multiple application resource will make a single evaluation point impractical. So depending upon how many services it's providing, it makes this more complicated as we move on. And then, kind of which path a resource follows will depend very much on market economics. So again, this gets into the battery storage that we were discussing earlier. I can have a 4-hour battery for, 20 megawatts, or I could have an 8-hour battery for 10 megawatts. And that's going to depend upon market economics as to which I want to do for that. And I think that that's fine. And then, making sure that the RA fleet is capable of meeting any of the needs is going to require the analysis to make sure that the portfolio as a whole is able to do that. So it's both the energy and the capacity needs that we have to consider jointly within that. So I am going to stop because I thought I saw a comment come in. Sorry, it may have been sent directly to me in chat. So give me just a second here to move to that. Okay, so Matt, I'm going to take a look at your question before I read it out loud to make sure that since you sent this privately that it wasn't something that I can't mention. Okay, no, I don't think it is. So Matt's asking the question, does the proposal address the need for energy storage resources to be fully charged prior to the net peak hours? What if storage resources are chasing other market revenues such as AS during the middle of the day and don't have the ability to fully dispatch during the peak hours? Matt, I agree with you that that is a present problem. I do think it's a transitional problem. And the reason that I say that is there's a limited amount of ancillary services. The ISO needs hundreds of megawatts of ancillary services. Energy arbitrage is thousands of megawatt hours. So once you get to the point where you have enough battery storage built that there is no more opportunity for them to go after ancillary services, which is part of the must offer obligation, by the way. The ISO, the must offer is to offer energy or ancillary services if you're capable, because both of those are needed. In fact, the planning reserve margin includes 6% for ancillary services for just that reason. They are providing the service that you need. And once you get to the point where the batteries are providing all of the ancillary service and there is no more, they're going to have to do something else. And at that point, it's likely to be energy arbitrage, which means that they're going to be available in the highest priced hours. So I think ultimately that gets you there. Your other question about being fully charged for the net peak, this is what I was discussing earlier, is during a period of time where you have a limited amount of them, you might need to have some rules. The ISO right now has proposed a minimum state of charge before the net peak. Once you have a huge amount of those, I don't think you largely have that problem. If you can imagine a world in which we have, let's just give an extreme amount, you've got 30,000 megawatts of energy storage devices out there. The worry that you're going to have a sufficient amount of that charged for the net load peak goes down considerably. Because if what you're worried about is that they're going to chase a real-time price before the net load peak occurs, those real-time prices are usually pretty volatile. And once you get a couple hundred megawatts chasing them, they disappear rather rapidly. So if that's the case, and this is strictly from a theoretical standpoint, if that's the case, then out of 30,000 megawatts, if a couple hundred chases that price and it goes away, I still have better than 29,000 megawatts left to meet the net load peak, and I'm not nearly as worried about it in that case. So as a transitional mechanism, yeah, we may absolutely need something like that. In the long term, I'm not sure that we do. So I hope that answered the question, Matt. And just looking. Okay, I think I've answered all the questions that are up.
Eric, I have a question regarding, I guess, what about restrictions on hybrid resources?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I actually get to that later in the presentation. So let's hang on to that for a moment, and hopefully I'll get to it then. If that doesn't answer the question, we can dive into it more deeply. Are we seeing any more questions in the participants?
I don't see any. That came in through a chat. So.
Okay. Very good. All right. So let me go ahead and move on with the presentation. Then let's go to the next page. All right. And so this is the panel discussion. Let me. I know I said hard stop at 12 o'clock. Given that it's 11:45, rather than starting into questions that we're barely going to get through with this panel, kind of wondering if it isn't time to go ahead and take lunch break now, come back at 12:45 and start with these panelists and ask these questions and get that discussion going. If that sounds good to everyone, I would move that we break for lunch right now.
I'm fine with that, Eric, but we do have one more question that I want to make sure we get answered that just came in through the chat, and then maybe we could break. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how do you see RA imports fitting into this framework? Do you potentially see the current RA import framework and the CAISO's proposed RA import framework, source specification, high priority transmission, attestation, 24/7 availability, being compatible with this proposal?
All right. So the latter part of that, I think, could be. I think people are pretty well aware that Southern California Edison has not been supportive of the measures that the ISO is recommending there. But I think they still could work. The issue really for an import is NQC and NQE. And fortunately with imports, it's either going to come down to the contract or the contract, because even if I'm importing a specific resource that's a renewable, the contract's going to say that it's a renewable and it's as available. And so I'm going to have this energy that I'm going to bring in. And so I'm going to have to forecast the amount of energy associated with that to be able to meet these requirements. Or it's going to be an import that is coming from the system or coming from a non-restricted resource. And I'm going to know that it's for example, a 6x16, and I know how many megawatts I'm getting out of that 6x16, so I know how much energy I'm going to get out of it as well. So I think that can all be accommodated within this. For imports, to some extent, it's easier because a lot of that is depicted by the contract that you're signing for the import. Like I say, the exception to that is where it is I'm bringing in an RPS resource from outside of the state to be able to meet my RPS needs, and the amount of energy that I'm going to get from it is going to be variable. And that one doesn't look much different than a renewable resource. I guess we could contemplate whether or not that gets netted out like other wind and solar resources, or whether an outside of the state renewable resource is brought in as an import to meet RA needs. We can have that contemplation, but those are kind of the two varieties that I see. So in general, yeah, I think all of it can be accommodated within this. How specifically will require some discussion, but I don't think it's all that terribly complicated.
All right, so we'll break for lunch, and you wanted to come back at 12:50, is that correct? We'll take an hour?
Yeah.
Great. And I have brought in all the panelists for the reliability panel discussion, so I'll just keep them there until we resume. So
very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Panelists here with us. We've got Peter Griffiths, we've got Jin No, and we've got Matt Barmack. And you can see the questions on the screen here that I was going to go through with everybody, and you'll see the last one's pretty open-ended to be able to capture anything else. So I'd just like to kind of start going through these and hear from each of you kind of your perspectives on them. So let me just start off with Matt. Can I ask you, if you had to list your highest reliability concerns, and I'm hoping you can limit this to a few, not the entire society as a whole, because that'll take a while to get through. What are those concerns, and why are they concerns for you in resource adequacy space?
Yeah, I mean, I think my two main concerns are really fundamental. It's well, one overarching concern, you know, do the RA requirements ensure reliability? And I think they're really two main parts of that. You know, whether the reliability requirements are high enough, and then, you know, accurate counting with respect to what resources meet the requirements. And you know, I think it's important to recognize where we're starting from, which is, you know, even under the status quo, neither of those two things, you know, neither the requirements nor resource counting may be completely correct. And so, you know, I think even under the status quo, but then definitely under each of the alternative proposals, you know, those two knobs will have to be calibrated correctly. I think it's relatively clear what adjustments would be required under the status quo. There's already a lot of analysis out there that suggests the 15% planning reserve margin is too low for 1 in 10. And I'm looking forward to hearing more about you know, the requirements and resource counting under the other proposals. And Eric, I probably should have just prefaced my comments by saying I really appreciate the efforts that Edison and CalCCA that you guys have made with your proposal. You know, I think that the net load approach can work, and I really appreciate your outreach. And, you know, I think as we're going to talk through, there's still some holes in the proposal with respect to some of our specific concerns, but I really appreciate your acknowledgement of those concerns.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. And certainly I agree with your priorities there, and think that as we think through those things, the question is, do we simply make changes to the existing program, or do we look for maybe a more durable future in making those same decisions? But I absolutely agree with you on what the fundamental issues that you've just mentioned are. So thank you. Jen, how about you? What about your reliability concerns?
Yeah, and just echo what Matt said. I really appreciate the work that SC and CalCCC has put into this. And I do think some of the additions around how to address the temporal aspects is something I definitely want to dive into further. I think for CISA, and we're still working through this among our members, so we don't necessarily have a consensus view yet. We're still working through it, but in concept, I think we really like this approach because it does get to the point of, hey, we need to address reliability from a 24/7 basis while still, you know, preserving some structures that are reasonably simplified, you know, transactable, and have some compliance ease, which, if we're, you know, representing the storage industry, which is going to require, you know, significant amounts of new resource investment, I think those are important principles to balance against. And so one thing you know, particularly I really like about this approach is, you know, it's looking at resources for their attributes, right? Instead of a resource class approach that an ELCC approach might have that could be imprecise for specific resources or either over or under count capacity. This approach is tech agnostics and really looks at the attributes, which I really like. And I do want to, you know, maybe it's in the follow-up questions, but dive into the temporal issues too, because one of the things I want to keep in mind in addressing some of these questions is echoing what Peter said yesterday about let's consider the role of, you know, ISO energy markets in incentivizing, you know, optimal behavior and operations. and think through how the ISO and the RA program can work together to address reliability needs.
All right, thank you, Jen. And last but not least on this question, certainly, Peter, what are your thoughts about reliability concerns? Peter, I think you might be on mute.
Sorry about that. Always got to go to the mute button first. Certainly the concerns that we have on reliability are much of the same that have been said. I mean, I think one of the biggest concerns we have are the temporal aspects of it. But that's not the only concern. I mean, the other concern I have with this whole effort, for the most part, has to do with what the incentives are for the various participants and how the incentives are working, and that they're working in the right sort of way. And it's you know, we live in a retail competition world, and we need to make sure that we're getting the incentives correct, so that all LSEs are pulling their weight and doing what they need to be doing. So that's a concern as well.
Well, thank you. So certainly those three kind of run the gamut of one, making sure it maintains reliability on the grid, that they're at the appropriate level, as Matt was discussing. Making sure that the resources that are going to provide those are recognized for what they do, as Jen had mentioned, and then as Peter had mentioned, what are the incentives to the various entities that are out there? And so certainly, I think three very diverse but very important pieces that have to go into that. So thank you for that. Let me ask the second question then. As you look at the various proposals that are out there, are there any of them that either fail to address your high priority concerns or make it very difficult to address those high priority concerns? And I'm going to do it in a slightly different order here. I'm going to start with Jen. Any thoughts from you?
Yeah. And Eric, like you said in the beginning, one of the appeals of this approach is it could be something that's durable. You know, the last thing that we want to do is go through, you know, substantive changes in 3B1 and then go through another major change in 3B2 proposals. And you know, and I do think it's very adaptable to changing needs. The other proposal that actually had appeal to CISO was PG&E slice of data proposal. I think it advances the building of portfolio concepts. But one concern that we had about that proposal was about the risk that the slices of the day may need to evolve over time. And so, you know, similar to how we see TOU periods for retail rates that change as the grid changes, and it can really make it challenging for resources that might be, you know, priced to a particular slice. But let's say that slice, you know, widens or shifts. You know, it creates the same types of risks of potentially derating that you would have with an ELCC approach, or you know, create some contract risk. And so, and not to say that's the you know, major pitfall of that proposal, but that is one consideration that we're looking at across these proposals. And yeah, simplicity and ease of balancing simplicity with reliability, which is where some of Energy Division's proposals are really hard to wrap your head around and address how it actually deliver on the reliability objectives.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Peter, let me go to you next.
Yeah, I'm going to say certainly. I think when it comes to incentives, you have to look hard at the proposals to sort of see how they all are going to work and where there might be some gaps. And so it's not at all clear to some degree that you know, some of the aspects of things are well enough laid out to be able to assess that well. One consideration that I worry a little bit about with the Edison Cal CCA proposal has to do with sort of the temporal aspect and the checking of the temporal aspect, which is, as I understand it, very much dependent upon the ISO reliability assessment and doing a reliability assessment. And I worry a little bit about sort of when things get handed off from being the purview of the PUC to being the purview of the ISO and being subject to the ISO rules. And that's one of the things that PG&E was trying to do with this proposal, was to really try and keep it within the purview and the design within the purview of the PUC, and not rely heavily on the ISO to do something like a reliability assessment to check to make sure that the temporal aspects are addressed. So that's probably the big concern that we have at this point, or the concern that I have with the proposals at this point.
So Peter, let me ask you a follow-up on that one, because I certainly understand the tension between PUC regulation and ISO tariff, and have lived through that myself. I'm just curious as to how different you see this from other elements where we do have that aspect. So certainly for local, there's an LCR study which establishes the need that the commission then adopts. Certainly for flex, there is a study done by the ISO that the commission then adopts. Would you see there being a similar possibility here where the ISO does a study that then the commission reviews and either adopts or modifies to make sure that it remains within the purview of the commission? Or what other rules would you have in place to assure that you're comfortable with it?
Eric, I guess the concern that I have, and I have understood the reliability assessment of the ISO to be an ex post look at the portfolio, and not an ex ante look at sort of what the requirements are and how the requirements are set. And as I understand the proposal for the ISO for the reliability assessment, is that they need to be able to look at all the resources that have actually been shown to be able to then essentially assess whether or not the reliability can be met with that portfolio. And so the question is that going to take place on an ex ante basis under this proposal, or is that done on an ex post basis on this proposal? If it's done under the sort of my understanding, which is supposed to be done on an ex post, it's going to be done on a time frame which I think is not likely to be able to be adjusted back to sort of the LSEs to be able to adjust. I think the ISO is talking about doing it on a time frame essentially that their only option essentially to be able to make up for any deficiencies that it finds in that is a CPM, and they're looking for the ability to do that CPM. And so the concern that I have for the most part is, you know, are we just sort of setting this up to basically, you know, are we setting it up on an ex ante basis so that we know we can pass that assessment and pass that assessment well, so that when it gets passed to the ISO, we're not only reliant on the ISO fixing it, and that LSEs will have the ability to fix that. And there are various ways to do that. I don't know, Eric, are you thinking that assessment will be done on an ex ante basis, or is it, as the ISO is proposed, to be done on an ex post basis?
No, Peter, thank you for that, because we haven't probably made that clear enough. I'm actually looking for that process to inform the rules up front. So I'm looking for it to be ex ante. I'm not looking for it to be a show me the portfolio that you're going to show me, and then I'll tell you whether or not it's okay. What I was really looking for is the idea of what is the magnitude and probability of the problem, and knowing that, what additional guidelines do we have to put in place? What additional bumper lanes do we have to have in place to ensure that people produce the correct portfolio? So it's really meant to be able to guide additional rules to ensure that we get the temporal aspect addressed. But we probably haven't made that clear enough. I agree with you that by the time you get to an assessment of this, it's probably too late for any market participant to do anything. So I was hoping that it would inform us during this stakeholder process through the PUC's OIR to develop the rules that are necessary based upon that information, and then utilize that to where it's more likely that people are going to procure the correct portfolio to begin with, much like we have for local and much like we have for flex right now. So thank you. That's a good clarification. I'm glad to hear that. Well, I'm not glad to hear that there was a misunderstanding, but I'm glad to hear that issue is there so that I can address it.
Yeah, and Eric, I mean, it's good that you're addressing it, because I guess that certainly hasn't been my understanding of the way the ISO has looked at this, and the way the ISO has set this up. And so, you know, it would be helpful to understand sort of on what time frame you're thinking this is being done. Is this sort of a once and done in terms of setting it up, and it'll set the requirements for whatever period we're looking at, or is this something that'll be on a recurring basis? I think the real value from the ISO's perspective is something that it will be, I mean, certainly the way I understand it's been proposed by the ISO is it's something they want to check to make sure that the resources that they've been shown they can operate the system with. And it's very much focused on operational aspects and relatively close to operations. So to have that be done on an ex ante basis, you know, we need to know more to some degree about sort of, okay, how is that likely to be done? When is that likely to be done? how are we going to take that information and fit it into what the requirements are and what the counting is? Because I think for the most part, all of the proposals going to have a fairly arduous process in terms of setting up what the counting is going to be and how the counting works. And I think we need to have that be part of that information.
Yeah, great points, Peter. Again, not thinking about this being a monthly type of a process when the showings get made. I don't know how frequently it occurs. I don't know if it's once a year. I don't know if it's once every 2 or 3 years. I don't know if it's something that's integrated into the IRP process as the portfolios develop, et cetera. We can certainly talk about that, but it was not intended to be, and I agree with you, the ISO's discussion of it so far has been more on the, okay, you're going to deliver me a portfolio and I'm going to analyze that. So thank you for that clarification, because that was not what we intended by this. We intended for that process, the methodology to be helpful in informing this, but not necessarily the monthly process that may be embedded within that proposal. So thank you. Matt, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, so the proposals are all pretty different. I would say with respect to the status quo, I know how reliability could be achieved, maybe by increasing the planning reserve margin. And I think, with respect to resource counting, probably extending ELCC or something like it to more resources, including storage, is probably, theoretically correct, but even applying ELCC to solar and wind has proved pretty cumbersome in practice. So maybe difficult to apply it to even more resources. The PG&E proposal, it's probably the most different from any existing RA scheme that I've seen. So I don't know what the planning reserve margin would look like for the various slices, or how resource counting would work, the exact right level of exceedance for all the different resources and all the different slices. So I think, that would probably take a lot of work to nail down. With respect to the WOLAC proposal, I mean, I think that approach, under certain circumstances, can assure reliability. And, there isn't literally, there's sort of an overlay of resource counting in his version of an energy only approach. But I think, basically that general approach relies on the spot market to, kind of encourage the right types of resources and reward the right types of resources. If I were comfortable that, policymakers here were willing to allow the kind of energy price volatility that I think would be required to make that proposal work, I'd probably be more bullish about it. And then, with respect to your proposal, Eric, I have no doubt that you will be able to develop a planning reserve margin that sort of fits with your accounting framework and assures reliability. Based on some of the discussion that I heard this morning, these are really implementation issues. I don't think these are insurmountable obstacles, but I have some concerns about how load and resource diversity would be handled. For example, maybe 2 LCEs that have the same net load, but one actually has more load that's offset by solar, and one has sort of just a lower load. You may not want to give them the exact same NQC requirement, and I'm sure as your proposal goes forward, we'll work through those kinds of details if we have the opportunity. And then on resource counting, I do think, sort of related to the discussion that you just had with Peter, and whether the portfolio assessment could, or something else, could inform other requirements that haven't been specified as part of the proposal yet. And this goes to the temporal issue that we keep waiting to discuss, but I I do think that something like that is really going to be necessary, and so I'd like to see exactly what that is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I certainly appreciate that. And I do think that you're right. This issue of two different load serving entities having the same net peak, but one of them just has a very static load and the other one has a lot of wind and solar resources. I think you're right. And I think those are all things that can be considered when we consider all of the methods of the issues associated with uncertainty, right? So it could be that you say, well, look, my load forecast is really solid. I'm not that worried about it. So 1 and 2 is sufficient there, but I'm really worried about the variability of wind and solar resources. So I'm going to use a 1 in 10. And now when you do that, those two load serving entities probably don't look like the same net peak any longer. So I think there are ways to address that, and I thank you for thinking of that, because I do tend to agree with that. And the temporal aspect, I certainly agree. That's an area we're going to need to dig into. I know that we've suggested it's not an insurmountable problem, but it is something that we probably need to sit down and start saying, all right, how exactly do we solve this? We gave some ideas today. Are there others, et cetera? So thank you for that feedback. I think through those couple of questions, most of you have already answered the next one about whether or not you see any problems with the SCE CalCCA proposal. Let me just open it up to see from the three of you, is there anything about it that you have concerns that you haven't already mentioned?
Yeah, Eric, one question, and this is probably more a clarifying question than it is than anything else, is that I heard you, until this morning, I understood this this proposal seems to be to continue to the monthly aspect and the monthly cadence with the RA program and the showings and whatnot. But I heard you say this morning that it could be done on a seasonal or annual type of basis as well. And I guess certainly the concerns I have regarding the temporal aspect of it really does matter in terms of what the step is. If we're looking at a monthly program or a seasonal program or an annual program, I think the temporal aspects of it can vary and can be more problematic. So is it the intent that it be any one of the three, or is it likely to be a monthly program?
Yeah, Peter, I think the analytics probably have to be done on a monthly basis because, as you mentioned, the temporal aspects, the further out you go, become much more difficult to deal with. The amount of solar that you're going to have over the course of a month changes very little compared to the amount that you would have over 3 months or the amount that you would have over 12 months. Those are very, very different. So I think even if you went to a seasonal or an annual requirement, it would very likely be based upon monthly needs. So it may be one showing where you're showing everything at once, but it may be 12 individual pieces to be able to show that you have all of it, and they may differ by month. I think that that's unavoidable given the nature of the renewable resources and what they're likely to do at any given point in time. That solar in January is not solar in August. They just don't really match up to each other. So I think that monthly aspect probably has to continue to be there in one way, shape, or form. If we're trying for some simplicity of not having to do monthly filings and 45 days ahead of the month and follow-ups, etc., if people want to move it to a single annual showing, that could be contemplated, but the basis for that showing is probably still monthly.
Okay, that's helpful, Eric, because my temporal concerns are reduced if the look is on a monthly basis than if it's on a longer term basis.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Matt or Jen, any other concerns with the SCE CalCCA proposal you'd like to mention?
Well, other than the temporal aspect, I mean, just to put a little bit more color on that, I'm not convinced that energy sufficiency over a month or a season is going to be a real significant constraint anytime soon. Maybe that's just because a lot of the modeling of the relatively near future kind of assumes that a bunch of resources will be in the resource mix. But I am worried about an issue that has already been identified, in IRP, which is, a system can get saturated with 4-hour storage. Basically you can clip all the peaks that are no wider than 4 hours, and then you need something that's longer duration. It's basically the same logic is what the CAISO is doing for local areas. And, to me, that is the temporal constraint. And it just hasn't, I appreciate that you've acknowledged the issue, but it just hasn't been addressed yet. And I'm sure that it can be, but it hasn't been addressed yet. Other than that, I've heard some, sort of allusions to the fact that maybe the RA requirements don't need to be overly precise because we can clean up the mess in IRP, or we can make sure that we have the right resources on the grid in IRP, and then the kind of the weight that RA needs to carry is not as substantial. And I guess I worry about that a little bit. I would like those two things to be as aligned as closely as possible. And one of the reasons is, IRP makes a lot of assumptions about what resources are going to continue to operate. And it doesn't necessarily lock down those resources through procurement. And RA is really the way that a lot of the resources that IRP is counting on ultimately are secured. So I think I understand, that RA needs to be a little bit simpler just because of the nature of the compliance. But I'm reluctant to sort of fall back on the safety blanket of, sort of the more complicated modeling in IRP, rooting out issues that aren't addressed in RA.
So Matt, I could not agree with you more on those points. I'm absolutely in the same camp. My vision has been that the IRP looks towards the RA program to say, what do you need to reliably operate the grid? And yes, I have to make assumptions about what's going to happen 10 years from now, but nonetheless, what you need to reliably operate the grid is still fundamentally the same. And as long as I know that, an IRP then says, all right, based upon those assumptions and based upon what these resources would count for in RA space, let's make sure I build the right set of resources. So I'm fully with you there. I'm not looking to IRP to be the save-all of the RA program. I'm looking for the IRP program to say, when I develop resources, let's make sure I'm developing the right set of resources, not only to meet policy goals, but to meet reliability all at the same time. So I'm fully on board with you there.
Great.
Jen, anything you want to add on this one?
Yeah, and I do think that's where this proposal has some benefit to just like Matt said, in the IRP at some point we see 4-hour storage getting saturated, and that's where with this approach, by really accounting for storage charging requirements and so long as you have sufficient energy to charge those storage resources, you could have 5-hour, 7-hour, 12-hour storage to address these needs. And so it has that flexibility, whereas an ELCC approach in theory is looking at things more robustly in certain ways. I do think it has that flexibility. And then to address some of the temporal aspects, one question I have for you, Eric, is because you laid out some ideas on the previous slides as to how we can address those needs. Is you're thinking the portfolio analysis would identify, the specific periods of greatest need so that we could potentially structure this framework to ensure that the NQE is not exhausted early in the month, so that there is some, whether it's through must offer demonstration requirements, to be sure that we reserve some amount of NQE for these, stress periods of the day.
Yeah, I think all of those answers are potential answers. And I think that's a question, and I've raised it before about how the ISO would treat a must-offer obligation. If I had, for example, a hydro resource that throughout the year could provide 1,000 megawatt hours, and it could either provide that, 1/12 per month, or it could provide all 1,000 megawatt hours in 1 month. How is the ISO going to treat that? If they split it up and said, over the next 2 months, I'm going to provide 400 and 800, when they hit the 400th megawatt hour in that month, what happens in the next hour? Is their must offer obligation over? Use limit has been met and they don't get to rely upon that resource anymore? Or do they continue to call upon it and expect it to operate? Because now you have the complication that, but next month that resource was sold to somebody else and it's in their showing. And it was already considered as NQE for them. And in fact, we're already past the 45-day point. And now that resource isn't available. So how do I deal with that issue? That is a discussion that we need to have. We have use limits right now that when they're reached, their obligation is over. This would say that there's now one additional use limitation. I think that the opportunity cost bidding helps in that regard because you can try to maximize the resource's value in the periods where it's the most valuable. But if we get up to a conflict between that opportunity cost bidding where the opportunity cost is being hit and they're saying this resource is now valuable in the marketplace and the RA showings that say, but I'm counting on that NQE for a different month, what do we do? And I think that's a discussion that we need to have through this process to figure out what those obligations are and how we want to plan for that. So it's a very good point.
Yeah.
Peter, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I got to say, if I may weigh in on that, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we're thinking that the must offer obligation might need to change, and largely because it would give more control over to the resource owner as to when the energy would be available or not be available. Now, I understand there's a tension between sort of the optimization that the ISO is looking for across whatever day period they have, and whether or not resources are there or not there. And I recognize that there is a potential problem there, but by having more ability for the resource owner essentially to be able to determine when it would be counting and when it would not be counting. Certainly, the must offer obligation doesn't mean that it can only have to bid during that slice of the day when it was being shown. It could bid in any other slices as well. And so it's not a preclusion from bidding from other slices. So to some degree, that's one of the reasons why we've gone to, or at least to think about essentially providing more ways to be able to try and manage that problem.
Sure. Thank you, Peter. All right, I'm going to move on to the next question here, and this really gets to, you've heard some of the ideas of how we suggest we could address some of the things that we've heard. And again, I would put forth that I don't think there's anything there that's a showstopper. Certainly there's different methodologies to address these, but I'd kind of like to hear your opinion, knowing that you only heard of these today and maybe read this over the weekend if you had nothing better to do. But would like to kind of get some feedback at this point as to whether or not you see any issues associated with the solutions that we've looked at and whether or not you think there's any real problems with that. So Jen, let me start with you.
Yeah, I think overall the major issues are around the temporal considerations. How do we optimize that in the market and allow for these resources to be optimized in the market versus meeting the RA obligations? I think that's one of the core issues that we want to get into. But other than that very large macro concern, I think a lot of the other details are related to how we do resource counting, what's the appropriate level of or appropriate methodology to do the netting, and how we account for different types of configurations. And then the transition concerns that I know the other panel is going to address. I think that's very material. Storage is out there being bought at pretty significant levels, and all these reform talks are creating a little bit of anxiety, but can be managed if we take those considerations into account.
Thank you, Jen. Peter, how about you?
Yeah, I guess, Eric, I need to learn more about sort of how this portfolio assessment will try and address the temporal aspect, and sort of on what time frame is that done. I mean, you said it needs to be done on an ex ante basis, and again, I'm not quite sure I'm seeing how that fits in. Now, that might be a relatively straightforward fix. It may not. I just, at this point, I'm not understanding sort of, or I'm not quite sure if you've articulated exactly how it would fit in terms of determining what the needs would and how that would fit into the whole process, particularly if it's something that needs to be done on a cadence, some sort of a cadence. I'm a little more concerned if it's a one and done, and we're only doing that when we're setting up the counting rules. But I think for the most part, I'm concerned about sort of how that fits in. And so, I'm interested in learning more about that.
Sure, thanks, Peter. And I've got some ideas on that. So certainly when revised proposals come out, hopefully we can maybe put a little bit more in writing on that so that folks understand. Matt?
Yeah, I mean, Eric, I'm not sure I read the slides correctly, but I saw a proposal for an analysis or sort of leveraging the CAISO's portfolio analysis, and just to understand the nature of the problem. And I think that makes sense. I think, given that a selling point for this proposal is that it's future proof, it probably makes sense doing that kind of detailed modeling of a system with even more renewables and more storage to understand where the pain points are likely to be. And a lot of that has already been done in IRP, and maybe there's an opportunity to leverage some of that. I think analysis would be good. I don't think, probably the solution to the temporal issue will not be clear, or even whether one is needed until we do the analysis. I think you threw a few things out there, like, MCC buckets layered on top of NQC and NQE, and, maybe those will be necessary. Maybe something like, ELCC, I guess it would just be for storage, because, solar and wind will be on the other side of the ledger under your proposal, but it may still be necessary to have something like that for storage and other use limited resources, even though you have NQC and NQE. So I think you're right. We need to do more analysis, and then maybe the specific solutions will become a little bit clearer.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. And that leads us to our last question, which is really any other discussion that you think is necessary here. So we'll just take a couple minutes on kind of final thoughts. Peter, let me start off with you.
Yeah, I got to say, I think that the undertaking we're undertaking, this whole thing is it's an ambitious undertaking. And I think we need to be clear-eyed about sort of what we're getting into and how we're getting into it, and make sure that we're doing everything that we need to be doing to be able to get to it. And so that's why, I think we need to be very clear on sort of how the process will work. I also think we need to spend some time looking at incentives. I have a little bit of a concern about sort of how the bottom up will work in terms of providing coupled with this reliability assessment, to basically see whether or not things could work or could be gamed in some particular way. And I think that we need, whatever proposal we move forward with, we're going to have to look at those sorts of things and be able to do some analysis on them.
Thank you, Peter. Jin, any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think the final thought would be taking one thing that I have a question about is, how intensive or feasible are some of these portfolio analyses? How does this fit in with IRP procurement, and what is actually being studied in the portfolio analysis? What are we looking at, and how does that tie into how resources are shown on a year ahead basis? And so there's a lot of practical concerns about the feasibility and complexity of some of this analysis, and whether it can fit in with the RA showing and procurement timelines.
Thank you, Jen. And Matt, I'm going to give you the final word on the topic.
Okay, well, I'll be brief, and hopefully we can get back on track, but I don't really have anything to add, Eric. I just wanted to thank you for inviting me to participate, and for this very constructive proposal. We'd love to keep working with you on it.
Well, thank you, and thank you to all three of you, and of course everybody else out there who's been giving comments and asking questions all day. We really appreciate it. This is the way to move this thing forward. We think we're making some progress here. We think we can continue to make progress, and we appreciate all the feedback that we've gotten. So Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think we can go on to the next part. All right, and this is Nick. So Nick, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. Thanks again, everyone.
Great, thanks, Eric. It's a tough panel to follow. A lot of good discussion, and some of which I think may preempt or at least tee up some of the discussion here. So we're going to jump into implementation and integration questions. So on our rubric, we flagged compatibility and implementability. We're going to dive into some of those questions here. We have them teed up on the left hand. And Eric, I'm going to invite you to jump in and correct me, particularly around some of the discussions we just had on portfolio assessment and fit are going to come up in the next few slides. So please jump in whenever you feel like it. Lenon, if you want to jump ahead to the next slide. So this proposal, obviously, or any RA reform proposal, is not being implemented in a vacuum. In the last panel, we heard a lot about some of the discussions that are teed up here, how it fits in with CAISO operational markets and sort of resource obligations for participation in RA. Must offer is probably the clearest there. How does it fit within RPS, decarbonization, and criteria pollution reduction efforts is a key fit this proposal or any RA reform proposal is going to need to overlay with. I believe it was Mary or possibly Sue earlier who asked about local RA procurement by CPE. That is clearly becoming a growing area of RA procurement, and it is going to need to be overlaid. And then finally, how does it fit with the IRP? So I'm going to spend a few minutes talking through each of these, and I want to tee up that for all of these areas, it's something of a two-way street. There are ways that this proposal is going to be impacted by any of the other policy areas, such as local RACPE or RPS, and vice versa. For each of these areas, it's possible that those programs might be impacted by our proposal or other RA reform proposals. So I'm going to try and talk through both directions of that impact as we go through here. So to talk through this from the Edison CalCCA perspective at a very high level, generally speaking, our proposal fits just as the current RA framework does with CAISO's operational markets. For the most part, we're retaining the existing resource participation rules, dispatch framework, and compatibility with potential future changes that are being discussed at CAISO or that might be discussed here in terms of how resources are obligated to participate in CAISO markets. In terms of the RPS program, as we discussed earlier, there's really not a lot of structural change to how LSEs would be procuring RPS, but we might get some better price signals and other sort of feedback loops going there. And then similarly for decarbonization and criteria pollution efforts, those are largely going to be driven by other elements of the policy sort of ecosystem, but need to be compatible with the proposal that we have for RA reform. And we think for our proposal, which continues to rely strongly on things like RPS and IRP for new resource development, preferred resource development, it's likely compatible with those existing efforts. Local RA procurement by CPE, I think for all of us, this is something of an unknown area that's still unfolding, but generally speaking, the idea that a CPE could procure resources and then allocate the attributes of those resources, including not just NQC, but also NQE out to all LSEs, is something that's certainly compatible here as it would be under the current framework. And then finally, I think we talked through this morning, but essentially the IRP planning framework continues to exist in tandem with the sort of shorter term RA program. So I'll pause in case anyone has questions. I don't see any. I think Mary has a question. Lon, if you could unmute Mary, please.
Hi, could you talk a little bit more about the allocation of the NQE, how that would work? That's not something that's ever been allocated before. And it's feeling like it'd be kind of complicated how that would work to each LSE. Could you just talk about that a little more?
Sure, absolutely, Mary, and I'll invite Eric to jump in if I get this wrong. But I think the way that I think about this is not as though the CPE is going to be allocating energy to the LSEs from any standpoint other than they're getting allocated the NQE attribute that shows that the resource associated with the RA procured by the CPE can produce that energy. So I don't think it gets too much into the complexities of, who has to claim that energy from a power content label standpoint or financial clearing of that energy, et cetera. It's really just a question of, do the LSEs get to show their share of that NQE in their own RA showing? So one of the big challenges we have with all allocations, whether it's CAM or CPE, is ensuring LSEs get really timely information about what allocations are coming their way so that they can build the remainder of their portfolios.
Yeah, so Mary, I think I understand what you're asking here. I think what you're really asking is establishing requirements, and I've now got a requirement of capacity and I've got a requirement of energy. How am I establishing that requirement for energy? And that really comes down to this. It's a bottoms-up approach. So we're going to have a 24/7 for the entire compliance period load forecast for each LSE. Is that complicated? Yeah, it is. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Because now we've got to have that. We've got to see how it sums up to the energy needs of the ISO overall and the capacity needs of the ISO overall, and be able to put those things together in some fashion that makes sense. I get that that's not an easy thing to do, but the NQE requirement, the amount of energy that an LSE would have to show, is dependent upon their own load net of their own renewable resources to be able to come up with that amount. So that's how it's allocated. The requirement is allocated, if that helps.
Okay, but I guess what I'm struggling with is that a 24/7, forecast for any time period is going to be wrong in real time. And so what's actually happening in real time, and how are the resources from which these allocations are coming, how are they dispatching, and what if they run differently than, doesn't conform to what was allocated from them?
Yeah, Mary, that's exactly a problem that's there with RA today, right? We try to do RA on a basic planning basis and hope that it meets the operational needs based upon restrictions that we put in place. But the reality is no matter how well we plan, things are going to be off from that. The amount of load that we serve is going to be different. The amount of outages that we have is going to be different, et cetera. We're simply saying there are now more variables to that, but the reality is that those more variables are necessary to be able to meet compliance needs, to be able to meet reliability needs. So yeah, there's another measurement now of net capacity. There's another measurement of energy, and yes, that's dependent upon a lot of things, but the amount of energy is based upon load forecast. Realistically, it's just, instead of a peak load forecast, it's a load forecast for each hour to determine what your energy need is. Frankly, forecasting energy need is nothing new within the industry. The new piece to this really is the forecast of the energy that you expect to get from renewables, so that you can net that off to come up with the net energy need. And again, that comes down to a probabilistic assessment. How certain do I want to be? If I want to be ultra conservative and absolutely certain that I can meet those needs, I count the renewable for zero and just pretend it's not going to produce any energy, and then I have to go out and procure enough resources to meet all of that as well. And on the other hand, I could assume that it's going to be, the best that I've ever seen from it, and take the risk that now, if it's not that, I have too few a number of resources to meet energy needs. So all of that has to get balanced out in planning reserve margin and the ways that I deal with those uncertainties. But that's the basic manner in which you would figure out what the requirements are for each of the LSEs, and then how to deal with the uncertainty.
But what I'm wondering is, when you get into real time, and and the forecasts were wrong, what makes up the difference? So everybody's gone out and procured, everybody does what they were told to do, whatever that ends up being, but it's going to be wrong. And so it's not going to be exactly right, of course. And so what makes up for a shortfall, or how is over procurement ex post, when there too much was bought? How is that fixed in the dispatch and in the management of the system?
Okay, so let me make sure that this is clear because I think there might be a misunderstanding here. In this program, you're not buying energy. You are buying the capability to produce energy. That's what this is realistically about. This is not buying a firm energy product and making sure that it shows up in the market. This is saying that I have a resource. That resource is 100 megawatt capacity and it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week because it has no restrictions. And therefore, 720 hours of the month, it's available for whatever that is that 72,000 megawatt hours, if I got the math right? And that's what it counts for. Now, the resource is going to get dispatched by the market according to what the market needs. The same as we have today, which is I have to meet my peak capacity need, and so I may have to produce 10,000 megawatts of resources. And in any given hour, the system may not need all 10,000 megawatts of those resources, but it's going to have an offer obligation. It's going to be bid into the market, and the ISO is going to dispatch what they need to be able to meet market needs. But in the worst case, you would hope that if they needed everything, it was all bid into the market, it all gets dispatched, and it meets your reliability needs. That's the way the system works today. Not really envisioning that that's any different in the future, because again, we're not saying that it's firm energy that you need here. Firm energy is a hedging instrument, and that's up to each LSE to decide their customers' tolerance for risk. This is really a program about meeting reliability needs, and do you have enough capacity to be able to meet the need in each and every hour? That's really what we're looking at with this program. So I think the way that you meet that is it's capable of doing this. It has a must-offer obligation such that if it's needed, it will meet exactly that.
Okay. Well, thanks. I'll think about it some more. I haven't connected all the dots yet, but thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks, Mary. Apologies for hearing the absolutely wrong allocation question, but thanks, Eric, for picking up the difference there. We have a couple more questions. I see Eric Gaiman, if you want to go ahead and ask your question.
Thanks, Nick. One resource I really struggle to understand in how it fits with this scheme is hybrid resources. I mean, if I had, we expect a lot of these to appear, and if I had zero storage on the solar, then it goes automatically into the net load, net capacity part of your equation. But I could imagine a little bit of solar and lots of storage, and then that would be a resource I would lean on on the capacity side of your equation. So how do I know where hybrid resources fit? Are they something that you subtract to get your net load and your net capacity, or are they a resource that you lean on to fulfill your net energy and net capacity needs?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. So I think the initial starting place for hybrids is to treat each element of the hybrid as its own single resource. So you would net the solar and you would show the storage as capacity. But I think that's something we probably need to explore further to think about whether the ITC constraint would require a sort of additional constraint or sort of discounting or some other methodology to think through how to properly account for the actual dispatch restrictions of a hybrid. But I think you could probably get most of the way there by treating them as distinct resources. Eric, do you have anything more to add on that?
Well,
Eric Level? Sorry, go ahead, Eric.
I mean, that would be what we would call co-located resources. I'm writing an article with some folks right now for IEEE, kind of looking at these various things. The hybrid and the co-located resources can be quite different, and I'm not sure that's a viable thing to separate the dispatch model for something that's really one dispatch ID as far as the CAISO is concerned. And it opens up also the question of why net load? What if a CCA or whatever wanted to contract some kind of shaped energy product and subtract that from their load obligations, and then somehow basically look at a residual capacity need? There seems to be a kind of a gray area that you open up once you start thinking about hybrids that calls things a bit into question.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that in part, I hear you that the operational sort of behavior of a hybrid versus a co-located resource is going to be different. But from the perspective of identifying sufficient energy and sufficient charging energy, the prongs that we have here, I think you could the same accounting method probably could work as distinct resources, even though the actual operational behavior is different.
What's the must offer obligation? That's the sticking point. What are they signing up for?
Eric,
Yes.
do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, so let me try to help out here. And I tell you, one thing that would help me quite a bit, Eric, is I don't remember hearing from you at previous stakeholder processes, so I apologize. But can you tell me what organization are you with?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm with the policy think tank Energy Innovation. I do a lot of work on market design, but we're a small team, so I can't be at all the stakeholder processes.
Okay, no, thank you. That's helpful. So I think the thinking is that the must offer obligation is based upon use limitations, right? So if this resource is indeed a hybrid resource where it has to charge from the host renewable device, and if that device is not available, then the resource can't discharge because there's nothing in it. I think that needs to be worked through must offer obligations and use limitations. I think from the standpoint of whether or not the resource is, how much the resource is worth in terms of capacity and energy, it's a valid point. It's a difficult one. Because the entire ITC issue is not completely straightforward. The ITC issue is not one of it has to charge from the renewable device. It's one of it has to charge from the renewable device if it wants its full ITC credit. And aside from that, there's a reduction in credit until you fall off of a cliff. So it's something that has not been easy to deal with to begin with. None of our offer obligations have really been able to deal with it. None of the mechanisms that we've been dealing with so far in terms of what the capacity counts for have been easy to deal with. This is no exception to that. So from a counting standpoint, I think where we've started off is, look, you can, to some extent, you can treat them as if they're separate. And the reason for that is what you're worried about is energy. And if it's the temporal aspect of the energy, and that energy is needed at the very moment that the sun is shining, there's nothing to say that you didn't put it into the storage device and directly out of the storage device to the grid. So it satisfied load need at that point in time. The real question is, does this introduce an additional use limitation such that the battery is not going to be charged and the amount of energy that you can actually move to a different period of time is not actually there? From that standpoint, I'm not sure that that's all that different from a standalone battery and a system that is 100% renewable based upon solar. The solar wasn't there to charge the batteries that are on the grid. Now the batteries aren't available for the need either. So sort of the same problem on an overall standpoint. I do think we need more thought in that area. I quite frankly wish that the ITC on this was done differently. But nonetheless, it is the way that it was set up federally. So we're going to have to deal with it. But it does make a difficult time figuring out what the obligations for these resources are. So yes, it's something that we need to think about. Our starting point has been, for counting purposes, we treat them the same as if they were separate devices, recognizing that from a use limitation standpoint, we're going to have to understand what those limits are. And perhaps those limits then play into a planning reserve margin or some other mechanism to be able to address the limitations associated with those types of facilities. But recognize that they are different. A co-located and a hybrid are not the same thing. I get that, and that there may need to be some differences between them.
All right, we have one more question in the chat from Ed Smiloff. So Ed asks, would an LSC be assigned a certain amount of NQE by the CPE but not have operational control over meeting that energy requirement? Ed, I think you're correct. The LSCs giving the allocations wouldn't have operational control over the CPE's resources. But I think as Eric explained, there's not, while there may be value to having operational control over resources that are assigned or that you get assignments from, generally speaking, from an accounting standpoint for compliance with the RA program, getting assigned the NQE isn't really connected distinctly to like an ex post review of how that resource actually acted. So I think in this case, it doesn't have a dramatic effect on sort of how an LSC, like what value the LSC could get from that. That's not to say there isn't a lot of value to the LSCs from knowing well beforehand what they're going to be allocated. But I think it's a distinct question from whether they need actual dispatch rights for CPE allocations. Okay, I think Okay, there's actually a couple more questions coming into the chat from Ed. Ed, do you wanna unmute and talk through these? I see you've got a couple comments here.
Yeah, I'm just reinforcing what Eric Gimon said. I think it's really important to distinguish between hybrid solar projects and co-located projects. They're very different animals, and they will be dispatched differently, and they will charge differently. And a hybrid there'll be many flavors of hybrids, depending on the location, the inverter loading ratio. So I think to simplify it and to try to break it into its two component pieces would be kind of like trying to break a combined cycle plant into its component pieces. It doesn't really work that way. And I think it really is going to be important to think through how you come up with the NQE determination for hybrid projects. And I think it's going to have to be, almost on a case-by-case basis, where each project will get its own NQE rating based on the design of the project.
Yeah, Ed, I think that's a good point. I think this is an area we're definitely going to need to think a bit more about. I think we can look back to the hybrid resource valuation for the current program and think about how sort of specifically that is now calculated resource by resource, configuration by configuration. So it is a tough problem, I think, across the proposals, and one that I think is probably worth diving into more in the implementation phase for sure.
Yeah, PG&E addressed it by coming up with, with its proposal for an exceedance methodology that would be based on sort of 3 years of look back. You'd have to have some sort of, interim method for determining NQE in its first couple years of operation, but then, you could base it based on the performance of the facility.
Yeah, so again, not dismissing the differences between a co-located and a hybrid, but just noting there isn't a single proposal out there that I know of so far that tells exactly how you're going to deal with those two different varieties. The current methodology doesn't really deal with it either. So it's something that has to be addressed in all of them. And so I absolutely, it needs to be thought about in this proposal as well as all of the others. I just want to make sure that, we as we talk through this and we're deciding which direction to go from an overall standpoint, that we don't allow this issue hasn't been solved by this when that issue hasn't been solved by any other as well. So just to put it in perspective, yes, understand that issue needs to be resolved. It needs to be resolved in any of them, though. So, your point is well taken, no doubt about it. But I think it has the same problems that you're mentioning in all of the other proposals as well. How to account for a hybrid versus a co-located is very, very different, and that is in all of the different proposals, and what must-offer obligation they would have and how they fulfill that, and how you estimate what you're capable of doing is an issue in all of the proposals.
No, I agree with that, Eric, and the counting rules are going to be important. The counting rules for the various resources will be an important feature of all the various alternatives.
Yep, thank you.
All right, I'm gonna move us along a little bit if we can, just to catch up on time. So Lenon, if you could go ahead and forward to the next slide. So this is a slide that folks saw, I believe it was in November when EVCE presented at a workshop, but really is just to help illustrate the question that I think was a key theme in our last panel, which is how do these processes work together? How firmly do we think one supports the other? Do we think those need to be, sort of buttressed between each other, et cetera? So I'll just briefly talk through this and then think back on how some of our prior discussion might inform this going forward. So we have a sort of multi-phase reliability process today. We have a multi-year ahead process, or we have this emerging multi-year ahead process, which is the IRP, and the role the IRP is playing primarily in the development of new resources. So we're now about halfway through the IRP procurement track. Well, we're not halfway through, but we're well into executing on the first IRP procurement track order. to develop resources in response to the OTC retirements. We're likely going to see another procurement track order leading into the Diablo Canyon retirement within the next few months. And I think we see IRP as really emerging as the place where we're doing sort of robust probabilistic reliability modeling and assignment of responsibility for new build resources. I will acknowledge, I think Matt Barmack made the point in the last panel that, you know, there maybe is a distinction between new build resources and locking down existing resources that may be at risk of retirement. I'll acknowledge that's probably one area where the IRP is not as firm and where the RA program probably has more of a role to play. So moving into the sort of year ahead, month ahead timeframe, we have the RA program, which is really about LSEs showing that they are locking down and contracting with resources to be available to CAISO on a real-time basis, on a day-ahead and real-time basis. So in our view, the RA program really is about selecting from a resource fleet that essentially has been reviewed through the IRP process to ensure there is sort of sufficiency and that would pass a robust stochastic or probabilistic reliability analysis that can't really effectively live within a compliance document for each individual LSE. You know, as we've discussed over the last couple of days, there's no way to build, you know, probabilistic reliability modeling into each LSE monthly compliance filing. So there's some sort of necessary simplifications that are going to have to transition from the IRP analysis into the RA program. And then finally, we have the CAISO's actual market rules for the day ahead and real-time markets, where these resources are actually lined up, dispatched economically, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the piece of this, and Eric, I'm hoping you'll jump in if I misstate this, but I think there's a two-part role for the CAISO's portfolio analysis. So one is what was just discussed as sort of the ex-ante look, and that's, as I understand it, would be used to inform how robustly the RA program needs to explicitly reflect real-world grid constraints. So we can use the portfolio assessment to determine, you know, is it possible that if we don't include explicitly some compliance requirement, that we may end up with an RA fleet that isn't actually reliable. Then there's the second, and this is, I think we used the term ex post earlier, but it's really a monthly ex ante where the CAISO reviews the shown RA portfolio through the portfolio assessment and then potentially can trigger CPM procurement from that if resources are not shown. And Eric, I know this was a little bit of a sticky topic in our last panel, and I see you jumping in, so please go ahead if you want to clarify that process.
Yeah, I think that the way I see this happening from an RA perspective is analysis that's used up front. And the way I would couch it is the study done so far by the ISO said, based upon the July fleet that they saw, would that meet all of the energy needs, et cetera? Well, that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is to say, if I chose the worst fleet possible, the one least capable of meeting all of my needs, what does that fleet do? Does that fleet miss in capacity? Does it meet net peak load? Does it miss in energy needs? And evaluate what the difficulty is with those. And then that informs you of if people chose the absolute worst, what is the magnitude of the problem? We know that people are probably not going to choose the absolute worst, but it will at least inform us about the types of resources that are going to cause problems and the boundaries that you may need to have in place. I think what helps here with the monthly is that perhaps as we go through this, there's some updated studies done based upon what people are actually showing to determine, are the rules meeting what they needed to meet? Is there more that we're learning from it that we need to modify, et cetera? But the way I've been envisioning this is really a study process up front that says, you know, look, if you chose a pretty bad fleet or the worst fleet or some assessment of it, what's the probability of a failure and what are the rules that we need to put in place to be able to avoid that? That's really what I was envisioning in this type of a study.
Thanks, Eric. That's very helpful. But just to confirm, so there is this sort of ex ante informing of both the compliance rules, et cetera, but we're also potentially envisioning the portfolio assessment as possibly triggering CPM in the event that the LSE showings don't pass the portfolio assessment test.
I think it's
correct.
Yeah, I think it's possible. We have that with local right now, right? We know, we know what our number is to meet local. And if everybody meets their number and you put it all together and the ISO looks at it and says, yeah, but that's not sufficient for my needs, so either cure it or I'm going to backstop it. I think that possibility is there. My hope is that we put together rules that are sufficient to where the probability that they need to CPM something is very low, which is what we have generally had for local. So you may not like the uncertainty of that model. I don't think anybody does, but in local space, I don't think the ISO has done a huge amount of CPM procurement in that space. There have been some, certainly, but they don't. I don't think that they have to do it to a large extent on a regular basis. And I would be looking for rules similar here, that generally parties are able to meet the portfolio needs without having the ISO go and backstop it. So there should be sufficient information for LSEs to make wise and informed decisions before that the ex post gets done.
Absolutely. Okay, we have a couple questions. Peter has a question in the chat, and Eric, this might be a good one for you. Will the test be done by the CPUC or the CAISO?
Yeah, it's a good question, Peter. I mean, certainly the ISO has already done that type of a test, so they've got the capability of doing it. Could it be moved over to the PUC? I think it could. The difficulty, though, is that there's more than just PUC jurisdictional entities participating in this. So there's a question as to how much the PUC knows about what the municipalities have done. And that's, it's a similar concept in the space of flex RA and local RA. There are flex requirements and local requirements for the municipalities. Don't know that the PUC has enough information to be able to evaluate what has been done by those entities and whether or not it meets the sufficiency, and therefore whether or not there's any backstop that needs to be done. So I have a feeling that much like local and like flex, these are probably things that have to be evaluated by the ISO, because you have to know the overall portfolio that you have, and that's composed of more than just PUC jurisdictional entities.
I see a question from Eric Jamon in the chat. Eric, sorry, I've been mispronouncing your name all day until now. I think Jamon is correct now, having heard from Ed.
It's okay. It's a French name, Eric Gimon, but I take it anyway. Sorry to ask so many questions. This has just been a fascinating discussion, and it's really great to see you guys dig into this proposal. At Energy Innovation, we spent a lot of time modeling high penetration system, or working with modelers. And seeing this slide here brings up some of these questions. One was wondering if you could help me with. So one thing that you see in a high penetration system is the value of kind of covariance of a portfolio of resources that work with each other, and understanding how the ups of one goes with the downs of another, and so on. And one thing I like about the SE proposal is that covariance value in the wind and solar fleet is captured in the net load concept, but I worry that you lose some of that covariance. In the resource on the resource side, so that if the IRP process is running Plexos or whatever, and understanding how these things under a variety of different scenarios work together, the RA might miss that and over procure. And then on the flip side, the probability distributions, I mean, you talked about how we model load, and we'll be modeling, generation, but the probability distributions are getting wider with longer tails, and with the nature of distributions changing with the hour of the day. So that was the power of the PG&E slice of day. And often what you see in these analysis is the problem of the dark doldrums, these kind of rare, long events. And when I see these kind of RA showings and so on, I think of kind of workhorses that deal with most of your problems, but not these kind of tail distribution problems. And so the IRP might think about that and want to contract with some kind of hydrogen turbine or something like that can kick in when you need it, but then it might not get paid through an RA thing because that kind of long tail need doesn't really show up in the way that you cut off the distributions. So are we asking too much of RA? Should there be some other process that would deal with these kind of dark doldrum kind of rarer events? Or how do you think about that issue?
I think largely you're right. I mean, we've talked before about the idea of, well, what if you have a 10-day long storm where there isn't sufficient solar to be able to charge the 20,000 megawatts of batteries that you have? What do you do then? And I think that there's a lot of question about that, and I think that we have to think through that in planning space and in IRP space in particular, to figure out what the probability of those is and what we want to do to be able to ensure that. And that could be it could be a hydrogen powered facility. It could simply be a gas fired facility in which you're primarily buying capacity. You're buying for something that you expect is going to operate for a short period of time, once every 10, 15, 20 years, which is still meeting your GHG goals overall in total, even though when you get into those times, it's to prevent an outage under an extreme set of circumstances. I think that needs to be thought through in an IRP process, because we've got to think about what the probability of that type of event is over a planning horizon, not necessarily over an RA horizon. RA is really about the expected reliability on a day-to-day basis. And unless we get to the point where on a day-to-day basis, I'm expecting a 10-day storm that limits my ability to store because it limits my ability to charge from renewable devices, then maybe I'll consider it within an RA program. But I think that is so outside of the norm today that having an RA program try to deal with that is going to be an infeasibility. So I would rather have something like that thought of in an IRP type of program to figure out what needs to be done about it.
Yeah, I would add to that. I think this problem is pretty consistent across all of our planning challenges, both the extreme weather, the consistent days of extreme weather or extreme conditions. And I think really this is a question across all of our planning tools of how do we make sure we have representative months or covariance in our, let's say, covariance between extreme heat and reduced solar production like we saw in August. You know, things like that, where we have like a monsoon event that creates a lot of moisture and reduces solar output. I think we need to think about across all of our planning space, how do we better integrate that? One element that I'm regretting not putting explicitly on this slide is the role of the PRM within this proposal. And one thing we've discussed is the need for a PRM to be assessing the reliability given the current fleet with this structure. And that PRM analysis presumably is a loss of load study that has those types of events baked in. It has extreme weather at the rate we expected. It has, consistent dark, the dark doldrum days, et cetera, and would flag the likelihood of us failing to meet reliability standards given those events sort of baked into that analysis. But I think this is a pretty consistent challenge as we move forward into new and unknown and more weather dependent terrain than we've ever been in before.
Yeah, well, thank you for those answers. I mean, I would say that the one doubt I'm kind of left with is, when I think about capacity as an insurance option that you're buying here, it's kind of a flat value across the full block of time. But the stress that the grid is going to need, we know concentrates in some periods over other. So with the slice of time, there's a bit of a movement towards that. And here you're still stuck with this concept of capacity as a flat obligation across the full. I mean, the energy helps a little bit, but I still don't see how, for example, if I was managing my risk and I knew that I was more likely to come up short between 4 and 6 o'clock than other parts of the day, I wouldn't want to buy some capacity that would only last for 2 hours, some capacity that only lasts for 4, and some capacity that only lasts for 6. I'm not quite sure I see how the energy obligation captures the design of a duration portfolio in my risk management strategy.
Yeah, and this is where I think it's up to each LSE to decide what their risk management is and what it looks like. I've said it before, and I'll likely say it again and again and again. 2 4-hour batteries dispatched consecutively is the same as 1 8-hour battery, except if I need double the capacity in a single hour, I can do so. So I think it really has to be up to each LSE to figure out what their portfolio looks like, what their needs look like, what their cost minimization to be able to meet those needs look like, what the market is willing to offer, what prices the market is willing to offer that at, and make decisions based upon that. So if long duration storage, if an 8-hour or 12-hour device is the most cost effective and I know I have a need for it and I know it's unlikely that I will want twice the amount of capacity or triple the amount of capacity in any hour, then that's the thing that I should buy. And if on the other hand, I don't think I'm going to frequently have a need for storage that is above 4 hours, and there's going to be times when I need double and triple capacity, I might be looking more for 4-hour devices. So I think the problem that we're in right now with 4-hour devices is that has been the minimum requirement in RA space. And so with only a capacity measure and no measure of energy whatsoever, just the MCC buckets, the design has been to build 4-hour battery because that is the least expensive to meet the minimum criteria and be able to count as RA and provide the benefit. As we move forward, if we're saying, no, your requirements now are capacity and energy, there is value to having that longer duration storage device. And if that now is economic in the marketplace and is the best decision for LSEs, that's the decision that they will make. So that's what we're trying to change here is the one measurement that is guiding everything to the multiple measurements that guides what's needed from a reliability standpoint, which also says there are multiple places that value is going to come from these resources. And now we're opening that up to be able to develop these devices based upon the best solution for the need.
All right, we have one more hand, and then let's keep moving. So Doug Carpa, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, I think more of a comment to follow on Eric's comment, and this comment that keeps coming up about like, oh, what 4-hour and 6-hour and 8-hour batteries. Coming from an LSE that is very heavily involved in figuring out how to meet our load in all hours, largely with storage, really want to emphasize for people that duration, as we typically talk about it, is purely the ratio of the inverter size to the energy capacity of a battery. And so what it reflects is the minimum duration of time over which you can dispatch that battery. You can always dispatch it over a longer period of time. You just do so more slowly. And so when you're talking about the difference between a 4-hour battery and a 12-hour battery, if it has the same megawatt hour capacity, the 12-hour battery just has an inverter that is 1/3 of the size of a 4-hour battery. And so and a lot of the discussions around like, what do you do if your time limited resource runs out, and some of these temporal issues, it's really important to keep in mind that one of the constraints is the total amount of available energy you have to dispatch is constant and it's enough. And so in a lot of these instances, the answer to what do you do if your energy runs out is you dispatch the other storage in your fleet. And to get from what Eric was talking about of like, if you have concerns that you may not have enough capacity flexibility in any given hour, really the thing that you want is a bunch of 1-hour storage, because that is 1-hour storage is a number or 10-minute storage that reflects a battery that you can discharge all at once if you need to, but you can always discharge it over larger periods of time. And if you are guaranteed you've got enough energy to cover all hours, then having a lot of smaller batteries is far more flexible than being locked into a long duration battery, which has a pretty hard cap in terms of the capacity at which it can discharge. And so I think be helpful for people to like work your head around the fact that actually the quote unquote duration is, that's just saying that your inverter is bigger, and that's a good thing. So I think it will help people to like play around with how these portfolios work and how this methodology works. And I think some of the intuitions that people have, you'll begin to understand that like, maybe it doesn't work out that way.
All right, well, thank you very much, Doug. I think that wraps up questions on this slide. Let's jump into some of the specific integration, policy integration elements. And again, Eric, I'll invite you to jump back in here with various commentary as we go through, because I think you've got a lot of thought on this beyond what I've got. So CAISO market operations, largely we retain the current structure, which is the must offer obligation for resources. But really, I think most of the action that would be taking place within the CAISO operational market changes are the ongoing efforts from the CAISO to implement modifications to essentially ensure these emerging resources, specifically storage, are operating, charged, et cetera, in the way that we expect them and model them to behave. So there's a number of these efforts currently underway in the RA enhancements proposal related to incorporating opportunity costs, having a state of charge requirement for storage, and then also various changes with regard to imports. So I don't think that structurally our proposal changes this, with the exception of what we would require as a new use limitation, which is, as Eric discussed this morning, what happens if a resource exhausts the NQE it has shown in that specific month and can no longer dip into NQE it needs in future months. So hydro is a good example of this. Similarly, some other resources with start restrictions or other use limitations could have this challenge. Eric, anything you want to add on this?
No, not really. I mean, I think we've discussed kind of the concepts on this page throughout today, so I don't think I need to go through it any more heavily unless people have questions.
All right, let's move on then into IRP. Thank you, Lenon. Okay, so IRP RA is another area where there's really, I think, a bidirectional integration that needs to occur, and I think this is something that's been widely recognized from well before we submitted our proposal, that RA and IRP need to feed into each other a little bit better than they do today. So a couple of elements that would potentially shift. Actually, to back up for a moment. So I think folks have recognized that RA has not really been the driver of new resource development. Historically, the RA signal to LSEs has not, as far as I understand it, really led to LSEs going out and procuring new resources just for RA showings. We have seen a very different approach with the IRP procurement track, requiring new resource development that has been a very strong policy signal or compliance signal to LSEs to go out and procure and develop new capacity. And I think it's likely that's going to be the primary kind of policy input moving forward to develop new resources. So I think we see the IRP continuing to fulfill that role of identifying resource need and then directing LSEs to go out and procure that need as the sort of overarching process. Now, that need could be a need driven by RA and reliability. It could be a need driven by decarbonization. It could be a need driven by some other policy constraint or some other future event that we identified. We see the RA program really is fulfilling the role of LSEs contracting with those resources in the short term, as we've discussed, in the year ahead and month ahead timeframe, or multi-year if that proposal is adopted, to ensure those resources are actually available and dispatched to the CAISO. Now, moving the other direction, I think there's a very significant opportunity within the IRP to better integrate some reliability tests, both within the aggregate portfolio, what used to be called the hybrid conforming portfolio, as well as of LSE-specific portfolios. Currently, the only test that I'm aware of is testing whether there's sort of planned RA sufficiency for LSEs, but certainly, or planned capacity sufficiency to meet RA, but certainly you could see value in incorporating, if it were adopted for the RA program, incorporating an NQC test, an NQE test, and a charging test consistent with what's in RA for each LSE's portfolio submitted into the IRP. So I see a question from Rhett in the chat, from Rhett from PG&E. What happens if a resource is on outage, planned or forced? Would the supplier have to replace both the NQC and NQE? Would the replacement have to be for the NQE for the specified time frame? I have not really thought through the NQE element of this, Eric. I'm not sure if you have, but I think similar to the current and sort of proposed outage replacement rules under UCAP, I think similar rules would apply. And I haven't thought exactly about how that would work for NQE. In terms of the NQE for the specified time frame, I think, again, given that this is sort of a monthly compliance obligation, I'm not sure that you would need to sort of show day by day that NQE was shown for the outage period. But Eric, if you have additional thoughts on this, please feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I think logically that if you're going to have a substitution requirement, i.e. that it wants to take a planned outage, and yet it was shown for resource adequacy, that if it's going to do that, it has to be able to replace its attributes. And so if, the amount of capacity and the amount of energy probably both need to be replaced. I suppose it's possible for that to come from multiple resources. One has the amount of capacity, the other has the amount of energy. But we need to think about that a bit more. But if you are going to move to multiple aspects of this, then you do have to ask the question, if that resource is not going to be available and wants to substitute, what is the rules for substitution? So logically to me, it's that you've got to substitute all of the attributes, and that would include the energy piece as well.
Great, thanks, Eric. All right.
This is Jamie. I have a question that came in through the chat a little bit ago. Does your statement that, and it might have been for the conversation we just had, but does your statement that the RA process is focused on contracting with existing resources rely on the assumption that procurement occurs in the form of RA tags? If RA is procured along with energy, wouldn't that more specifically implicate the IRP?
So I think, Jamie, if you're buying a firm energy product, within buying that firm energy product, you're probably also then going to buy the right to count it as resource adequacy, because you're going to be getting the energy anyhow. And if you're getting that energy, then you probably want the right to count it. On the other hand, I could see a situation where someone says, the only thing I really want to do is hedge my price risk, and I've already got enough for RA. I don't need to buy that attribute, and the generator can sell that attribute to somebody else, knowing that they've already committed to the firm energy anyhow. So I think it's really up to the market participants as to what their needs are in that type of situation to be able to optimize their procurement as well as their sales.
Great. All right, thank you. And I think that takes care of all the questions. So let's jump into the next slide and talk through the RPS. So we've talked through a few elements of RPS already today, so I'll just try to hit on some of the new segments. But in essence, I think the biggest element of integration with this proposal is to give the RPS program and RPS procurement by LSEs better incentives and information about the reliability contributions of those resources. So today we're moving into a period where peak capacity is showing smaller and smaller capacity values for RPS, but we also know that those resources do provide a lot of reliability value in the form of energy throughout the day, as well as in reducing the gross peak, reducing midday loads, and this proposal would explicitly recognize those and help LSEs and developers and others identify those value streams when comparing between different resources, and could support selection between resources that have different profiles, different attributes, in a way that I think is somewhat superior to, or far superior to today's methodology. I think that's the most significant RPS overlap, is addressing the issues around saturation, comparative between variable and baseload renewables. And then finally, you do provide a better incentive to LSEs as they're building out their RPS portfolios to have storage projects collectively in their portfolio that are right-sized with the level of variable renewable resources. So today, there's not as clear of a connection between having a very solar dependent portfolio or solar dependent RA showing and building storage commensurate to that, other than meeting your sort of gross NQC quantity. But under this proposal, you would get sort of direct benefit for your storage charging test from that excess energy. So improving the price signals there would be better for LSE RPS portfolio development. Doesn't look like there's any questions here, so let's move ahead to local RACPE. Again, I think this is one we've largely talked through, but generally speaking, we see this proposal as being consistent and just being one additional attribute that the local RACPE would procure and allocate to LSEs, hopefully with significant forward notice so that LSEs can plan around whatever resources are being procured for them by the CPE. There may also be some value in using this analytical structure to inform what the local CPE is actually procuring. As Eric mentioned today, there's very similar types of issues that arise for CPE procurement and for local areas in terms of incorporating variable resources and storage. So using this to support CPE portfolio development for each local area could be a useful part of that process. Any questions here? I think, Rhett, that's a holdover. All right, so I think we can move on then to PCIA. Again, this is an area that doesn't have dramatic differences. Essentially, the PCIA would continue to sort of work in its current form, but also importantly, this proposal is compatible if the Commission were to adopt the co-chair report on PCIA Working Group 3, which would trigger allocations of resources from IOU portfolios to LSEs based on their departing load status. This would sort of continue to treat RA valuation in a market price benchmark in a similar way. And one sort of outstanding question is how could NQE trading potentially impact the valuation for those RA resources within the market price benchmark? So for unbundling, it's possible that some value could be traded away, and it may be hard to sort of identify what value is retained versus sold. I see a question from Mary in the chat. Oh, sorry, not in the chat. Actually, Lennon, could you unmute Mary, please?
Yeah, thank you. So if NQE is going to be a separate product, how is this different than the slice a day described by Peter yesterday?
Mary, I think most significantly is, PG&E is looking at each slice of the day as a sort of discrete, temporally based requirement for that representative day, whereas we're looking at a monthly duration that does not specifically and explicitly require resources to be tied to those specific hours and periods. So I think as Eric was describing earlier, we're not requiring the NQE to be dispatched in those hours. We're requiring it to be available to the CAISO to be dispatched if necessary. So I think maybe the distinction is, one, we're not requiring the energy to actually be firm and shown during those periods. Not that PG&E is, but I think there's a more explicit representation of the temporal aspect in the slice a day proposal.
Is there a difference in the quantities that are needed to meet the? I mean, it seems to me it's still slicing and dicing up the load in the same way. Both proposals are looking at making things more granular in the same way. It's just how they're constructing the compliance requirements.
So I don't know that they are slicing it and dicing it in the same way. PG&E is basically saying, what is the peak amount of load that I have to meet over this slice of period for the day? So it's basically breaking up the day into separate sections and saying that there's a peak need in there, and you need to have enough capacity resources in that particular slice to be able to meet that need. That's very different than a system that says you need to be able to meet your net peak need and you need to be able to meet your energy need overall. I'm looking at a totality. I'm looking at must offer obligation over that totality and allowing those resources to operate to be able to meet that, as opposed to a system that says for this 6-hour slice, you have to have an offer obligation from this set of resources specifically to be able to meet that need. And then in the next 6 hours, it may be a completely different set of resources that have a must offer obligation. So they go about it actually very, very differently.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Unless there are other questions, I think we can move into our panel discussion. So let me invite Eric. I think you're with us here already, but Brian Beering on behalf of the American Clean Power Association and Stephanie Fennenhouse on behalf of EBCE, we wanted to have a discussion of how this proposal and other proposals compare and what issues they raise in terms of implementation, integration with other proposals, compatibility, and the sort of continuous flow of your current activities as we implement a proposal. So welcome, and let's jump in. So Eric, I thought your round of going question by question works, but I wanted to ask first if anyone wanted to add any sort of opening questions, comments, reactions before we dive in from our panel. Okay, then let's jump in. So the first question is, as we transition to a new RA structure, what are your highest priority implementation and transition concerns? And Stephanie, maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think we've talked about this a lot today, where the ultimate goal, what we're working towards, is to end up with a framework that is going to be robust against a variety of future scenarios, and that is going to accommodate big changes to the resource mix that we expect to happen over the next decade in order to meet our carbon goals. But at the same time, it's really critical that we're not introducing something today that's so disruptive at a time when we have real reliability concerns in the near term, and we're facing a potentially really significant shortfall in the coming years when Diablo Canyon comes offline. So it seems like now is really the time when we need to be encouraging investments in new resources. And so any transition that we're introducing right now, should align with that rather than kind of be a disruptive force in the market right now.
Great, thanks, Stephanie. Brian? Brian, looks like you're stuck on mute.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Nick. So I'll echo Stephanie. I think the pace and scale of procurement that's needed has been made pretty clear, both in the context of the IRP as well as the reliability events from last summer. So I think ensuring bulk system reliability is certainly first and foremost on our priority list. And if we're not able to do that in the context of the transition to SB 100 and other clean energy targets, I think we are very concerned that will send the wrong message. Obviously, that we want to see these programs be a success. So I would say that's probably our biggest priority, is figuring out how to refine RA so that information flow works across the IRP and the RPS proceeding. And then really looking at some of the issues with the RPS and the contracting structures with the RPS to really get at the type of capacity that's needed and better utilize intermittent resources in the context of the RA program.
Great, thanks a lot, Brian. Eric?
Yes, certainly the reliability issues are there, but I think in terms of implementation and transition, I'm concerned about making sure that we recognize the value that each resource plays in providing for reliability, recognizing that we're going to be procuring a lot of resources to be able to meet GHG goals, that as we do that, we recognize how those resources play into reliability and afford them the credit for what they're actually doing, while maintaining reliability and making sure that we procure the other types of resources that are also necessary to be able to do that. And I suppose the other thing is making sure that as we do this transition, that it doesn't have a significant impact on load serving entities and generators out there who have already signed contracts under the existing structure, to make sure that it doesn't now, lead to massive amounts of renegotiating of contracts, that this is already something that can be accommodated within the existing processes.
Great, thanks, Eric. So it seems like the themes we're hearing are potential for disruption of existing contracts and sort of planned new development, ensuring we're sort of recognizing full resource value and getting that sort of properly aligned with current contracting structures. So let's jump out to the next one. As you review the proposals out there, are any of them structurally incompatible with other policies? So are there any of these sort of threshold red flags we discussed before with the proposals available? And Brian, maybe we'll start with you this time.
Well, I guess, we've spent the most time really looking at the Edison CalCCA proposal, and I don't think we've identified any structural incompatibilities. I think it has the potential to really be more compatible with the RPS and the IRP. I think as for the other proposals, we did comment on some of those in the recent comment opportunity on track 3B2. We haven't taken a real hard look and really gotten consensus on the PG&E slice of day proposal, but I would echo what Jen was flagging earlier, that I think we are seeing some similar benefits from that proposal. We just haven't spent the same amount of time really digesting it and going through it. I do think the contracting issue could come up in the PG&E slice of day proposal insofar as if you're trying to contract with multiple LSEs for different slices of the day, how do you do that? How does that get shared? How does that get, dispatched? All those kinds of issues in terms of really the mechanics of, an intraday schedule. That's something I think we would like to think through a little bit more. The proposal by Dr. Wallach, we did express some concern there, primarily around legal issues with Ferc jurisdiction. The fact that it would have a central clearing price, that was concerning to us. I think just the complexity of it, and really that the issue that we're talking about here, which is if we have contracts and we're trying to execute all these contracts right now, how do we transition into a new structure? And if this structure is, the entity that we're contracting with is completely different, I think that contracting issue could be a pretty significant concern as well. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Eric, how about you next?
I think I agree with a lot of what Brian just said, which is I don't know that any of these proposals is necessarily a deal breaker. There's issues that each of them have to deal with. I think each of them could work in one way, shape, or form. The question really becomes which one is going to be the easiest from an implementation standpoint and the best in fitting with the policy goals of the state while maintaining reliability. I think that's the question that we need to answer at this point. To Brian's point on Dr. Wallach's proposal, I think that you could potentially do that bilaterally, but there's a lot of complications with doing it bilaterally and not doing it as a centrally cleared if you want to avoid the Ferc jurisdiction. So that's where I say I don't necessarily think they're completely incompatible. It's just the difficulty at which that you would go through them. So I think that's where we need to focus is not necessarily on does one of them have a deal breaker, because I'm not sure that any of them do. It's just really a question of which one is going to be best suited towards meeting the needs of the state.
Great, thanks, Eric. Stephanie?
Yeah, so I guess through the lens of compatibility with existing policies, I think because both the PG&E slice of day and the SCE CalCCA proposal are maintaining certain tenets of the RA program we have today, I think that you just end up in a situation where you're much more compatible with the existing framework and policy environment. So I don't see any huge red flags with either of them. And in fact, as you were describing, Nick, the SCE CalCCA proposal, really by design, would help to bolster the relationship between IRP and RA and RPS and RA. And that's kind of coming from this explicit recognition that RA is one piece of a much broader framework. I also see the SCE CalCCA proposal as more compatible, or at least not at odds with the efforts that are underway at CAISO as far as RA enhancements. I think that is a little harder for me to understand with the PG&E proposal, although I don't think it's impossible. And then I think finally the fixed price forward energy approach seems it seems pretty problematic with, and I'm probably missing something, but it seems problematic with respect to both RPS and IRP in particular. The existing contracting issue definitely has been flagged. Also, the ability to maximize or even maintain procurement autonomy for CCAs. So it seems like that there are some challenges there, or kind of more explanations that we need to get comfortable with how that one would work with our existing framework.
All right, thank you. All right, so moving into what are your most significant implementation concerns for the SCE Cal CCA proposal? And Eric, this may not be fair, but why don't we start with you?
It's perfect. I could do it tomorrow. So, I mean, honestly, we've talked about the host of issues that we need to think about further to get the details back behind it. I think that's going to be the biggest task at this point. Otherwise, from an implementation standpoint, I'm not really seeing a lot there because there's a lot of similarity between the existing program and this one. So I think the market will figure out how to transact it relatively quickly. I think we just have to figure out all of those rules and all of those bumper lanes to make sure that the rules go the way that we had expected.
Great, Stephanie?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been talking through a lot of these, and we'll probably talk through this more in later sections. But I think, relative to the other proposals, the SE Cal CCA seems kind of more easily implementable because it's building on and enhancing and sort of refocusing our existing program to accommodate current and future grid needs. So, I think there's obviously, some structural details that need to get worked out. And I think, potentially the data requirements needed for LSE specific hourly load shapes and ensuring that we have kind of the methodology and information to develop that in time for implementation. And then, getting to a place where everybody's comfortable with the temporal issues that have been raised as well.
Great, thanks, Stephanie. Brian, your thoughts?
Well, so I think, I'd go back to my earlier comment about, how do we get certainty out of this? If we're trying to develop at scale right now and we're expecting all of, this procurement directive to come out related to Diablo Canyon, maybe more coming out of the preferred system plan later this year, how do we provide that certainty so that when, capacity developers are sitting down across the table from an LSC, they really know what they're marketing and what the LSE's needs are, and that what they're marketing and what they're ultimately going to try to get financed, that's going to have a durable, structure that lasts over time. I think trying to think through that issue and try to line up the timing, and I think Eric and Nick and the party's discussion around the sort of the timing of the proposals and kind of when if this is the one that gets moved forward by the commission later this year, and sort of sequencing it so that there is a runway to provide that certainty, so that if there are changes and how we're contracting, that those are well understood well in advance. I think that can help with that issue. I think there's no question that it would change some things, but I think one of the things that we found very elegant about the Edison Cal CCA proposal was that it is retaining a lot of the existing structures, in terms of how it relates to the CAISO market operation and those types of issues. It would require obviously some more data, but I think by retaining some of that existing structure, you can kind of help deal with that issue so that it's not completely turning everything on its head, such that all the contracts that we're trying to work through right now are suddenly don't make sense or have to be renegotiated.
Great, thanks, Brian. And your comments on sequencing actually speak to a question in the chat from Ed, and maybe I'll pause to speak to that. So Ed Smiloff asks, is it correct to assume that phase 1 procurement to replace Diablo will occur this summer, while comprehensive RA reform won't occur until 2022 or 2023? So my understanding is that we're expecting a procurement track order for Diablo this summer, May or June of this year, as well as a directional decision on RA reform in 3B2 around that time, sometime in Q2 2021, but likely not implementation until compliance year 2023, and potentially a lot of time in 21 and 22, sort of figuring out a lot of those key details that Brian mentioned. So I think that's an important tension for us to all recognize. I don't know how much we can eliminate it, but if we can mitigate the impact of that uncertainty on development, it seems like an important goal for us to keep in mind. Okay, so as we move into our last couple of questions, let me just pose to the audience as well. If folks have questions they want to ask our panel or tee up, feel free to add those into the Q&A or raise your hand as well. And we'll check in on that after we go through these last couple of questions. So the fourth question, would the SCE CalCCA proposal pose barriers to existing contracts or development of new resources? And I think this goes very much to your comments just now, Brian. So why don't we start with you if you want to put a finer point on
that? Sure. So I mean, I think there's a lot of contracting happening right now. And that contracting is largely happening, based on sort of, existing knowledge of how programs are designed. This would change things, but I don't think it necessarily changes things so significantly, again, that those contract structures just don't make sense anymore. I think understanding the tradable aspects of the proposal, are you able to trade NQE? How are you able to trade NQE? How do you know, which LSEs have that NQE need? I think that could all be worked through and factored into, contract structures. I mean, I think the bigger issue for us is, looking at the limitations of the RPS program, that it essentially is just encouraging, the contract structures just encourage you to maximize production, and the contract structures all require you to have full capacity deliverability status. I think if that's going to change, and we've provided a lot of comments into the record in terms of how we think, for example, off-peak deliverability status could be accounted for. That if those things are going to change and going to be valued in the context of contracts, we really need to know that now or as soon as possible, because that goes in. I mean, that goes into the interconnection request process. That goes into the transmission planning process. That's a big issue in the IRP. And so I think trying to really understand what this would mean for transmission planning and how that gets factored into the contracting, I think that would be a key issue that, the sooner we can provide certainty on that, the better it'll be in terms of trying to minimize the disruption to contracts in terms of what's being contracted around. And, conversely, if there are signals for either energy only, off-peak deliverability status, those kinds of things, having those now will, I think, help the contracting process considerably and minimize costs for LSEs.
Great, thanks, Brian. Eric?
Yeah, so the question kind of has two parts: existing contracts and development of new resources. And so certainly agree with what Brian said about getting, firm information for resource developers to develop things. I think, though, from a new development standpoint, the one aspect of this that I really like is that the LSEs are deciding upon what value a resource has in their portfolio. We know that, having seen what Energy Division staff put out of having the ELCC values for solar go to 0, means that from an RA standpoint, there is no point in buying a solar resource. And under this proposal, it says, well, there may be a point in buying it if you've also got storage and you're utilizing that storage to move that energy to a different point in time. So it continues to recognize the value that's there. And I think we all remember last year when we went through the discussion of an ELCC diversity benefit from storage. And where was that going to be allocated? And it was, well, I've got to make a choice. I can put it to a thermal resource, which means it'll have an NQC greater than its Pmax, which doesn't really make much sense. I can put it towards wind. I can put it towards solar. And so which type of resource am I going to put that to? Instead of having to make that decision on an administrative basis, you're allowing the LSEs to decide where the best value is. As far as the existing contracts, and this is where I'm interested in hearing what others have done, from an Edison standpoint, I don't believe it to be a problem. You can take a look at the pro formas that Edison signs. Those are all online for our RFOs. And generally what we have done in those contracts is to say we are buying all of your RA attributes, including whatever definition that may have in the future, but we own it. By buying this capacity, we own it. It's ours to claim, it's ours to utilize. So I don't think it has a problem with existing contracts for Edison that we would be back in the, now I have to negotiate whether or not I bought the NQE associated with this resource. So I think those aspects for Edison are there. I don't know if they are for others, and I think that's where probably the key question comes in is, have others signed similar types of contracts, or is there some big gaping hole out there that we don't know about quite yet because others have not signed that type of contract, and this is going to throw all of those existing contracts into turmoil.
Great, thanks, Eric. Stephanie?
Yeah, I don't know if I have too much to add beyond what Brian and Eric have just talked about. I agree that it seems like existing contracts, it should be relatively straightforward to accommodate the SE CalCCA proposal. And then, you know, for both new and existing resources, thinking through like the, you know, kind of the separability and tradability of NQC and NQE. And what, you know, what sort of contract provisions may or may not be needed to trade NQE. You know, I think those are some questions I have. But otherwise, I agree with Eric that it, you know, it really is allowing LSEs to consider and value individual resource types based on their, you know, contribution to meeting their load. So.
Great. All right. So we have a couple questions that have come in. Why don't we hit those and then we'll come back to this final question. So the first question comes in from Scott Olson. How will the RA value of wind and solar and legacy IOU contracts used in the PCIA calculation be compared to their RA value under this construct? So I'm not an expert in PCIA valuation and market price benchmarks, but my understanding is that the current valuation essentially uses the, you know, contemporary, like today's wind and solar ELCC values, and as those significantly decline, that reference value is likely to also decline. So I think under this proposal, we'd likely see some retention of RA value that wouldn't otherwise be there, being reflected in the energy value and netting value. And I'll open it up to the panelists if anybody sees that differently, but I think we would see greater value shown for the PCIA legacy wind and solar resources than today.
So Nick, I think we actually hit on that in a slide a little bit later on. So we might be able to tackle that a bit later. So I would ask that we hold on to that question and we'll try it then and see if that answers it. But I think it basically comes down to you now separate the value stream between capacity and energy. And if there is some difference in those and what's being bought, you need to account for those. Again, the existing Edison contracts have bought everything. And so even if you separate those two pieces out, the sum total of them has the total value of the contract. So I'm not sure that it has an overall impact on PCIA from a historical contract standpoint. From future contracts, it may.
Okay, so a couple more questions. We have a question from Rhett. If an LSE purchases RPS PCC1, is that eligible to be netted against the low duration curve? If so, does this require the RPS sale to be tied to a specific hour? Rhett, I think this gets at the sort of the net qualifying energy is tied to the RA showing. So if that resource is shown for RA, then it would be given NQE value for the LSE. If it's strictly a purchase for RPS PCC1 and no RA product, then there would not be a netting.
Yeah, Nick, that's absolutely correct.
And then I think this is a comment from Ed. The reference system portfolio that will be used in transmission planning assumes a lot of energy-only contracts rather than assuming that there will be significant NQC and NQE from hybrids if there is FCDS. And I would note there was just a revised TPP decision today, so I don't know if that issue was taken up, but yes, agreed. Okay, and then here's a question for panelists from Nancy Rader. CalWIA proposed in comments that the value of wind and solar in reducing net peak load should constitute an unbundled tradable product. This would promote efficiency and ensure that the value of wind and solar in reducing net peak load will be properly valued. What are the panelists' views on this? Anyone want to take that?
Yeah, so if what you mean by that is the ability to separate RPS value from the RA value, I think that's what Nick was referring to earlier, and I think that we generally agree with. It's entirely possible that there's an entity out there that needs the energy for netting against their RA to be able to meet their needs, and another LSE that needs it to be able to meet RPS requirements. The transaction should be able to happen between those two. So if that's what you're talking about from separating those, I think we generally agree with that. There's multiple products to be sold here out of this, and they each have their own value stream associated with them.
Great, I think that's everyone. Oh, now I see Sue has her hand up as well. Lennon, could you please unmute too?
Hi there. I have some questions on how your proposal would work for LSE compliance. Is this a good time to ask or some other time?
Sue, maybe let's finish with the panel questions and then come back to that.
Okay.
I'm wondering, I think maybe the next section, Eric, actually might be a good moment for that as well. The next presentation segment.
Yeah,
you're thinking of, Sue.
I don't know where the best place is to answer it, but Sue, we will certainly answer the question. So I agree. Let's get through with this first, since they're on a slightly different topic, and then we'll tackle that one.
Okay, so let's finish out our questions here, and then we can come back to the broader set of questions. So final question for the panel, is there anything else you would like to add to the discussion of the ability of the proposal to be implemented and integrated with other policies? And let me ask, feel free to broaden this if there are other things you'd like to add about other proposals or comparative, et cetera. Feel free to take that as well. Stephanie, do you want to kick this off?
Sure. Not sure if I'm adding anything, but maybe emphasizing that, you know, I think a lot of this really comes back to what criteria we're using to evaluate the proposals. So, you know, what are we trying to accomplish with the RA program? And then, you know, by when and to what end? You know, I sort of see implementability as it's, you know, can be objective, but it's also relative. So, you know, is a proposal implementable that would face really significant legal challenges or, you know, invite FERC jurisdiction? You know, maybe not, or at least, you know, potentially not in the time frame where we would want that program to be in place. So I think that goes back to sort of the immovable objects that Eric has coined, which would really render a proposal unimplementable. But at the same time, if we can get comfortable that the implementation details of the different proposals on the table are addressable, then it becomes more of a question of, you know, which is more easily implementable, and then what are the trade-offs involved in, you know, if something is more easily implementable, but is also sort of overlooking some important details, then maybe that's you know, something to consider when we're deciding how to move forward.
All right, Eric.
Well, I guess I would just add that, you know, we are very supportive of the proposal. I mean, we've outlined a few areas where we'd like to see some refinements, but you know, I think the proposal can be implemented, and you know, I think the discussion around the contracts, for example, and existing contracts, that was a kind of a question in our mind. You know, that I think it was helpful to hear the other panelists speak to. You know, I think, again, going back to what I was saying earlier about, you know, RPS contract structures and just the volume of procurement that's needed right now, I think this really does create a lot of opportunities for innovation in that space, and better utilizing clean capacity resources, and moving away from, you know, a lot of the limitations of the existing RPS contracts, and hopefully towards something that really can value, not just, potentially the disaggregation of these different products, whether it's NQE or NQC, but potentially, figuring out ways to value new types of services. There's a lot of work that's being done, studies, for example, that the CAISO has done on the ability of, smart inverters to provide various grid reliability services. And I think with an overly generic ELCC and limitations with MCC buckets, we just don't see those signals coming to bear to really bring those types of services to the marketplace. But with a proposal like this, we think that there is opportunity to provide more services to LSEs and grid operator. So appreciate all the work that Edison and CalCCA have done to kind of vet this proposal, and really look forward to continuing to discuss it with you and the other parties.
Okay, thanks a lot, Brian. Eric?
Yeah, I guess what I really like about this proposal is that it has been thought through in the context of where we're headed. So folks are aware of the Pathways 2045 paper that Southern California Edison put out, that we are supportive of the state's goals and the policy initiatives that are going on to try to reduce emissions. And in doing so, we recognize that doing that and having a grid that becomes unreliable is going to be counterproductive. The backlash of having a grid that is regularly and routinely having outages is not going to do a lot towards meeting your GHG goals, because the backlash about it will be way too significant. So I think in thinking through this proposal, a big key objective has been, how does this actually manage to get us through with the types of resources that are going to be necessary to meet that and still have them be reliable. And it is a problem that's solvable. We just have to spend quite a bit of time thinking about it and figuring out how to do it. So I'm looking forward to that. I guess I'm also looking forward to having fewer very hard-hitting RA proceedings going forward, where we've spent the last 5 years with a dozen or so topics that we've all had discussions about and tried to move the ball forward. I would really like to get to a proposal that says, this is workable and durable and is going to suffice for some time to come, so that maybe all of us can go on to work on other things.
Great. Well, thank you all so much for participating. I'm just going to see if anyone else had questions in the chat for the panelists. I don't see any hands raised or questions. So I think that'll do it. Again, thanks again, everybody, for joining. And Eric, I'll hand it back to you for our next segment.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And thanks to Brian and Stephanie as well. I appreciate it. If we can go ahead and go to the next page. All right, so as folks remember, in the latest set of proposals that were put out, the CalCCA SCE proposal highlighted some of the areas that needed to be worked on, and we had talked about the temporal aspect, but there are some others that we kind of wanted to go over, and again, kind of offer up some things that we think could be utilized as solutions to demonstrate that there isn't an immovable object here. So if we can go on to the next slide. So the first part is that the energy expectations, can we address that through the MOO and the NQE calculations? And I think that the answer generally is yes. The NQE can accommodate use limitations, as I mentioned before, figuring out how much energy you're going to have available to use, and then a must offer obligation that matches that. So it's going to be dependent on some things. What is their time frame for RA? If it really is an annual requirement, a truly annual requirement, the resource has a must offer obligation over the entire year. To some extent, those must offer obligations become easier, because the entire problem that I was mentioning earlier of I've got 1,000 megawatt hours and I'm dedicating it for 400 this month and 600 next month. That may become very much easier. It's throughout the entire year, I've got 1,000 megawatt hours. Here's my resource for 1,000 megawatt hours. And now I bid opportunity cost and I utilize the 1,000 megawatt hours over the entire month. And I don't have to worry about separating them out into individual months. Seasonal is a little bit more granularity, monthly is even more. So, how do we deal with those issues? And I think there are ways to deal with them, either by having a must offer obligation that's based upon the NQE, and resources are then have met their use limitation once they've hit those number of hours, on the basis that was our expectation, and we planned for the level of reliability that we expected to see. And if the conditions are really outside of that, well, they are indeed what they are at that point. So that, multiple ways to deal with it. I suppose the other way is to say, no, I'm going to go ahead and use the energy. And if that reduces a future month, then the question is what happens with that future month? Because as I mentioned before, that may very well happen after the 45-day ahead of the month showing is due. So now that I've submitted this resource and thought that I had 500 megawatt hours from it, and it turns out I don't have anything, what do I do? Is there now some obligation for me to do something about that, potentially in very short order? So all discussions that I think we need to have. I think it's very important that we have those discussions with the ISO to understand what they are going to need from a reliability standpoint as well in terms of operating the grid. I think those are the host of questions that are there. The converting of use limits to hours of operation, again, that's, if you can get it to hours of operation, that's the simplest. And it's not quite that evident with every single resource. So we need to really think about how, a start limitation is going to be considered within that. And again, this goes back to what I mentioned earlier of, do we do some economic modeling to figure out within any given month what the likely number of hours of operation are based upon how often we're going to start it and how long we're going to run it during that period of time to figure out what it counts for. And I think the portfolio assessment has helped us with a bit of that, because that's exactly what was done in that space and is done in other spaces like LCR, et cetera. And then, of course, like I said, we've got the uncertainty in the energy output, and can PRM help with that to achieve the desired level of reliability to make sure that we have procured a sufficient amount plus a reserve to make sure that we don't end up with any sort of problems. The last one for this page is forced outages. So if you have a forced outage, what do you do about NQE and NQC? And I think the answer is it's dependent upon which model we choose. RA AIM is a financial penalty for failing to provide whenever the resource is on outage, and you could continue to apply that because if the resource is on outage, it affects both its NQC and its NQE. You could also utilize UCAP because the UCAP methodology basically says I'm going to derate the capacity of that resource, and I think it would be appropriate to say, well, my expected energy output from that is also derated based upon my forced outage rate, and so I can figure out the amount of energy available from that based upon a UCAP methodology. So I think either of those two methodologies can be accommodated within this space reasonably easily. So I'm not really seeing a difficulty there. I think that the use limitations needs a bit more discussion to really finalize that. But again, that kind of goes along with what level of reliability are we trying to achieve. So let me stop there and see from Sue. I know you had a question about compliance, and I don't know exactly what area of compliance it was addressing, but if now is the appropriate time to address that, Sue, if you could raise your hand and we'll have you speak.
Okay, well, it's on LSC compliance, so LSE compliance. So is this a good time?
Sure, let's go for it.
Okay, so the way I'm understanding your proposal, there will be every LSC. I understand you haven't fixed the compliance period yet, but for whatever compliance period is adopted, the LSC would be provided a net load that it has to procure to meet. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, which would be based upon its load forecast and the forecast of its renewable resources that it's providing.
Okay, and so if a particular LSC is meeting 100% of its load with wind and solar, what net load would it be procuring to?
Well, so if it's an hourly calculation, right? So unless it has an amount of wind that is going to blow over the night on a forecast basis sufficient to meet all of its load, and in the daytime hours have enough solar to meet all of its load, it's still going to have some amount of net load that it has to meet in those hours. And again, it's the peak of those. So while that net load peak for that LSE may not be the same hours as it is for others, it's still going to have some requirement. So if just suppose for a moment that I'm a 100 megawatt entity and I've got 100 megawatts in every single hour, and my peak solar capability is 100 megawatts, but it's not 100 megawatts in every hour. And my peak wind is 100 megawatts, but it's not 100 megawatts in every hour. Now I have to see where the least capability of those two combine is compared to my 100 megawatt load, and figure out what the net load reduction out of that becomes, to be able to figure out what the requirement is. So it's, again, you do the first part on an hour by hour basis. What is my load this hour? What's the amount of expected wind and solar in that hour? Subtract that and I get a net. And I do that for all hours of the compliance period. I sort them, and the highest one is my net capacity need.
So in the case of this 100% wind and solar LSE, assuming they have some small requirements still there, then they would be showing that. And if they didn't want anything other than wind and solar, they would presumably have storage to make up the difference. And that would be what would be appearing in the compliance report or compliance showing?
Correct.
Okay. And so if that were the case, who is setting these net loads that LSEs will have to procure to? Who's doing that calculation?
Yeah, it's a good question, Sue. So I think the first part is you need a load forecast, and that historically has been in the domain of the CEC. So I think that there's a CEC forecast that needs to happen. And then there is an estimate of the amount of wind and solar that you're going to get out of this, and we have to figure out what the process for that is going to be. The IRP has a calculator for that. The question then is, what's the certainty of that? Is that a 1 in 2 type of a forecast for wind and solar? Is it a 1 in 5? Is it a 1 in 10? And what do we want this to be? And then once you have that profile to be able to allocate out hourly, and what the installed capacity is, because it's a percentage of installed capacity, you can calculate out what the energy expectation from that portfolio is for that LSE. And then it's just a matter of matching that up to their hourly loads, doing the subtraction, and you have the net. So it's an administrative function at that point.
So is it the LSE doing that calculation, or is it the energy division, saying here's your net load?
Well, I mean, it's a calculation. So whether you have the LSE do it and demonstrate to the energy division staff that it's been done correctly, or you have energy division staff do it themselves, I'm somewhat indifferent to that. I mean, like I say, if we say that there is a wind profile, and that profile is X% by hour, and I have an amount of installed capacity that I'm showing, all I have to do is show that I applied the mathematical formula correctly. And I've got my load forecast that was given to me by the CEC. And now I have a spreadsheet that shows that I appropriately subtracted from each hour what that profile looks like. If you have the LSEs do all those calculations and submit them, and have the energy division staff review them and say, yes, everything was done appropriately, that could certainly be one way to do it. You could also have the LSE submit to the energy division staff the amount of installed capacity of wind, the amount of installed capacity of solar. The energy division staff applies the profile, takes your CEC load forecast, does the calculation for you, and hands it back and says, here's what your net energy, here's what your net peak load is. So I'm sort of indifferent between those two, because it's really just mathematical functioning.
That would have to be done in advance of the showing, of course, and so thered be some timing issues there. But so once you get an LSE gets the net peak load it has to procure to, then it will be procuring, as I understand it, RA capacity, but also showing on the compliance report or compliance showing the net qualifying energy associated with the resources they procured. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then with the CAM allocations and the like that we all enjoy, those are somehow going to be allocated. I know you said that, but I was wondering on what basis would they be, how would they take those and provide the net qualifying energy associated with the CAM resources?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to allocate it out on the basis of what the cost was paid as, because if that's what you're paying for, you should receive the commensurate benefit from it. We can have a lot of discussion about exactly what that means, but in general, that's the way I think that it needs to happen. So if everybody is basically paying for it on a load ratio share basis, it seems to me that you get a load ratio share basis of the NQC and of the NQE.
Okay, I'll have to think more about that one, but okay, thank you for the clarifications.
Yeah, thank you, Sue. All good questions, thank you. All right, if we can move to the next slide. Okay, so the bottom-up forecasting, and we just talked about this a bit. Yeah, this is certainly going to require some changes, right? Right now, just at a very, very high level, the CEC is looking at the ISO's forecast and then is looking at individual LSEs and looking at their peaks and trying to do some adjustments to make sure that they're able to allocate out a coincident peak number to all LSEs. This is certainly different because we're really looking at hourly information for each of them to be able to predict what their load is going to be. So we end up with the non-coincident peak issue where there's only one set of circumstances in which the non-coincident peak is as low as the coincident peak. And that's just when by chance the non-coincident happens at the same time as the coincident. In any other set of circumstances, the non-coincident peak, the summation of that is going to be higher than the coincident peak. So we are going to need to figure out ways to do that and deal with that amount of potential over procurement. We also have to figure out from an energy standpoint, because theoretically the sum of the LSE loads for any hour should be equal to the CEC's load for that same hour of the system as a whole. I know that this gets really ugly because I actually did forecasting very much like this for Southern California Edison when I joined them. We had one organization that did an overall load forecast for all of our load, and then I had to do forecasting for rate design purposes and break it down into each of the individual rate groups. And so you had to have the rate group sum to the total, which, as anybody who's ever done least squares type of an analysis in regression analysis knows that you can't really do that very effectively. You're trying to come up with the best forecast that you can, and the sum of those forecasts may not be equal to the whole because different assumptions, different things that enter into the equation, et cetera. So it's not perfect. I get that. There will need to be some way to try to make sure that these things don't get too far out of alignment. I do think that we need to have a fairly transparent method of doing that. I know that there's been a lot of complaint about the methodologies for forecasts so far, and whether or not it's transparent enough for participants to know exactly what's happening with their forecasts and why they're being adjusted. So I do think that there is going to have to be a fairly large stakeholder process with the PUC, the CEC, and all the load serving entities to make sure that we're happy with the methodology that's going to be used there. I do think that the ISO's portfolio assessment can provide a check on aggregate load assumptions because they've also done a study from their standpoint of what they think the load is over the course of the entire period. So we do have that as a check. And again, it's not a trivial task. I'm not going to try to make believe that it is. My belief is that the decision that we're looking for in the May timeframe is a directional decision. Which one of these processes are we going to go with, and then start working on the implementation details that may take another year or two to be able to implement. And I do think that this process of looking through forecasts is going to be a significant one. So I'm going to pause for a moment and see. I don't see any questions popping up in the Q&A, or do I?
Eric?
Yeah.
It looks like there's a couple questions from Carl and Peter.
Yep, sure is. Yeah, let me just go. Yeah. All right. So Carl asked, how would you apply RA aim to NQE? So I think, Carl, the way that I would do this is that RA aim is based upon whether or not the resource is capable of generating. It's based upon an outage. So if the resource is on an outage, then not only can it not provide its NQC, but it can't provide its NQE either. So the question is, actually, is it really even any different? If it's receiving a penalty already for the NQC portion, is it not already also receiving that for the failure to provide NQE as well? So I don't know that you need to separate them out, but we can think about that a bit more. It just seems to me that during that portion of the month, it's unable to provide either of those, and that might be the answer. And then you asked the question, what price? So I'm assuming you're talking about RA aim, and you're also talking unit of measure. So again, if the concept here is whether or not the resource is available to the ISO, I'm not sure that it has to change at all. It could be the current pricing mechanism. It could be the current unit of measure. If we want to separate it out and say, the energy has a different reliability implication than does the capacity, we could try to figure out how to separate those two out and how to measure them separately. But I think right now I'm generally thinking that if the resource is unavailable, it's unavailable to provide either of them. So do you necessarily need to separate it out, or is the one current penalty sufficient? So that's my thoughts on those. Let me pause for a second, see if Carl is on the line. Do you have any follow-up on those? All right, not hearing anything. So Peter said, didn't Eric answer earlier that the compliance period would be monthly? Is it up in the air? So I think what I was that the evaluation needed to be monthly. Certainly the way that the load works, the way that the renewable resources work, I think monthly makes a whole lot more sense. I say that it's up in the air because I still want to hear from others as to whether there is some other option that makes sense. To me, what makes the most sense is even if it's an annual showing that it's evaluated for 12 months a year, I might be able to be persuaded that it's an annual showing for 4 seasons per year. If there is some, logic behind how the solar days are this similar during certain periods of time, and it's not worth going into individual months. So from that standpoint, I think it's a little bit up in the air, but it's worthy of discussion. But my starting point right now is that the compliance period is likely monthly. How frequent the showings are is a different question. So hopefully that helps. All right. Can we go on to the next page? I'm just trying to search through to see if there are any hands raised, and it does not look like it. Okay. Netting and deliverability within the RA methodology. So let me talk about both of those real quickly. The netting, again, the way that I'm looking at this is we've got a variety of different wind and solar profiles that exist. We've got the IRP, we've got the ISO's portfolio assessment. And I think the questions that you really need to ask is, how much certainty do you want in those profiles to be able to allow them to be netted? The indexing of weather between the profiles and the demand profiles will be important in addressing the covariance. So, the weather conditions that affect wind and solar have an effect on load as well. So to simply say, I'm going to picture that this is going to be heavily overcast, but the loads are still going to be absolutely every bit as high is not really a fair assumption. So I do think that we need to look at, how we treat the assessment of the portfolio of renewable resources and the assumptions that we make about that and their ability to produce and what that means to the load that we see as well, so that those match each other. Again, and I've mentioned this a bunch of times, this output variability of wind and solar is going to add another level of uncertainty. Do we account for it in PRM, or do we account for it within the assessment of that resource itself? I think things that are open, and again, loss of load expectation will tell us a lot about that. On the deliverability front, the ISO has Appendix Y of their tariff, which deals with the on-peak and off-peak deliverability assessment. They did separate this out, recognizing that for certain resources, they are using the grid in the peak periods, and certain resources are using it in the non-peak periods. I think that that's helpful in figuring out the deliverability of these renewable resources that we are netting. And I think there is a question of, do we need even more granularity than that? Because what we're really concerned with is if these resources are providing for a net peak load, or they're providing energy in a different period of time, making sure that those resources are deliverable to that load is an important thing. So I do think that we've had some work there already that I think is helpful and informative. I do think that we need to think about whether or not there's anything else that needs to be done to them. So I am welcoming any views on that and any ideas on it. But you know, including do we need to become more granular than just the peak and the off peak, and evaluating how that will work within this process. So open for ideas there, but probably first kind of need to hear from the ISO about whether or not this idea of going to a peak, net peak, and energy basis with an on-peak and off-peak deliverability, whether that is sufficient within their studies on the grid. So look forward to hearing from the ISO on opinions on that. Okay, I'm still not seeing any questions pop up, and don't see any. Do I see a hand up? I do. Luke Nickerman has a question, it looks like. Luke?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I was just wondering on the profiles. So you kind of pointed to the IRP and possibly the CAISO. I'm wondering if you could have considered using some kind of an exceedance. And the reason for that is I think the IRP uses essentially like ML tools for developing profiles for wind and solar, which are kind of average. You know, they're tools that kind of estimate the average. But the one problem with that is that their data set, right, is going to be probably a little bit different than what the resource mix is within, you know, the CAISO footprint. And so it's, you know, it's probably going to be skewed one way or the other. And, you know, we wouldn't know unless we kind of like, you know, went through and kind of assessed the data. So yeah, just wondering if you've thought about exceedance, and then, you know, the benefit with that is that you could set it at 50%, or you could set it at a different percentage, you know, if you're a little bit more concerned about, you know, the resources showing up when you do that.
Yeah, so Luke, to me, exceedance basically says what's the level of certainty that I'm trying to get to with this profile, regardless of whatever profile it may be. So it's another methodology of getting to that same assessment. I haven't really thought about it more thoroughly than just that statement. So it's certainly something that could be considered. But otherwise, I think it really just comes down to how certain do you want to be that you are going to get the energy from wind and solar that you are forecasting in this space. And exceedance would be one methodology to do that. You know, I mean, ELCC also is based upon information about what you expect those resources to do. So the question really is, you know, what expectation are you using? So it could be entertained. I haven't really thought about it more thoroughly than that, though.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so can we go ahead and go on to the next slide? Okay, the hybrid co-located resources, we had this discussion a bit before, so I won't dwell on this a lot, but I do think for a starting point, we can use the methodology consistent with a standalone resource in terms of counting them. I do think that we need to consider whether or not there's additional use limitations on these types of resources based upon their ability to charge. But having hit this pretty hard earlier, I don't know that I want to spend too much more time on this because we did have quite a conversation about this earlier. So let me just pause here real quick to see if there are any questions. All right, not seeing any hands raised and not seeing anything in the Q&A. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, please. All right, so again, and we've talked about this a lot. this idea of how PRM fits in with the way that you're dealing with other uncertainties. And I've mentioned this a bunch before, but historically the PRM was based upon ancillary services, which is a known, forced outage rates, which is a variable, load forecast error, which is a variable. Under the CalCCA SCE proposal, we have a new variability introduction, which is the amount of renewable generation. And how do we deal with that? In calculating net load is a question. Do we up the planning reserve margin, or do we simply use a more conservative forecast in that? We also have to recognize that opposing that is this non-coincident peak measurement, that when you use a bottom up, the sum of the non-coincident peaks is going to be higher than the coincident peaks. So it's going to offset the need for a higher PRM based upon those things. Again, in total, and I know I've said it a bunch today, but I think it bears repeating, we really need to do LOLE. We really need to sit down and look at what is the level of reliability that we're trying to get to. And based upon the valuation methodologies that we are going to use, what do we expect for a loss of load under those sets of circumstances? And based upon that, what is the appropriate way to treat this? And that could be a combination of, different methodologies for different forecasts and different PRMs, et cetera. But I think it is something that, again, this is from an implementation standpoint, this is, in my opinion, how you have to think about it. There isn't an immovable object here, but is something that is going to need to be considered through loss of load expectation types of studies to be able to come to a conclusion on it. So once again, I'm not seeing any questions. Let me just look through the list to see if there's any hands up. And not seeing any, let's go ahead and move on to the next page. Okay, and this one, I think I am actually handing this off to Stephanie. So let me just pause there, though, before we do that and make sure that there aren't any questions on that last section, because we kind of went through that very quickly, I think largely because we talked about a lot of those elements. But those are the things that I think if we were to say in May that we are going to pursue this option as being the solution, those are the next things that we need to dig into with the studies, et cetera. So again, just the idea of not an immovable object, just a lot of work that has to be done to be able to implement. So let me just give it just a second to see if there's any other questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So Stephanie, go ahead and take it away. Thank you.
Thanks. So this section is, can the proposal be implemented timely with minimal market disruption? So I think we're going to leave some of the sort of structural and technical implementation questions behind and focus more on kind of the practicality of the proposal, both in terms of how feasible it is to implement and what the effect of that transition is for the RA market and participants in the market. So next slide, please. So this is the overarching timeline for implementation of RA reform. I think we're all familiar with this, but it's helpful to kind of put it up here. So, currently the schedule has a directional decision being adopted in June. And then that really gives us kind of the second half of this year through Q2 of 2022 to make refinements and really kind of define the implementation plan so that we're ready to apply the new rules and that new framework for compliance year 2023. So it kind of means that no matter what direction is identified this year, there's going to be a lot of work to get done in the next 18 or so months. And we really have from now until May or June to identify any immovable objects near the field of options and get comfortable with what needs to happen before compliance year 2023 for a new framework to be in place. Next slide. So SCE and CalCCA have put forth a schedule to target specific proposal elements of the joint proposal and proposal elements and design choices that we see are necessary to finalize and operationalize that proposal. So we see a need for a series of workshops to address some of the structural questions that we've discussed today such as defining NQE, determining counting and contracting rules for NQE and NQC, LSE obligations. There's a whole list, but these there's. I think it's helpful to sort of lay out what the pathway would look like from where we end up in June to getting something that's implementable, and to recognize that a lot of that work and a lot of those conversations can largely happen within the CPUC proceeding, but also simultaneously there will need to be coordinated efforts to address certain elements that touch on or rely on other agencies. So all that's to say, we think the schedule is feasible, but it is also extremely ambitious and will require a significant amount of dedicated time and resources across CPUC, CEC, CAISO, and stakeholders. Next slide, please. So ultimately, the test for whether the proposal is implementable with minimal market disruption comes down to how easily existing contracts can be amended to accommodate the new paradigm, and how easy and effective it is in terms of contracting with new resources. So we discussed this a little bit during the stakeholder panel, just to sort of revisit that. For existing resources, there may, depending on specific contract structures, there may need to be some revisions to address the NQE provided by existing RA resources. But sort of on its face, it doesn't seem prohibitively complicated. I'm not a contracts expert though, so there may be other examples out there that I'm not aware of. The proposal does introduce a new concept of NQE, and that is potentially a separable and tradable product from NQC. So the market will need to get a sense for how to accommodate that new product. And then another factor is, I think we've sort of ties into some earlier themes, but whether the compliance with the new program creates the need to address other types of contracts, like RPS contracts, or sort of would require any amendments based on other mechanisms that are already in place. I think local CPE and sort of compatibility there is another thing. So I think all of that has sort of been touched on at various points today, but just want to emphasize that the compatibility of the SCE CalCCA proposal to the existing policy environment avoids a lot of those issues that may come up under other proposals. So I think that's it for this section. Now we're kind of trying to catch up on time here, but are there any questions specific to this sort of timely implementation and market disruption topic? I see Carl and I see Peter with question marks, but I don't know if those were already addressed.
Yeah, this is Jamie, Stephanie. I can read up Peter's question. Carl's was from earlier, just hasn't been marked as answered.
Okay.
Where and when does the portfolio assessment fit into the schedule you've just outlined?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I think it would certainly need to occur before implementation. So, sometime in that Q3 21 to Q2 22. Eric, I don't know if you have anything more specific in mind.
I tend to agree. So I just want to be clear on this. This portfolio assessment, it's a question of whether or not it is applied strictly beforehand to inform us, or if it's applied to a portfolio of resources that's submitted. And so for that latter portion, Peter, I haven't come to the conclusion that we absolutely have to do so. But from the standpoint of when do we look at the implementation steps and such forth, I think addressing the implementation mechanics, part of that is how is that portfolio assessment going to be used. So I do think that the, starting in the reform directional decision that we get in the summer of this year, that we start right after that of, okay, so what do all of these elements now look like? What is the loss of load probability? All of those types of things that we need to do, and that is one of the elements. So I agree that somewhere in Q3 of 2021 to Q2 of 2022 is where we're going to have to start working on that to figure out what that means. And then whether or not there is an application of that on a portfolio by portfolio basis during the submittal of the compliance showings. I'm not there yet that it has to be in the compliance showings. I think it's informative. So certainly as soon as we get an order to move down this direction, I think we ought to start doing that as soon as possible to really understand it.
All right, I am not seeing any other questions in the queue, so move on to what I think is our last section here. It's been a long day. And Nick or Eric, I'm not remembering which of you has this.
I think I got nominated for it.
Okay, all right. Congratulations. Take us
yeah,
out, Eric.
Right. Let's go on to the next slide, please. So there's been a lot of questions about whether or not the RA program has or should have a mechanism to either hedge market price risk or mitigate market price risk. And I will note that the CalCC ASCE proposal has not contained that element up to this point in time, and still does not. That is not to say that you could not do some sort of a hedging requirement, price mitigation type of mechanism within this proposal. In fact, they've been mentioned in a number of these where there's kind of three distinct versions that we've seen out there. One is kind of a bid cap, or some sort of a default energy bid type of a mechanism where you can't bid any higher than that to be considered as RA. Another is kind of PG&E's quasi-toll, if you will, which is kind of a maximum bid price, and anything above that has to be rebated back. And then Dr. Wallach's proposal that is basically a required energy hedge for 100% of your RA needs. I think that last one within our proposal is very difficult to deal with because that's not the way the mechanism is set up. But to have one of the other mechanisms, I think could be done in concert with this if you were really concerned about whether or not there was sufficient hedging for energy market risk going on or sufficient price mitigation going on. It could certainly be used along with it. I think that the difficult things that we have to work through is any of those need to look at use limited resources and needs to look at how we deal with opportunity cost of those types of resources. I don't want to end up in a situation where the entire hydro is used up by the time we get done with March during spring runoff and is completely gone and is not available when we get to the September type of time frame. So, as long as we have mechanisms in there that recognize those differences and recognize that we're not always going to need those resources, that they are going to have those opportunity costs within their bid structure and within their default bids to ensure that they don't get overly used early on. I think that we could work on that. The other thing is that there's a question about what those bidding requirements would be and whether they would be applied on a going forward basis only. There's a lot of people who have already signed RA contracts that don't have this type of provision in it. And so there's a lot of questions about whether or not this makes a renegotiation of all those contracts mandatory and whether or not that's really feasible. And I mentioned that earlier as being a significant concern. So is there some sort of grandfathering that needs to be done for existing contracts in that type of a situation? So again, the SCE and CalCCA are not proposing that we put this in, but having heard from a number of entities that they are very concerned about this, could it be added to this proposal? The answer is yes, it could. So if we want to include that within the discussion, it can certainly happen. We just haven't put it forward as a proposal at this point in time. So let me pause there. I'm going to take a look. I don't think I see any questions in the question box. And let me take a look and see if anybody has their hand raised. All right. I'm somewhat surprised. Let's go on to the next slide, if there is one. Perfect. We're at wrap up, which was supposed to go, I think, from 3:15 until 4:30, and I had warned that we might go a bit different in that route, but we have 45 minutes for wrap up on this. I think that we've had quite a bit of discussion on the topics here. I appreciate everybody taking the time. I know for many of you, this is not the first time you've seen a lot of this material, as we've been through it a number of times before, so I appreciate your patience. I appreciate all the questions as well. I know that we've had others from Edison on the phone who have been taking copious amounts of notes on this so that SCE and CalCCA can get back together again and have discussions about what we heard and what we might need to edit or modify within the upcoming proposals that are going in. So thank you all for some really thoughtful questions today, and really helping us kind of think through this as you have throughout. I think you'll notice here that we've tried to answer a lot of the questions that have come up. So we haven't just been sitting back saying, yeah, we've got our proposal, tell us whether or not you like it. You've told us what you have concerns with, and we've kind of gone through those to take a look at whether or not there are options to solve them. So thank you for your continued involvement in this. Thank you for your continued feedback. Certainly, I think most of you have my phone number or my email address. Feel free to contact me. You probably have Nick's as well. And I think I've seen Stephanie on some various distributions to the group list, so you probably have hers also. I'm sure that any of us would welcome hearing from you if you have further questions that you want to follow up on. But before we hang up the phone, let me see if there are any final questions. So now's the opportunity to ask anything that hasn't been addressed or any follow-up on something that was confusing to you that you didn't get as much of an answer as you would like. All right, I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Eric,
Yep.
I see Mary Neal's hand raised.
Yep, I just saw that as well. Mary, go ahead.
Hi. I admit I wasn't able to attend this whole workshop, so if there is material, if you can feel free to just direct me to the correct slides and I'll go look it up. But is there anything in this proposal about the amount of battery, as well as battery capacity, the amount of battery duration or other storage duration that we're going to need to make sure that we can meet load in all hours?
Yes, Stephanie. So we had a bit of a discussion about that earlier. I think part of the proposal on this that I like the most is that it allows LSEs to make decisions about what duration of storage they really need to satisfy their portfolio. Given that this is a net load and an energy need, it could very well be that I have a need to store energy and dispatch it over a longer period than 4 hours. And it may be more cost effective for me to purchase a longer duration storage device like an 8 or a 12-hour battery. But on the other hand, I may have a lot of variability in capacity needs. And so I need to purchase a lot of 4-hour batteries that I can either dispatch sequentially or I can dispatch in concert to be able to get that additional capacity. So this doesn't mandate one or the other. It leaves the minimum 4-hour requirement, but it leaves that for a very different reason. That is grounded in the history with the ISO of the ability for them to predict when the peak load is going to occur. And if they only have the resource available for 1 hour, there's a decent probability that they don't hit that hour. 2 hours still has a low probability, and they kind of came to the conclusion that 4 hours was a good number. But I think that the problem we've seen is because we have that 4-hour minimum and because we only measure capacity, we have some difficulty in that there's an incentive then to build 4-hour devices. as opposed to an incentive that says you have to meet your energy needs. And if your energy need is more than 4 hours, you may be better off to purchase a device with a longer duration of storage. So I think that is inherent within this proposal and does indeed address the concern.
So I guess maybe I missed it then, because I didn't think that the batteries provided NQE.
The battery is providing NQC to be able to meet a need. That need may occur over multiple hours, which I think gets to the temporal aspect issue that we've already said needs a bit more thought. But if the temporal aspect is saying that I have a need for energy over multiple hours and a battery is part of that solution, then to meet that energy need over those multiple hours, I may be better off to buy a longer duration battery.
But there's nothing in the proposal that checks to be sure that you do get that longer duration. It just gives you the NQC based on the 4 hours. I guess that's where I'm a little bit confused, because if you really need the longer duration to meet your load in every hour, and this is supposed to be an RA proposal, shouldn't that be part of the requirements that is specified in this proposal?
Yeah, again, I'm indifferent to somebody buying a short duration or a long duration battery. So if their energy need says that I have to meet 1,000 megawatt hours, and I can meet that with a 4 hour battery, but I have to buy an awful lot of 4 hour battery to get there. And the actual dispatch of that 1,000 megawatt hours is not all going to happen within 1 hour. If I dispatch those batteries sequentially, 2 4 hour batteries dispatched sequentially is the same as 1 8 hour battery. I'm completely indifferent between those. So it's up to the market participant to decide, because I need to meet that energy need, and because I need it over that period of time, I'm going to make the decision that minimizes my cost and meets my reliability needs at the same time. And if an 8 hour battery is cheaper than a 4 hour battery, I would expect them to procure that instead.
Right, but there's nothing in this proposal that says if you have, if you bought 2 4 hour batteries and you needed to run them sequentially, meet your load. There's nothing in this proposal though that states that, right? I mean, it's just treated as you need them for capacity, and so you'd add up the capacity values of each of them.
Right, but that's true of the program as it sits today, and that's true of pretty much every proposal out there. There isn't a requirement to run them in specific hours. There's a requirement that they have an offer obligation to the ISO, and the market is going to decide when those resources are needed. If there's other non-RA resources that are meeting the needs at that point in time, and it's not economical for you to run that device, then they're not going to operate that device, and that's fine. The question is, if the only fleet that shows up is the RA fleet, will I have enough capacity and energy to be able to meet the need? And in this case, where I have somebody with 2 4 hour batteries, the answer is yes, it will. I will dispatch them sequentially to make sure that I have the amount of energy that I need, rather than dispatching them coincidentally.
Right, but there's no NQE provided by those batteries to test against in this. Maybe we're just talking past each other, and I can just email you an example later. What I'm looking at.
No, Mary, I understand exactly what you're saying. So the NQE is met by all of the resources that you have. So the resources have to be able to meet that. And so I'm going to be looking at, absent the battery, do you have enough energy to be able to meet your needs? If I'm now using a battery to transport some of that energy to a different period of time, then I'm going to look at whether or not you have enough energy, plus enough energy to meet the losses associated with the battery to be able to charge that battery. So that's the mechanism that is utilized in this to ensure that you have enough energy to be able to do that. So it's not a measurement of net qualifying energy from the battery, because the battery doesn't produce energy. The battery simply moves that energy to a different point in time. The question is, do you have enough energy from all of your other devices to be able to meet your load needs? And if you're utilizing batteries, to charge that battery, including the losses, to discharge at the point in time that you need it.
Yeah, but the batteries, by moving that energy, they still are basically providing energy. I mean, but you're moving it, and you need to know how much total storage you're going to need to move that energy. I mean, if you've got a round the clock resource and it's producing during a time that, your wind and solar is producing, right? So you're going to need batteries not just to size to capture the extra wind and solar, but batteries to size to capture the extra you have from the round-the-clock resource in order to take advantage of that energy. But in your proposal, the energy that you get from that round-the-clock resource doesn't take that into account. That's the temporal issue that we were discussing earlier, right?
Well, I don't know that it is, because the compliance issue, we've actually worked through an Excel spreadsheet example of this and had provided this at one point in time, and I can certainly do that for you directly, Mary. If you want to get me an email address, I can shoot it over to you. But we do indeed account for because again, the energy is being produced by something that actually generates energy, right? That's where it's coming from. The battery itself does not generate energy. It stores it and it discharges it. So the question is whether or not your portfolio has a sufficient amount of resources to generate energy as needed for your load needs in all hours. If you're using a battery to move that from a period of time where you have excess to a period of time where you have an insufficiency, then we measure whether or not you have enough energy to charge that battery to be able to do it. So that's really the way that we look at it. And again, I can send you that compliance example. I know that probably a number here, I've seen it before because we've provided it before. I don't recall if you were on any of those distributions, but I'd be happy to provide it to you and walk you through it.
Is it the same example that you summarize in the tables in your proposal to the CPUC? That example, or is it a different example?
No, we used like a 1 month example of it that might have been attached to that. I can't recall exactly if we had that in there. It may very well have been, because I think we tried to include that material.
Okay, well that might be helpful, because right now I'm looking at your simple 1 day example, and it seems like once you have a large enough battery, it just doesn't work, because the battery will discharge, but you still, where it's 4 hours, and then you still have the rest of the hours, and it's not going to have enough energy, even though it meets the NQE need. I just don't. So I'm just sort of sitting here going, how does this work? So if you could maybe provide another example that might help my confusion, because maybe I'm just missing something.
Sure. Okay, any other? All right, thank you, Mary. Any other questions out there?
It looks like Doug has a question.
Yep, Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Mary, I just actually was going to respond a little bit to Mary's point there. I think this is a kind of a point of discussion internally how this works, or how we want it to work it. PCE has been suggesting, boy, how to approach this. I think in the first instance that batteries, if charged, would count for NQE. I mean, that's energy that's dispatchable to meet the net load that's not otherwise served by solar and wind. And one of the key aspects of like this discussion about, do you have a single 8-hour battery or 2 4-hour batteries, is if you have met the NQE and you have enough dispatchable energy to meet the total amount of net load that you need, then if you're, you stack your 2 4-hour batteries for capacity value, when those run out, then what you deploy is your third battery that you have, right? Because the premise is you have enough energy in dispatchable resources to cover the entire area under the curve. And so what that means, if you have like a total peak and the total area covered, there is no configuration of dispatch that cannot cover all hours, because you satisfy the NQE. And so the only way you satisfy the NQE is by having a third battery that you can dispatch when the first 2 run out. And if you happen to need 4 batteries, then the fact that you met NQE means you have 4 batteries, provided, and this is the other caveat, is that, for batteries, is that you have excess energy in other hours that you're charging those with. And if you don't have the energy to charge them with, then they don't count as NQE, right? Because only a charged battery will count. And then the last element of it, I think, Mary, that what you are looking at is this notion of whether, and Eric and I have talked in circles around this, and I think we'll have to just think about this in future. But for the 24/7 resources that are generating when you don't have net load to serve, I have come to the opinion that that should count towards energy that you can use for charging batteries, but it doesn't contribute to NQE because it's not being generated in an hour when you actually have net load to serve, and so it's not dispatchable energy that helps with net load. I think there's two alternatives on that, and I think we're just going to have to work through the mathematics to see whether like the additional complexity really is needed. My intuition is that it is, but I certainly could be wrong about that. But I do think that at the end of the day, if you are meeting your net load, like with storage, which is what PCE is doing, so that's why I feel confident to speak to it. What it boils down to is do you have enough just megawatt hours stored in a battery somewhere every day to meet all those hours? And as long as you do, and as long as you don't have your inverters are so small that they can't hit your peak power need, then you're basically guaranteed to be able to do it in any hour. Because if your capacity, say your peak capacity goes up, but your total energy stays lower, that means the capacity you need in other hours has to be going down because the sum total adds up to a fixed amount. And so it's like no matter what shape that curve takes, you are always guaranteed to be able to dispatch to meet it. And I'm happy to walk people through that analysis also, if that's useful. Either contact me directly, or certainly Eric and Stephanie can drag me in to chat about it as well. So I hope that helps. But it's not an insoluble problem. It's a long story short. Far from it.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, any other questions out there? All right, I think that about covers it for us. Let me just check with Nick. Are you good?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Really appreciate the discussion today, and really appreciate everybody giving this proposal so much time and working together as we try to move structural reform forward.
Thank you. And Stephanie, did you have anything in closing?
Nope, that's it. Thanks, Eric. Thanks all for your participation today.
Okay. Well, thank you. With that, I will turn it back to Jamie. Jamie, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you both, Eric and Nick and Stephanie. Really appreciate the facilitation today and the discussion. Thank you also to our panelists as well as our attendees for their participation. Today's workshop has been recorded. I'll end the recording after the final message here, but the recording should be posted on our website shortly. And just as a reminder, we're going to be having our final day of our February workshops tomorrow, starting at 9:30. So we'll see you all back here then. Thank you.